In the background of an incredibly beautiful building, two figures are seen wearing kimonos and preparing for battle. A man in a purple kimono with a katana in his hand confidently asserted that no one in this place was capable of opposing him, and he had come here to prove that he was the best in the world. But here, he's met someone as capable as the black-clad John Doe, and he doesn't regret being involved at all. The man in the purple kimono made a sharp lunge towards his opponent, hoping to strike first. Boldly and confidently, the man in the purple kimono orders his opponent to become rust on his sword. But the unknown man in black just seconds later delivers one clear punch that sends him into a knockout. Claiming that there was very little difference between them, he decided to leave his opponent lying behind him. But he couldn't leave quietly. He turned his head back and noticed that the body of the defeated man was suddenly gone. Suddenly, the announcer excitedly announces into the microphone that the winner took no damage for the fight and retains his title without injury, adding that the participant of the final duel between the spectators arranged by Planet Man is a genius player student from Black Skull High School. In the early 2000s, there was a huge upheaval in the real world due to the emergence of a virtual reality world called intersectionality. Intersection has a diverse content of the world concept. It represented all kinds of spheres and brought about changes in the present reality. Among the many worlds that intersected was the massive multiplayer role-playing game world of Heroes of Time. This is a storytelling about the heroes called players appeared in the world of danger. People can personally experience this great fantasy world with the ability to raid a boss, to storm a fortress, to compete in a contest, and a host of other exciting content. This multifaceted world has reached a point where people from all over the world have begun to marvel at it. Heroes of Time is admired by all gamers and dreams of becoming better pro gamers. At the same moment, in the school building, students were vigorously discussing the new airing of Planet Man. One of them asked his interlocutor Lee Hyun-jun if he only had the finale left, while the cocky guy asked Hyun-jun if he would take Planet Man's autograph for him. They also wondered what they could do to play so well, to which Hyun-jun replied with indifference that it wasn't enough to just dodge enemy attacks and hit with their own. Hyun-jun is the same Black Skull who made it to the finals of the competition between viewers of the popular streamer Planet Man. He not only has excellent skills in the game, but also excellent intelligence in reality, and even omnipotence in sport. Hyun-jun was born into a wealthy family and had good look. He thought he was perfect. The guys continued to discuss Hyun-jun's progress, and were also surprised that his level of synchronization with the special program was 200%, which was almost professional level. The level of synchronization, 100%, conveys a sense of reality. In addition, it is said that if this value is high, you can experience extrasensory perception. The cocky guy noted that Hyun-jun was very fast in the arena and said that he thought it was right to say whoever was predestined would get everything. He also added that this world is very unfair because there are those who will not achieve anything no matter how hard they try. Saying all this, he sat and looked at the back of his interlocutor, whom he later called a loser. He took the loser by the head and told him to keep his balance, because if he fell, something bad could happen. One of them said he was crazy for doing it in their classroom, but the defiant boy only pointed out that his mom was the head of the PTA and he would not get anything for it. And at the moment of the guy's further insults, Hyun-jun's leg swung. And a second later, that same foot kicked the humiliated guy on top of the defiant guy, still sitting on top of him. With a rumble and scream, they both collapsed to the floor, creating a great noise. Although the culprit turned out to be a completely different person, the impertinent fellow brought all the accusations down on him. He also added that now he was going to have a hard time, and drops of cold sweat broke out on the poor man's face. And Hyun-jun chuckled at him, only noting how sad the life of a loser is. The poor man's glasses lay beside him on the floor. He was already covered in sweat, expecting the worst. This world is strictly subject to the laws of natural selection. The strong always have a special right to humiliate the weak they are, because they don't even have any means of resistance. Even though the world is evolving and there are more opportunities for entertainment, nothing beats the most fun. Looking down haughtily at the defeated man's despairing face, Hyun-jun's opponent in the finals will be a player who can easily change his profession to match his opponent. Hyun-jun immediately realized that his opponent would also choose a juggernaut, capable of exchanging powerful attacks as an assassin. Realizing that the battle would not be easy, he launched crossing. The crowd shouted enthusiastically, anticipating the long-awaited fight, which promised to be intense. Planet Man excitedly announced that the finals would soon begin, with the two most capable players qualifying. The rules of the competition are similar to Heroes of Time. Level equipment and characteristics are equalized differ only professions and abilities, and the main thing in battle tactics and physical strength. Then, under the announcer's announcements, Black Skull enters the arena in his legendary black outfit. He is a specialist assassin who can boast of his past fights without any injuries. Black Skull defeats opponents using the strongest blows, assassin speed, and the ability to deftly dodge. Planet Man notes that in real life, the Black Skull is just a middle school student, but he is confident that in the future he will become a truly intimidating gamer. Pointing to the second gate, the host announces the next finalist. In the arena, confidently enters Ark, famous for the fact that freely uses a variety of professions and easily make a disadvantageous approach to the opponent. The question on everyone's mind is what profession he chose against the Black Skull assassin. By his attire, it is immediately clear to everyone that his chosen profession is that of a magician. Against the assassin that was Black Skull, the mage was the weakest class. Planet Man immediately asked Ark if that was his strategy, but he immediately said it wasn't. With arrogance in his voice, he said that he thought an assassin of that level could be defeated even by a mage. The host noted Ark's provocation and asked him if he really thought he could easily take down the Black Skull. During what was the countdown to the start of the fight, Ark told Black Skull that he too was still in high school. But is not Black Skull too much in the syndrome of an 8th grader? Because the skull mask that was worn on his face seemed too childish, whether this was his concept. And as soon as the start sounded, the balls of magical power rushed towards the Black Skull, sparkling with bright flashes. Ark continues to fire magic, and the Black Skull rapidly pursues him, while the host notes that the fight began with the usual pattern for a fight between a mage and an assassin. The assassin is puzzled. He can't figure out if the mage really thinks he can win just by shooting magic at him. Black Skull continued to deftly dodge his opponent's attacks at an incredibly fast speed, while the announcer commented on what was happening. Ark's confidence was slowly fading as the assassin dodged his attack, and the fact that he had chosen the mage class for the battle could have been a fatal mistake. Ark instantly decides to stop and gets into a threatening stance in front of his opponent, thus getting closer to. With madness in his eyes, Black Skull comes to the conclusion that with this maneuver, his opponent is just trying to attract the attention of the audience. With an impressive leap, he swings at Ark to use his ability and strike him from behind, wanting to make him regret the decision to enter this fight. But Ark only grinned in response, his face spreading into an evil grin. He said with the same grin that he didn't think his opponent would fall for his trick so easily. Directing a beam of bright magic towards his opponent, he says that you can't play with emotion. And then the realization came to Black Skull that the decrease in distance had been planned, and he was trapped. With a violent rumble, however, the assassin falls to his knees already without strength. However, his opponent is full of strength and only wonders if the Black Skull didn't think about the fact that he knows all abilities and including assassins, and now his status without injury is destroyed. But at this point, he seems to have to worry if an assassin loses to a weak mage. Black Skull jumps to his feet and notes that Ark is too much of a big deal for a weakling like him, because he can't beat him with one attack like that. In spite of his injury, he dissolves in the blink of an eye and disappears into the arena, leaving Ark standing alone in the middle of the battlefield in bewilderment. Applying a critical ability, namely a surprise attack from the darkness, Black Skull finds himself at his opponent's back with only one thought to win this fight. But he in turn only scoffs and doubts the honesty of the assassin's technique. Ark condensed a massive energy over his hand and said he had also saved one ability for this moment. The host realizes in incredible suspense that this is once again explosive magic that is quite slow. Even though Ark is at a disadvantage, the decisive moment will be the first attack made. Black Skull's face was already showing veins of anger, and he couldn't believe that someone could be above a talent like him. By increasing the synchronization, he slowed down time almost to a standstill. This caused Black Skull to deliver a devastating blow to his opponent's leg. His hair was tousled from the speed at which he was moving, and his eyes glittered with anger. However, as he approaches, Ark's hand blocks Black Skull's path. The look of horror on his face, he certainly didn't expect Ark to be able to fight back. Condensing over his palm, the club of magic Ark holds that indeed, sometimes it seems that when crossing it, time has stopped, and sometimes that you are capable of anything. With a mad grin on his face, he pronounces how sad the life of a loser is. Black Skull can hardly believe what he just heard. Still standing in a daze, Black Skull finds himself under a powerful flow of magic. At the same moment, the game closes and Black Skull finds himself in reality. With incredible anger, he realizes that he seems to have failed. Immediately, he rips the helmet off his head and tosses it away. At the same time in the computer club, the guy who was called a loser in his class only reached out. His name was Pak Noah, and even though in the real world he was considered a loser in the virtual world, he was a master whose skills were admired. With a smirk on his face, all he could think about was how Black Skull would react to his defeat at school. A confident-looking man sitting in a chair with a serious expression was flipping through photos of guys and girls on his tablet. A hand appeared next to his head with a hot mug of coffee in it. The one who brought it was Kim's assistant, who wondered if a new candidate had been chosen to join the academy. Of course he respects the interests of his interlocutor, and realizes that giving less well-off people a chance is a good thing, and he has one candidate too. Holding out his tablet, Kim mentioned yesterday's broadcast featuring one capable and interesting person. On the screen of the tablet was Ark, whose level of synchronization in the shown passage was very high. The man in the glasses was shocked. He suggested that perhaps an illegal program had tapped into the crossing. Asking Kim's assistant if there were any unfinished plans on his schedule, the man's gaze fell on his helmet. He was set to connect to the game to see if this level of synchronization could actually exist. Meanwhile at school, Pak Noah was once again enduring the bullying of his classmates. He was kicked near garbage cans where the oppressive atmosphere merged with the stench to create a sense of hopelessness. The man who beat up Pak Noah was none other than Hyunjun, who had lost to him the day before. The classmates standing in the back were discussing that Pak Noah had intentionally stripped Hyunjun of the title without injury, and mentioned that he was also a middle school student, so that he could have a chance to get into the academy. Hyunjun kept going over the words he had said in his head. He realized that after his defeat, Ark that is, Pak Noah had just repeated his words, expressing the thought of how sad the life of a loser was. His thoughts were interrupted by the words of a trembling Pak Noah, who said he didn't know what had happened and apologized. The expression on Hyunjun's face immediately changed from anger to consternation and shock. Assuming that Ark was not actually Pak Noah, he and his classmates move away, leaving a lying on the floor, Pak Noah looking exhausted behind him. As soon as their footsteps fell silent, Pak Noah burst into laughter with a smile on his face. After all, he understood more than anyone how much Hyunjun was infuriated by his defeat. Despite the fact that in real life, Pak Noah has been bullied by Hyunjun and his company since he entered school, he has been striving to build up his skills in the game so that he can at least defeat the bully there. And while he felt better in the game, his school life remained just as disgusting. Thinking over everything that had happened earlier, Pak Noah's thoughts were interrupted by the teacher. He stood up from his desk with a haggard look, and it was immediately obvious that something had happened. The teacher's face immediately changed, and she didn't know if she should continue to ask the student anything. But she pretended not to notice Pak Noah's condition and asked the question she wanted. Pak Noah immediately realized that he could not rely on his teacher's help, and would have to deal with the situation on his own. After all, the teacher knows exactly whose work it is, but since Hyunjun and his company are from good families, they always turn a blind eye to all their shenanigans. Immediately, all the classmates around and the teacher herself turned into monsters from computer games in Pak Noah's eyes. Reality is not as good as it seems. Everything around you looks so not real. His classmates reminded him so much of the goblins from the game, as nasty and horrible not only in appearance but inside as well. To relieve the stress of arriving home, he immediately plugged in Crossing and went into Heroes of Time with the goal of destroying as many enemies as possible. Enjoying this moment, he defeated all the monsters in his way with full concentration, and he was instantly relieved he had forgotten the problems of real life, albeit temporarily. Once again, Pak Noah is convinced that the virtual world is his element, and here he really feels like himself. In Heroes of Time, there are 3 classes, Tank Fighter and Support. Choosing a profession, take into account that the class cannot be pumped with the increase of level, so it is important to make the right choice. At one time, Ark gave his class preference to a class such as the Fighter. His skill and knowledge of the mechanics of the class allowed Pak Noah to defeat many opponents. Crossing became an outlet for many, and one of the reasons it became known as another world was the money from the various worlds within it. And importantly, they could be exchanged for real money, but only after reaching adulthood, which Pak Noah planned to do. As he continued to watch his gambling earnings, and behind him, he felt someone's presence. Pak Noah sensed something wrong and decided to look around to check. He was about to turn around when a spear flew near his head, almost hitting him. The unknown man was chagrined by his failure and only snorted after his attempted strike. But it seemed he had not come alone, for a voice from the other side expressed surprise that Pak Noah had managed to dodge. There were a lot of them, and they all had guns, so it looks like they came to Pak Noah's place. He was puzzled, for Ark did not know who they were, much less why they were attacking so suddenly. In answer to his question, one of the strangers asserted that they had come for Pak Noah's gold. From the chatter coming from the crowd, Pak Noah assumed that his opponents were zombies. These are the players who are hired by others for a fee, and there are even rumors of zombies in real life being debtors or in jail at all. The red eyes of one of the strangers indicated that he was an assassin. While watching this, Pak Noah remembered that killing each other among the players had become more frequent lately, but he threatened his opponents without letting on. In response, they continued to sarcasm and provoke Pak Noah, who was already on edge. And while they were saying it was easier for Ark to just give up, he was considering their tactic. Realizing that if he tried to resist them, he would be at a disadvantage, he decided to flee. A second later, however, he is stopped by a figure flying straight in his direction. But he manages to fend off the attack with his blades, deftly blocking the blow and preventing it from hitting him in the back. Then he went on the attack, throwing his opponent aside. Not noticing another attack from the next opponent, he fails to defend himself against it and misses a single blow that landed on his shoulder. At this point, the crowd is cheering. They are happy to have done some damage and are determined to finish what they started. Ark doesn't give up and decides it's more profitable to become an assassin losing a lot or surrender and get a small percentage of the defeat penalty. And at that moment, glittering spears rush towards him, aimed with terrifying accuracy. However, by immediately orienting himself, he instantly parries all attack. The whole crowd was confused. They thought that Ark was weakened and would no longer be able to fight the former pressure. All that drives him is this idea that he must be strong and not back down, at least in virtual reality. He is confident in his abilities, because against him is only a pathetic bunch of zombies. Ark is furious. He intends to make them regret messing with him, for here he is not weak. Ark intends to demonstrate his strength and accuracy, swiftly moving towards the opponents with blade in hand. He suddenly appears in front of them, depriving them of the opportunity to prepare a defense and completely throwing them off balance. Resolute rushes forward, attempting to strike one of them. But the second his hands start to shake, Ark doesn't understand why he couldn't make it. Ark's thoughts are interrupted by the voice of his opponent, who couldn't imagine that Ark would fall for it and believe he was a zombie like everyone else. The guy with the armband went on about how sorry he was, but now Ark had become an assassin and what to do about it. Meanwhile, in the bright moonlight, a black crow was flying swiftly and landed smoothly on the arm in heavy metal armor. The hand of a blonde-haired man standing on the edge of a cliff in the heart of the forest. Immediately, a bright projection turned on from the crow's eye and into the air. Looking at her, the masked man with teeth and tusks mumbled thoughtfully. With the words found on the projection showed a picture of Ark, whose face was distorted with a strange expression. Parallel to that, Ark was still standing in front of the masked guy. The tension was still palpable. Full of anger, Ark couldn't figure out what was wrong with his opponent. But what Ark realized without a second thought was that the masked guy was clearly not. The guy with the armband noticed that Ark had done well with the crowd, but now he had even more work for him. And with those words, he rushed towards Ark. Counting on the fact that Ark's bag was overflowing with items, the guy with the armband was determined to defeat him. Ark watched the guy's every move, warily analyzing his actions carefully. He bounces sharply to the side, hoping to avoid the attack and buy time. Ark's face contorted in pain as the masked man managed to reach his neck and strike. The masked guy grinned mockingly, unable to understand where all of Ark's determination had gone. Pak Noah realized that his reaction was not fast enough compared to his opponent's attacks. Even though he could see them, his body still did not keep up. But he does not despair, because he knows that it is possible to surpass the opponent even with a basic specification. Suddenly, all of his attention turns to the broken blade flying off the sword to the side. The masked man slyly remarks that although Ark's level is not high, his physics are good. He also assumes that Ark is a schoolboy. Continuing to provoke Ark and calling him baby, the masked man urges him to go do his homework, which makes Ark genuinely furious. A sudden bright flash blinds them both, causing them to lose their bearing. Once they both come to their senses, notice how the tall-looking man impedes the blade of the guy with the blindfold. Gritting his teeth, the guy with the bandage immediately wondered who the man was who had suddenly interfered in their fight with Ark. In response, he only apologizes for interfering and says he has business with Ark too. Without hesitation, he mentions aloud the recent competition Ark was. The interested man asks if Ark used illegal programs, to which Ark bewilderedly repeats his words and denies any involvement. And the masked guy paralleling their conversation is indignant and still can't understand how an unknown man dared to interfere in their showdown. A sharp flash of light silences him for a moment. They were both blinded for a second. It made the masked guy shake with surprise and fear. A second later, the masked man's blade was at his throat, and his gaze was directed towards Ark, and he assumed Ark could raise his synchronization level to 400%. Even if that was really true, Ark couldn't believe the man's words. He didn't believe he was able to increase the level of synchronization that much. Recalling the moment from the broadcast, the masked man actually confirmed that Ark's synchronization level at the time of the last attack had exceeded that value. Still in the same position, he claimed that such a number had never been recorded, and that Ark really hadn't used a program to artificially increase the level. In response, Ark only said that changing the synchronization level was a fee, so he had never done it. The man couldn't believe his words. You could see by the look on Ark's face that he was puzzled by the man's statement. At the same instant, a talking chest appears behind Ark with a bright glow. It was a NPC in charge of running the World of Time heroes, named Mimic, who claimed that there was a suspected illegal software in the area. Ark assumed that the NPS was talking to him, and more questions popped into his head as he saw him for the first time. The NPS immediately asked Ark to repeat the suspicious action, to which Ark shouted that he didn't know anything about suspicious actions and suggested Mimic to punish the culprit by pointing at the masked guy. With a disgruntled look on his face, Mimic demanded that Ark comply, warning that if he refused, his crossing profile would be permanently blocked for using illegal program. Ark was outraged by Mimic's last words, because he said it despite the fact that Ark had already made it clear that he had never used illegal program. The masked man claims that if Ark didn't do it, it's pretty simple. Extending his hand towards Ark, asking to be proven right, the man puts his sword directly into Ark's hands, showing that he will have to prove it in battle. Without missing an opportunity, the guy with the armband wryly says that he wondered why low-level Ark was holding up so well. Isn't he a cheater? Turning to the masked man with the same ridiculous tone, he asks if he and Ark will now be in the way, to which the masked man simply agrees. And the guy with the armband says he's going to take care of this cheater. Shouting that now all items belonging to Ark would now become his bandage guy, quickly headed towards Ark. Reflecting the enemy's attacks, the already shocked Pak Noah tried to pull himself together. In his head, he just kept repeating that he never measured his level of synchronization and just lived thinking it was a little better than the rest of the players. Remembering that Yunjun's synchronization was around 200%, Ark realized in shock that his synchronization was twice that of Black Skull. And since there hasn't been a player with a synchronization rate over 400% so far, that means only one thing. Ark is #1 in the world, and while the bandage guy's face was full of anger, Ark's face lit up with joy. He had just realized that he was indeed special. Focusing on how he felt, Pak Noah was determined to repeat his former success. He remembered that his body couldn't keep up with his opponent's movement. In his thoughts, there was a desire to increase his sensitivity to the maximum, to be able to read the movements of his opponent's joints necessary to strike. And after a second, Ark actually starts to feel something. That's when their battle begins with the bandage guy attempting a shoulder strike on Ark. Meanwhile, Mimic is watching Ark's synchronization level with shock on his face. Pak Noah doesn't even think of backing down, and is just thinking through his next steps in his head. With a confident look, he was getting closer to the guy with the bandage with each passing second. In one confident move, Ark strikes the masked guy in the face. The masked guy's thoughts are muddled. He can't shake the feeling that Ark is just predicting his attacks. It's like he can see the future, because Ark doesn't think about his next move for a second. And as long as Mimic kept a close eye on the indicators, he never once noticed any signs of illegal programs being used. However, the synchronization level indicator was already a full 527%. The masked man couldn't believe it, because only recently 400% was already beyond the realm of reality, and now Ark had even surpassed 500. And while these two were discussing what was happening in front of Ark, the defeated body of his opponent was already dissolving in the air, disappearing as if it never existed. With eyes full of hope, he turned toward Mimic and the masked man. As he approached them, he proudly proclaimed that he had proven that he had not used any illegal program. The masked man apologized for his suspicions and informed Ark that he had an offer. But Ark refused and said that thanks to him, he realized that he had been special in the crossing world all along. With a haughty look, he continued that he didn't think he could lose to anyone right now. And straight into the masked man's face, he asked a question that didn't really require an answer, that he wouldn't mind if he took his expensive weapon. To which he simply laughed and noted that it was too early to deal with the killer's condition and offered to talk afterward. After the words were spoken, Ark froze, his face expressing utter bewilderment and confusion. But his condition was interrupted by the masked man, who was already delivering a fatal blow to Ark's body. More questions arose in his mind. Why didn't he see anything? Wasn't his synchronization level high? Ark also thought about the items that would disappear after his end, and the masked man, as if reading his mind, said that if Ark wanted the items back, he could find a player with the nickname Hidden in the Bush. Along with the development of the virtual world intersection in reality, discoveries in science and technology have also been made, especially in robotics. Robots gradually replaced humans in various fields until they displaced them from the service industry. There are also personalized robots, like a robot protector for a 10-year-old boy he named T1. Seeing the crying boy in front of him, the robot couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He had never seen this child show any emotion before. Even when he came home covered in abrasions and scratches, he remained indifferent. When this guy asked the robot what to do, the robot's reaction was delayed because it was the first time such a situation had happened. So the reaction he was able to show was anger that needed to go somewhere. And while showing his emotions for the first time, Park Noah cried and tried to find support in the robot. He in turn continued to be angry and only expressed his desire to straighten the guy out. So finally, in an empty room, the robot and Park Noah got together for a normal conversation. The room was tense, with the robot berating Park Noah for spending money at the internet cafe and losing his savings in Heroes of Time. He continued to berate Park Noah, to which the latter brushed it off, claiming it was for the sake of future investment. Having said that it was useless to talk to a gambler, the robot had no choice but to advise Park Noah to try to get back what he had lost the way he had been told to. While Park Noah doubted he could get it all back, the robot said that even if he had to beg on his knees, let him do it. But Park Noah had never asked anyone for such favors, and the robot was frustrated that despite his master's maturity, he couldn't even handle such simple things. However, he still promised to help him learn the skill of asking for favors. The day Park Noah decided to apologize was sunny and warm. The man hiding in the bushes turned out to be the masked man who right now Park Noah was begging for his items and gold back, being in a very strange pose that was not clear to Hidden in the Bushes himself. Standing on his hands and already unable to bear the weight of his body, Park Noah said that this pose is called the Great Bow, and he's heard it's the best way to ask for something or apologize to someone. After a second, however, Ark was happy to change his pose, because Hidden in the Bushes had just told Ark in a calm voice that he was going to give it all back. But it is worth noting that there are some conditions for this, and a projection immediately appeared in front of Hidden in the Bushes. Hidden in the Bushes was going to return things if Ark answered all the questions the man had, and a projection with the crossing contract appeared in front of Ark's face, confirming the seriousness of Hidden in the Bushes' intention. The contract stated that if Ark lied when answering questions, all his items and savings would be lost. Having once again scrutinized the presented contract, Ark comes to the conclusion that on the whole, according to its contents, everything is not so bad for him. Then he offers the Hidden in the Bushes to ask Ark questions on the same terms, and the man agrees, because surely Ark has a lot of questions too. And in a second, all of his previously lost items and accumulated funds appear in Ark's inventory. A smile immediately spreads across his face. He looks incredibly happy, and joy clearly overwhelms him. But he has to focus on the already asked question of whether he is really a middle school student. Ark mentally decided to give vague answers to questions because it shouldn't be considered a lie, so his answer was no. As soon as those words came out of his lips, everything he had just regained was immediately lost again. All of his resources scattered to the sides. Sweat dripping down his face, he's really worried because he thought he was smart enough to take into account all the nuances of the contract, to which Hidden in the Bushes only said that Crossing is a virtual reality game that can read the minds of any of the players. Even if he was going to lie, Ark would only make an idiot of himself. In the same second, Ark confirmed like a sweetheart that he was a middle school student. After which, with the same malleable look, he asked if he could have his things back again. Without answering his question, Hidden in the Bushes reminded him that it was Ark's turn to ask his question. Park Noah was already looking downcast and decided to find out why he was doing this. In response, Hidden in the Bushes said he wanted to invite Ark to his gaming team and offered to treat it as an interview, at which point Ark's face changed. Forgetting the rules, Ark tries to ask the next question, but the Hidden in the Bushes interrupts him, asking what career the schoolboy wants to pursue. Almost dressed, Ark says he will choose the one that will give him as much money as possible, and immediately asks his question. What team we're talking about? Hidden in the Bushes answers that it's a team from a league playing at the Fantastic Academy. And just seconds after his answer, Hidden in the Bushes announces his next question about whether Ark likes to play. Sensing some kind of trick from the lightness of the questions, Ark still answers that he likes it. At the same time, not even thinking to stop thinking about the Fantastic Academy. Because the question that he cares so and twists in his head is whether he can get there. Covering his mouth with his hand, he realizes he said it out loud, whereupon, hidden in the bushes, immediately says that Ark can go there as long as he believes it. Next, hidden in the bushes asks Ark, what if he fights an opponent stronger than him and realizes that his loss is inevitable? Does he dare to go against his opponent? Ark replies with a proud and confident look, without hesitating for a second, that of course yes. And in the same second, the image of his main enemy Hyunjun pops up in his mind. Ark immediately flinches. He doesn't understand why this man out of nowhere has appeared in his thoughts. He knows that the answer to hidden in the bushes question is yes, but why is Ark haunted by the feeling that he's lying? Pressing his lips together, he still doubts the correctness of his answer and is silent for a bit. Gathering his thoughts, he quietly answered in the negative and stared at the floor without lifting his gaze, continuing that he doesn't want to get involved in such a battle because it makes no sense and even trying would be pathetic. Ark wouldn't want to be in that situation. But if this battle turns out not to be his last, he can overcome himself and become a better man. He is interrupted by the hidden in the bushes, saying that every year at Fantastic Academy, there is a competition among the students. Faculty-led teams are focused solely on winning to become representatives of the academy. Many of them fight desperately for their position, but are defeated and give up their aspiration. Unfortunately, only a few endure the struggle and continue to move forward. Some people's dreams come true and some don't, because this is a place where only one person can become the most valuable player. Saying these words hidden in the bushes, points his blade towards Ark, putting a gleaming blade to his throat. Hidden in the bushes, asks if Ark has the courage to survive in such a place. Park Noah thought about it again, saying to himself that he didn't like to lose and remembering how he had attacked Hyunjun in the fight and was sure he would win. But unlike the virtual world in reality, their capabilities are completely different, because for one reason only, his gang did not resist, and if you do not enter the battlefield from the beginning, you can avoid the fate of the loser. So what should Ark do if he encounters a monster he can't handle? How he should act in such a situation? The answer for Park Noah was obvious, and he knew it from the beginning. Resolutely grabbing the blade with a trembling hand, Ark said it was his turn to ask a question. Doesn't Hidden in this bush need someone to be an assassin on his team? Looking into Ark's eyes, Hidden in the bushes was silent for a moment, as if pondering whether or not to respond to this. After a little while, he does reply that he really needs this player. Hidden in the bushes goes on to say that Ark lacks some important skills anyway, and even though he's highly synchronized, he has a lot to learn. Hidden in the bushes was only able to give Ark one piece of advice, that he would need to pass the test by his own efforts in the admittance process. Now, Ark would face an entrance test in 3 months, and Hidden in the bushes, looking straight into Ark's eyes, asked his final question if he was ready to undergo the arduous training. Ark's happiness was unbounded. He felt a smile spread across his face and a lightness in his chest, and then he confidently gave his consent. So his training started the next day, and arriving there, he wasn't particularly enthusiastic. The pink-haired girl standing in front of Ark swore to him that she was here at the request of Hidden in the bushes. While Park Noah asked who she was, the pink-haired girl stated the fact of Ark's arrival with a smile. And to confirm her hunch, she clarified whether Ark was another one of those recommended by the professor. Hearing this, Ark wondered if anyone else had been recommended besides himself. While Ark was still reeling from her earlier words, the pink-haired girl noted, without the slightest surprise, that Ark didn't seem to know anything about it, and anyway, it wasn't a big deal. In a moment, she was already in the air, swiftly pointing her foot toward Ark's face. With a quick and precise movement, she delivered one clear blow without giving Ark time to react. She then expertly bounced to the side, and with a sharp break, her foot raised a cloud of dust behind her. Ark was immediately angry as he didn't expect the girl to attack him so quickly, much less so suddenly. A little indignant, Ark didn't have time to react in time to feel the blow that came straight to his face again. This was followed by another hard blow to the stomach that caused him to crouch. Ark felt a sharp pain that pierced his stomach, and for a moment he lost the ability to breathe. His chest seemed to contract. With the words that she had already heard about Ark's highest level of synchronization, the pink-haired girl offered to fight him. Barely standing on his feet, Park Noah struggled to comprehend the meaning of the offer he had received. Looking at him, the girl concluded that Ark didn't seem to feel much pain. Probably he was somehow dulling the pain sensation. Asked what Ark's sensitivity percentage was, his answer didn't take long to come out, and with a lungful of air, Ark shouted that he wouldn't even think of telling whoever had attacked him. But the girl did not back down, and with an even more menacing look, she repeated again the question she had already asked. Assuming it could be connected to the Academy, Ark said his synchronization level is 1%. The girl immediately began to resent the fact that everyone was working so hard to reduce the level of sensitivity to pain to at least 20%. She immediately assumed a threatening pose and said that if she damaged him 20 times, she might be able to make Ark feel the pain he needed. She also noted in passing that she didn't like him at all. And while Ark was trying to realize the last words the girl had said, her fist was already near Ark's face. He bounces to the side in time to avoid another attack. Turning to the girl, he expressed his bewilderment that she thought he would fall for such a trick again. Exhaling, he tried to focus and remember the same feeling he had last time. Meanwhile, the girl hesitated a bit, trying to realize what exactly Ark was up to, and just a second later, a powerful blow from Ark flies towards her with incredible force. In parallel to these events, data and a photo of Ark were displayed on the tablet. Held by Kim's assistant, he was surprised that the professor had paid Pak Noah a 3-month subscription to the game room just because he didn't have his own virtual simulator. Asking how everything went, Kim's assistant was illuminated by the bright smile of the professor, who said, with admiration, that the level of synchronization of Pak Noah was incredible, but he still had much to learn in other areas. Kim's assistant suggested that it would be hard for him to rely only on the level of synchronization, because more skills are needed for success. In response, the professor said that he had asked Carrie to fight him for that purpose. Immediately, Kim's assistant got nervous, because he knew that Carrie was quite good at her skills and could do a lot of damage to Pak Noah. The professor replied that there is no need to hurry, everything will show time, but Ark still has a serious training because there is no telling how strong monsters can meet ahead. And at this point, he tapped into the intersection in which he was known as hidden in the bushes. He found himself next to Ark and Kari as Kari restrained Ark using his arms and legs. Watching what was going on, the professor wondered if the expectations he had placed on Ark were too high. Turning to the professor, Ark asked for help because he could no longer control the radish-browed girl. She responded by shouting indignantly. From the absurdity of the situation, the professor tried to cover his eyes with his hand, not to see what was happening. After a while, once the professor managed to separate them, he decided to introduce them to each other with their consent. The professor pointed to Ark and introduced him, explaining that he was a dealer and had been selected as a candidate for enrollment, so he would soon begin training. He then introduced Carrie, who is also a dealer, and unlike Ark, she was already enrolled in the group, but a full 6 months after being selected as a candidate. Once enrolled, they will both be working on the same team, so now is a good time to find common ground. Looking at Ark and Carrie, the professor was already guessing how this might end. Carrie stood up and said that she had already fought Ark and asked if she could start training now. But the professor, without giving an answer to her question, decided to clarify how her and Ark's duel had gone. With genuine disgust on her face, Carrie said she felt as unpleasant as possible. This angered Ark because he felt that Carrie was showing a lack of respect for his effort. So Ark had a question, which he didn't hesitate to ask if everyone else was like Carrie. The professor replied that he had chosen just the two of them and no one else. Ark immediately realized what expectations were placed on him, and under the flow of his thoughts, he heard the professor inquiring about his impressions after the duel with the other candidate. Immediately starting to answer, Ark anxiously shared that in his opinion, to become a pro gamer, one synchronization will not be enough. Also recalling the recent fight, he noted that Carrie moved instinctively, as if she had been practicing constantly, and she was much stronger than her previous opponent, so he had a hard time dealing with. And frankly speaking, after using his synchronization, he is as tired as a lemon. After this story, the professor praised Ark, for he had been right on all counts. Speaking of synchronization without realizing it, Ark was using all of it, and when he reached his limit, he temporarily burned out. In this state, it's impossible to activate synchronization to enhance senses, and that's why the professor was able to injure Ark last time. To be a good player in a virtual game, synchronization alone is not enough. You need to develop combat skills for the game and meditation for mental training. Professionals are constantly learning new things without putting them off. The professor asked Carrie to fight him so that Ark would understand. Then Ark noticed that since Carrie had been in the group for 6 months, she had been training for the same amount of time, and the professor confirmed his guess. With a sly smile and confidence in his words, Ark kept saying he'd catch up with Carrie in the 3 months before his test. The professor replied that it was impossible, and that he didn't even expect Arc to be able to reach Carrie's level before the test. Arch's trump card is synchronization, and Carrie's is fighting skills that help you win. She was born with a talent for martial arts that manifested itself in her ability to quickly learn techniques and strategies. Besides, as a recommended student by the admissions committee, she spends all day in the game. It's better to say that Arc will catch up to her by the time she gets in. Arc is also a candidate, so the professor will be able to arrange with the school for him to focus only on training. His face was instantly happy because he realized that he could not go to school if he didn't want to, and he would no longer have to suffer Hyunjun and his unpleasant company. However, when he thought about it, the smile that had been on his face abruptly disappeared as if under the weight of sudden thoughts. And after a second, he sadly informs the professor that he still has some work to do, so Arc thinks he should concentrate on training after he's done with his task. The professor replies that Arc can do as he sees fit and, if he wishes, say goodbye to his friends and the like. A little later, one sunny and clear day, when the sun was brightly illuminating the schoolyard. School life seemed familiar and went on as usual. The teacher took roll call as usual, and when it was Puck Noah's turn, it was discovered that he was absent from class. Meanwhile, Hyunjun was sitting in the classroom, his face reflected boredom, and he stared ahead without interest. And as the sun began to dip below the horizon and the sky turned warm colors, middle school students would pack up and head home, filling the streets with noise and bustle. And Hyunjun was no exception as he headed home down the street. He put the headphones in his ears and turned on the energetic music, immersing himself in its rhythm. At the same time, he was thinking about the fact that Pak Noah had finally surrendered his joy. On top of that, he was a loser with no special talents and rich parents. If he hadn't gotten in Hyunjun's way, he wouldn't have gotten that eternal beating from him. Hyunjun's mood had lifted so much during the time he didn't see Pak Noah in front of his eyes. To make Hyunjun feel better, Pak Noah couldn't have left school sooner. And while he was pondering all this, Hyunjun's gaze involuntarily drifted forward. Taking off his headphones, Hyunjun looked around once more, and noticing the man standing in front of him, he wondered who it could be. In response, the guy in the red sweatshirt addressed Hyunjun by name directly and without any emotion. With that being said, isn't Hyunjun interested in finding out who this Arc is who recently dealt with him? Immediately, he assumed a threatening posture. He froze in place, and his hands were tense, as if ready for any continuation of events. The guy went on to state with firmness and confidence in his words that perhaps he was Arc. Without delay, he offers Hyunjun a reality fight right here and now. In fact, the glasses that Pak Noah wears are not diopters and are not meant to correct vision. There is only one use for them. They serve as material to build his character. Wearing glasses, he hides his real personality and portrays a cold and shy character, thus completing the creation of a character for the school. That's how he transfers all his problems and failures to Pak Noah, but when he puts on Arc's mask, he finds the opportunity to be his true self in the virtual world. And through this method, Pak Noah allows herself to move on in this challenging and cruel world. He realizes that misfortune is inevitable no matter how much he fights. He will not fail if he does not go out to fight, Pak Noah thought, remembering his words that only the foolish get into a fight they cannot win. The conflict continues, and in a moment of tense pause, Pak Noah makes no secret of admitting that he is actually Arc. Hyunjun's gaze expressed misunderstanding and shock because he hadn't expected the offer to fight in his moment of vulnerability. And already out loud, Hyunjun began to resent how Pak Noah standing across from him could be Arc. Hyunjun moved toward Pak Noah in bewilderment, not believing that he had been Arc all along. Hovering over Pak Noah, Hyunjun looked at him with a threatening look and asked what now. Does Arc want Hyunjun to teach him a lesson? And with those words, Hyunjun gives Pak Noah one powerful punch on the arm. Pak Noah reassured himself that there was nothing to be afraid of, because he was waiting for the moment when Hyunjun would be without his company, and he hoped that this fight would be like a game, because it would be easier for him to cope. After a second, he made the decision to provoke Hyunjun to shake his mental state. With a crazy look, he was saying that Hyunjun was really bad at acting. That's the last thing that today's teenagers want to hear. As Pak Noah expected, Hyunjun's face immediately changed. It was obvious that the ruse had worked. And Hyunjun immediately started shouting out that Pak Noah would regret the words he just said. In turn, an image of a YouTuber talking about fighting on his blog popped up in Arc's mind. According to this blogger, the first attack of an overexcited man is a right-hand punch. However, Hyunjun gives Ark a punch to the stomach in the next second. Then Pak Noah is immediately disappointed in the words of this blogger, realizing that his words are contrary to reality. Hyunjun continues to attack and can't believe that Park Noah dares to think that if Hyunjun is alone, he can defeat him. Once again relying on his confidence, Hyunjun throws another punch that is blocked by Park Noah. Park Noah's teeth gritted with anger, his patience running out, and he felt a growing rage overwhelming him. And he immediately goes on the offensive with a series of what he thought were very strong blows. But Hyunjun's sensation was different. The blows he received were like baby slaps. And Park Noah's thoughts were preoccupied with the fact that in the simulation, he fought very differently in reality. But for some reason, he could not concentrate and think about his actions during the fight. He followed it up with another strong and accurate blow that made him lose his balance. Yes, so much so that Ark flies off to the side, hitting the pavement and losing the ability to continue fighting for a few seconds. While he's immobilized, Hyunjun puts his knee on his ribcage, saying words to the effect that he fights as disgusting as he looks, swinging at Pak Noah again and not giving him a chance to recover. Hyunjun's punch accurately hits his cheek, causing his head to turn sharply to the side. Hyunjun continued to attack him without realizing what was going on, and assumed that Park Noah might have taken some kind of banned substance because suddenly he was acting like he had never acted before. If he had just surrendered, he would have been less injured. Hovering over Ark, Hyunjun again suggests that Ark thought that if Hyunjun was left alone, he could defeat him. Park Noah, even though he was already badly beaten up, said wryly that if an underachiever like Hyunjun was alone, he wouldn't be afraid. After that, Park Noah spat in Hyunjun's face with obvious contempt and disrespect. Hyunjun was instantly seized by anger, his eyes glittering with rage and all his thoughts focused only on making his opponent suffer. So in Park Noah's face came a new blow even more painful than the last. And while the other streets seemed to be quiet and no footsteps or conversations could be heard, here, at this location, two high school students were trying to resolve their conflict, and one had already disarmed the other. Hyunjun let Pak Noah know not to get in his face again, or it could end up being much worse next time. As he left, Hyunjun glanced at Pak Noah and said that he was nothing. When it seemed like it was already over behind Hyunjun's back, Ark suddenly asked where the goofy one was going. And so with his body trembling, Pak Noah struggled to get to his feet, screams stating that he's never been able to really hit Hyunjun yet despite trying. He immediately rushed from the spot using all the strength he had left at that moment. Hyunjun was determined and ready to put an end to this conflict once and for all, again directing his fist towards Pak Noah. However, the latter's legs are jacked up and he stumbles heavily. At this moment, when Park Noah was already falling, Hyunjun's hand only had to smash the air in front of her, and Park Noah's exhausted body rapidly continued to approach the ground. Of course, he hoped that he could continue the duel, but because of the severe injuries, his legs were already difficult to obey. Images began to pop up in his mind, and he remembered the professor's question about whether he could fight the enemy, even if he was sure of his defeat. Park Noah couldn't believe that he wouldn't be able to answer it. Of course, this is the first time he's fought against Hyunjun with such strength. He's already done a good job, and he's really amazing because he still hasn't been defeated even after all the beatings he's received. But will it really end with Park Noah just going up against Hyunjun? What will change after facing an opponent he can't stand up to? Could this be the answer the professor was expecting, and which does correspond to the truth? Even if that's the case, Park Noah doesn't care anymore, so right now he just wants to lie down and rest. Leaning on his leg, Ark remembers how in the game, he reached out to the professor feeling that every moment could be decisive. Park Noah subsequently encompassed the blade of the knife with his outstretched hand and asked the professor if Ark himself was not the one he needed, the one who would become the ace. And why Ark said something after which incredible expectations were placed on him. For now, because of the words Ark had said on emotion then, it was a turning point for him. Directing his fist clearly into Hyunjun's face, Park Noah realizes that now he can't even fall down when he wants to. And with the same determination, his fist keeps coming closer and closer, until Ark finally delivers that hard, cherished blow. The recoil was so strong that Hyunjun immediately flew off to the side before he even realized what had happened. And Park Noah continued to stand in the posture from which he had made this attack. Then his eyes widened for a second, as if he realized what had just happened. Under the effects of adrenaline, he didn't immediately realize his actions, and instinctively began to cover his face trying to defend himself. When he came to his senses, he saw Hyunjun's motionless body on the floor in front of him. Sweat was running down his face, and he couldn't remember what had happened before. Turning to Hyunjun, Park Noah suggested that he was faking, and if he continued to lie like that, Park Noah would think he had won. With an equally bewildered look on his face, Pak Noah seems to have begun to realize his winnings. In the next instant, his eyes immediately filled with tears of happiness. Because of the emotions that suddenly overwhelmed his whole being, he couldn't help himself and screamed, letting out all the stress and joy that had accumulated inside. It was the first time in his 15 years that Pak Noah had ever cried out. After a while, the front door of the apartment opened and Streetlight entered the room. It was Pak Noah who came home and immediately greeted the robot standing with his back to him. T1 pointed out that Pak Noah had previously said that he didn't need to go to school and that he thought he could rest at home because that's how young people recuperate. To which Pak Noah quipped that T1 had learned to grumble again from watching TV. The robot, as if not paying attention, added that you should at least rinse your hands after coming in from the street, and pointedly turned away and said that maybe someday Pak Noah would correct his habit, but immediately turned around sharply towards Pak Noah with the most alarmed look possible. He shouted and asked what happened to Pak Noah's face. T1 asked how you have to fall down the stairs to make your face like that. Pak Noah replied, not to worry too much, and despite the robot's worries, he began to laugh heartily. For despite his injuries, he had also retaliated by pounding that very staircase. Meanwhile, in the world of Heroes of Time, in a beautiful-looking inn in a certain village, sitting in the bushes without a mask, expressed his surprise as the opponent sitting across from him finished his task faster than he thought. Speaking of which, he thought it would take about a week. He watched Ark's satisfied face in front of him as he excitedly said that the sooner he started training, the better. And when the professor asked if Ark had said goodbye to his friends, he said that of course he had done everything perfect. To begin with then, the professor decided to proceed with a story about the test for admission to the Academy on recommendation, which is Ark's goal. The Fantastic Academy has 10 professors who control the game team. In the process, competitions are held to recruit from 5 to several dozen participants to each team. Competitions were held continuously, but the lack of restrictions on the number of players and teams led to some participants being excluded, which created teams with a lack of players, and the Academy developed countermeasures. And those countermeasures are exactly what people like Ark are doing by recommendation. The other professors look for talented people from the outside, which in turn, the Academy allows them to recommend 2 people each year, and the recommendation test checks their abilities and is conducted in order to exclude unfair admission. Without getting enough points in the test, Ark, like everyone else, will not be able to enter the Academy. However, the professor immediately, as if reassuring him, said that Ark had nothing to worry about at all. After all, he only needs all the basics beyond the synchronization level, and over the next 3 months, he will fill in all the gaps in his skills. After that, the professor identified 4 key sessions that became the basis of the program. The first was the professor's lecture. Once a day, Ark listened to the professor's lectures and accumulated missing knowledge about virtual reality, such as information about the level of synchronization of the theory of combat players' position, and so on. The second is the hardening of physical strength in real life, because according to the professor in the virtual world, you play with your physical body. The third activity was investing time in hunting in Heroes of Time and increasing levels there. The professor also mentioned that it is important to get used to the Academy's schedule in virtual reality, where you have to spend 10 hours every day. And last is the daily 2-hour fistfights at the stadium with Carrie, in which the use of synchronization boosting was banned. During these fights, Carrie noticed that Ark's sensitivity level had increased a bit, and now it was more interesting to hit him. This sent Ark into a storm of anger and rage that he could barely contain, because Ark was sure that in this period of time, he would not be able to defeat her since his current state left much to be desired. Because in order to fight someone like Carrie, Ark also needed some other weapon besides his level of synchronization. And even if he can't win yet, it doesn't have to be tolerated. After all, what he learned from his fight with Hyun-jun is that if you don't give up, there is a way. So he continued his preparatory training with even greater diligence. Very quickly, the 3 months flew by, and the day of the Academy admission test came. Ark was busy preparing things that might come in handy later. Of course, not without the help of the T1 robot, because he was just as worried as Ark at that moment. Again and again, checking things he might have forgotten, Ark worried that at this rate, he might miss his train. Running out of the apartment, T1 wished Ark good luck, and not to be confused at an inopportune moment. Whereupon the robot was left in the apartment all alone without any company. With the full realization of this, his expression changed. Come to think of it, it's been 5 years since T1 lived here. Over time, the kid T1 watched grow up had a dream of becoming a pro gamer. And despite the fact that after the disappearance of his parents, this child did nothing but cry as time went on, he pulled himself together. T1 had been supporting him all along, so this day was no exception, and looking at the pictures of Pak Noah's missing parents, he mentally asked for their support. Meanwhile, Pak Noah had already arrived at the train station ready for the onward journey. Barely had time to run into Puck's wagon, Noah was panting heavily. Slightly nervously, he whispered that he barely had time to zaze himself. Immediately, Ark began to look at the carriage, while a loudspeaker announced that this train was a top-class transport that would go from his city to the city of destination without stopping. After a certain amount of time, Ark became visibly nervous. To his train of thought, the train set off, starting its journey. He picked up speed quickly while tension built up inside Ark. Not considering the fact that there was a big task ahead, Ark's thoughts were also on the fact that he was traveling, for the first time, to a destination city that probably looked more like a city than the place he lived in. The professor even bought Ark such an expensive ticket. Park Noah wondered what the professor would do if he failed the test. Immediately, he banishes the bad thoughts and tells himself that he can handle everything because he has trained and prepared so well for this moment. However, he still hadn't beaten Carrie once. It pained him greatly. A bright glow suddenly distracted Puck Noah from his obsessive thoughts. His face lit up with the soft light of the setting sun, creating warmth and calmness in his heart. He continued to look at the scenery that opened up as the train moved. Puck Noah was overflowing with admiration and sincere joy. His face was glowing with happiness. For now, he felt he was really going there to the academy. Upon arrival in the city, the sunset remained just as bright, filling the sky with rich hues. As he exited the carriage, Puck Noah was called out by someone, and with a puzzled look, he tried to find the person whose voice had come from the crowd. It was a long-haired man with glasses who beckoned Ark to come over to him. The man said hello to him and asked if he was Puck Noah. Realizing it was him, the man introduced himself as the guide, sent by Professor Hidden in the bushes, and asked to be called Assistant Kim. Taking a closer look at his opponent Ark, noticed that Kim's assistant was very active and looked quite friendly, whereupon his new acquaintance welcomed him to the town of A. Subsequently, they and Ark made their way to the Academy-provided hotel, where Kim's assistant guided Pak Noah to a special room for the student on the recommendation of the distant visitor. Park Noah was delighted and couldn't believe that he could receive such treatment. Kim's assistant also said that Park Noah could also use all the services of the hotel unlimitedly. He added that Ark was even more naive in real life than he had been in Crossroads, and he was very pleased to see him. However, Ark couldn't understand if he had already seen him in Crossroads with Assistant Kim, to which Kim's assistant struck an intriguing pose and said that he was actually the one who recommended Pak Noah to the professor. Whereupon he confessed that he is none other than popular streamer Planet Man in the crossing. Ark looked toward Kim's assistant with eyes full of bewilderment. After that, Ark discreetly thanked Planet Man for the recommendation. Planet Man's mind was filled with emotions, and he didn't understand why Ark reacted so coldly. The answer was simple. Ark was only thinking about the battle with Hyunjin and didn't follow the broadcast at all. Park Noah then asked the assistant professor if there was a place in this hotel from where he could enter the crossing. Despite Park Noah's zeal, virtual reality was forbidden here, and the professor also said that everyone should have a good rest today by staying in their room. Just then, Kim's assistant added that he actually had to go on a date right now, and suggested that Ark pretend like they knew nothing about each other's actions on the condition that Ark tell the professor about the good observation on his part. Ark became incredibly happy and shouted that he would definitely subscribe to Planet Man. In response, Planet Man was surprised to hear that Ark had not yet been signed. So, taking advantage of the situation, Pak Noah headed to the game room after removing Kim's assistant from the room. With eagerness and unwillingness to endure, he thought about whether he could finally see it. You can't go all the way to the city and not go there. It is said that the mirror world was created as an exact replica of the city, reflecting all its features and details. This is a local world that can only be accessed from City A. All the changes and constructions of City A are displayed in it in real time, and the use of avatars allows you to act faster than in reality, which gives a sense of superhero power. It's also one of the most popular tourist destinations, and at this time, Ark was already launching Crossing, specifically Mirror World. A second later, he found himself in a mirror world. However, his surroundings remained unchanged, which made it completely feel like Ark was using an avatar in real life. Without wasting precious time, Ark immediately ran out of the building he was in. This world was full of bright colors, and the people in it created an atmosphere of liveliness and energy. The place was bustling with virtual life as the chefs took orders. People passing by on the streets were looking for partners for mini-game. This world radiated freedom and diversity, attracting everyone with its unique character. Ark's delight was unparalleled, and he was finally in his cherished mirror world right now. He dared to assume that the bulk of the inhabitants of City A spent most of their time here. Telling himself that there was no time to think, Ark set himself the goal of finding her sooner rather than later. Running down yet another cozy street with benches and beautiful buildings, Ark couldn't contain his delight. Happiness was written on his face as he finally found her. A majestic and incredibly beautiful statue of Faker, full of fine details that only exists in a mirror world. Faker is one of the best and most famous gamers who suddenly left his field and hid from everyone, but his name is still on people's lips as the best gamer who left countless achievements. The internet said that praying in front of this statue guarantees a smooth game. So Ark immediately began praying at the statue, asking for help in getting into the academy as a recommended student. After a short while, Ark heard Carrie's prayer coming from behind him. They turned to each other almost simultaneously and asked in surprise what you were doing here. Ark continued and asked Carrie if she had come to pray to the statue because she was as worried as he was. She immediately became indignant and asked Ark not to put them on the same level. She then asked if Ark had come to the VR room at the hotel, despite the fact that the professor was supposed to tell him to rest today. Ark said that it was a secret, so he couldn't tell her anything. Ark immediately realized that Carrie was an exchange student like him, and of course the professor should treat her the same way. Carrie replied that she was an ace, so it was okay. Waving it off, Ark noted that he had just gotten here and still had a lot to see, so he was going to head over to the Fantastic Academy. Carrie asked why such a futile effort, since Ark couldn't get there, and Ark's face immediately changed. Ark decided to ask Carrie what she meant, and she grudgingly said again that his efforts were futile. He was in despair because how come he wouldn't be able to get into the Fantasy Academy then? What was going on in the last 3 months of his life? In the 3 months of training with Carrie, out of the 132 fights, Park Noah had not won a single victory, not a single draw, and all 132 fights he had lost. He had never once been able to defeat her. Not only was he unable to win, but he never once took damage. But despite his defeats, his desire to improve became stronger. He thought every day about how to defeat Carrie and searched for his technique. He always enjoyed the process because Park Noah considered Carrie a worthy opponent, the man he aspired to, and had to defeat with his own strength. So the words Carrie had just said were a blow to him. He couldn't understand why she had said it. After all, he was sure that he would not lose. Always Park Noah knew that in time, his efforts would bring results. To which Carrie got into a fighting stance and offered to fight him right here and now. It was obvious from the look on Ark's face that he was ready to accept the challenge. Carrie's face also expressed a sea of emotion. She was looking forward to what was about to happen. In a second, Ark and Carrie were rushing towards each other, ready to start the battle. And in the same second, a sudden, energized red glow appeared. After the glow dissipated, Carrie noticed Ark standing right next to her. Carrie didn't realize what had just happened when she heard Ark tell her to take it. Pointing his fist in her direction, he said that he too would pass tomorrow's test and would definitely get into the academy. So let her take back what she just said. As if she didn't understand what was going on, she expressed her bewilderment, saying that she didn't know what he was talking about and why he was yelling about such an obvious topic. While Ark's thoughts were confused, she abruptly threw him onto the sag, saying that that was where she needed to pick up. Through the pain, Ark said that she had just claimed that he couldn't get into the academy. Carrie replied that it was true, and Ark went on to say that now she was saying it again. Carrie exclaimed, "How can he get into the academy if entry for people from the outside is forbidden? The mirror world has no incarnation for such people, and they can't even see her from the outside." Ark's face immediately showed despair and tears appeared in his eyes. And on top of that, Carrie was surprised that Ark didn't even know it. Getting up from the floor, Ark continued to be indignant because Carrie didn't even bother to tell him that he wouldn't be able to get into the academy. But Carrie replied that Ark seemed to have a very strong persecution mania since he understood her words exactly like that. And why would she say that now that Ark is on her team? His success depends on her, so she should support him. And on the contrary, let him remember if he fails tomorrow's exam, Carrie will be sure to teach him a lesson. At these words, Ark was so moved that tears immediately flowed down his cheeks, and he did not hide his emotion and continued crying right in front of her. Carrie couldn't stand the weakness and shouted at Ark to stay away from her with his tears. After stretching and getting a little away from the events, Carrie realized she was hungry, and knowing that Ark was in the same VR room of the hotel as she was, she offered to eat together, to which Ark agreed. After her words, it was as if he was shaking off the previous events and started trying to understand what Carrie had just said. Coming to his senses, Ark realized that she had offered to let him eat together, which meant that he will meet Carrie in real life, and consumed by these thoughts, he notices a girl approaching him. Thinking back to the past when they continued to fight Carrie in Heroes of Time arc, something interested me. What she actually looked like in reality, he only knew that her abilities were outstanding, despite being the same age. He also knew she had incredible punching power. After getting beaten up by her for 3 months, Ark gathered information from which he formed his idea of Carrie in reality. This collective image was, to put it mildly, not a pleasant experience. But why was it that when Ark finally saw her, he felt a strange, almost inexplicable feeling? After all, a smiling girl with short hair approached him and asked if he was Ark. The appearance was a stark contrast to what he had expected. Seeing Ark shaking, she confirmed that she was indeed Carrie, and in real life wasn't going to hit him. She added that in real life they couldn't call each other by nickname, and suggested that Ark introduce himself. Deciding to start first, she said her name was Licia. Ark, still with a frightened expression on his face, nervously said his name Pak Noah. And Licia immediately reached out her hand with a smile and said that she was counting on Pak Noah. So as planned, they went out to eat, picking out some delicious food that they definitely deserved after all that was behind them. Licia looked very happy at this moment. After all, she was happy to have such a delicious meal. At that moment, Ark thought to himself that it was just ramen and kimbap, and she was so happy. As his thoughts were interrupted by Licia, she asked where Pak Noah was from, and he said that he was from A City. She in turn said that she was from F-Town, which is very close to Pakanoa Town, and this shocked him. Then he remembered that the city of Yahello was what they call the #1 crime rate underworld, and realized that Carrie lived in the city with the lowest level of public order. Carrie noted that it was even possible to eat in the city, and that it was a great place to live. Pak Noah heard this, and concluded that it was not even possible to eat in the city of Fa. He couldn't understand how she had been able to live there all this time. Pointing her wands towards Puck, Noah Licia began to say that a little earlier. He has excelled in training in the use of synchronization, hasn't he? Pak Noah confirmed her assumptions and said that he didn't want to keep losing, and Licia said that he was more determined than she expected, and it would be more interesting to fight him. Pak Noah then decided to ask her how she became a recommendation student, to which Licia replied that the professor recruited her after their battle. More specifically, it happened in Heroes of Time. They first met him in the Heroes of Time arena. He didn't look like an academy professor at all then, and his actions were such that Carrie could barely breathe, as if he were calculating her movements and abilities, attacking with incredible precision. She tried several times, but she couldn't beat him. That got Pak Noah thinking, because if Carrie's sure she can't beat him, then how strong is the professor? Then Licia asked if Pak Noah thinks so too, because it would be strange if the professor became famous with such powers. But even if you search for his hidden in the bushes ID, no information appears. At that moment, the two hadn't met him in real life, although they would have liked to see his face, but it looked like they would have to wait until tomorrow. Licia added that Pak Noah hadn't seen the professor in real life either. The professor recommends them to the academy, which is attended only by the elite, who come from good families, so the question arises as to who this professor really is. However, despite their strong desire to find out as soon as possible, it is likely that they will not receive this information until tomorrow. The very next day, you could see on the professor's face that he was visibly nervous. He sat at a table in the packed hall, surrounded by the others who took their seat. The professor couldn't believe that the entire faculty was gathered at such a late hour. The headmaster said that he would reveal the content of tomorrow's exam today, and the professor couldn't understand why he was doing it so early the day before it was to be held. It seems the principal is up to something again. What kind of exam he's prepared this time? The other professor in the room turned to Professor Lee, which caught him off guard. The blonde man continued by asking if Professor Lee had found intelligent students to recommend this time. The man was a professor from the academy. His name was Bazin. So Professor Lee turned to Professor Bison and said that, Judging by the fact that he was asking such a question, he too had found someone capable. In response, Professor Bazin laughed with certainty that he had found an incredible genius. He was sure that his student would be the best among the recommended ones, but Professor Lee replied that his guys were not so easy either. While they were discussing, a man intervened, saying that their students were still homeless children from the slums. It was a professor from the academy named Silir, a long-haired, statuesque man. Professor Siler went on to say that Professor Lee brings in poor people every year who don't realize where they're going and cause chaos in the academy. Professor Lee responded by noting that it is said that standing water spoils over time, and he believes that personality can manifest itself in any environment, so these children will be the pioneers who created a generation. After interrupting him, Professor Bazin agreed with him and said that this time he had found someone from the city of... These words did not make any impression on Professor Siler. He only thought about how a man with no experience and an unclear past could become a professor and now ruin the whole academy. How did the headmaster find him in the first place? Their thoughts and conversations were interrupted by the sound of the door opening as they entered. A long-haired man with his hair tied back in a ponytail, who said with affirmation that everyone was all in. This mature man was the director, who seemed quite friendly and later apologized for his lateness. He also thanked everyone for adjusting to the pace of an old man like him because he had an interesting idea. In response, Professor Siler began to flatter the director by saying how hard he was trying, and the principal began to reveal the contents of the exam with full confidence that everyone in the room would enjoy it. In test mode, we'll launch the game Battle Royale, where recommended students will start with basic equipment, will collect items and abilities to fight among themselves, and the winner of all participants will be the final winner. The bald man immediately asked if this meant that the game would only be played by one person. The director replied that he would not create a game with such a balance, and explained that participants would earn points on survivability, KDA, and game content. There is also something that the professors will have to do for this test, because they should have prepared the training videos that the principal asked them for in advance. And now, based on these videos and student recommendation portfolios, they're gonna rank these 20 people. D rank 7 people, C5 people, C4 people, A3 people. And continuing with an already more insidious look, the director said that there would be one S-ranked person. The only person selected by the S to rank will get a special benefit in this exam. Continuing on, the headmaster asked if everyone was curious how the students would react to the ranks given to them by the academy. Then Professor Lee only confirmed that the headmaster was an unpredictable person. And speaking of the fact that the time was already late, the director with a smile on his face suggested to start sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, it had gotten quite dark in the city, and while the full moon was in the sky, it illuminated the night city. Pak Noah arrived at his room and lay on the bed thinking about the recent event. He couldn't understand where Carrie had come from to be so friendly. He also hoped she hadn't noticed his lack of experience with people in real life, except for the T1 robot. With thoughts of whether or not she was at all worried before tomorrow, Pak Noah stared out the window. Tomorrow is the entrance exam for recommended students to enter the academy. If Pak Noah flies out, the past 3 months will be useless. Just thinking about it, Pak Noah was immediately covered in cold sweat and his entire body shuddered. At this time in the Yahl, the director kept talking about the fact that they had divided all the participants into CD through NS rank, and by unanimous decision of the faculty, they give this student an S rank. With a smile, he asked those seated in front if anyone had any objection. At this time, Professor Lee was pondering the fact that there were real monsters with absurdly high levels in the exam this time, so he hopes his students are successful in their endeavor. Professor Lee thought about it while looking at Pak Noah's portfolio that was right in front of his face. The next morning, the corridor leading to the personalized game rooms for each participant was empty, and in one such room was a sleepy and nervous Pak Noah, who was already sitting in a chair and was delighted that he had indeed come to Fantastic Academy. And holding the book in his hands, he thought that on his arrival, he was immediately escorted to this place, however. After being told to read this book before the exam, a full hour had passed. Yesterday, Pak Noah couldn't sleep because of the excitement and didn't meet with the professor, although he hoped that he would give him some tips on how to relieve the tension. Once again, Pak Noah began to be plagued by thoughts that he might just fail, and that's it. Slapping himself in the face with his fist, he tried to bring himself to his senses. After all, he had decided yesterday that passing the exam was good, but this particular one was of much greater importance. Remembering all the past 132 fights with Carrie and their outcome, Pak Noah was determined to get the best score in this exam and by all means, he would take first place. Turning to Carrie, he said he could use the synchronization level and would fight as hard as he could, but his words were interrupted by an announcement on the loudspeaker reminding the students of the academy to be careful. As the exam was about to begin, and the students were asked to enter the crossing world inside the academy, Ark immediately felt a rising tension as he realized that everything was beginning. Then his gaze settled on the helmet lying next to him. After all, Ark does not intend to lose. He can win and please not only himself, but also those who counted on him. Opening his eyes after putting on his helmet, his gaze reflected light and silhouettes of many human figures appeared in front of him. The hall he found himself in was huge and filled with people. It was the royal palace, majestic and beautiful. It seemed to be the place where the exam was to be held. The people waiting for him to start surrounded Ark and looked very different. Some were differentiated by eye color, some by height, some by hairstyle. One way or another, they were all united by the fact that everyone here had come here by recommendation. And while Ark was familiarizing himself with his surroundings, Carrie came up behind him. He immediately began to think that up until now, all he had done was lose to Carrie, but that would end tonight. With his back turned to Carrie, Ark thought about how today was going to change things dramatically. Carrie's face immediately twisted in an incomprehensible expression in a way she couldn't understand. How dare Ark ignore her? And with those words, she attacked. Then their struggle was interrupted by a sharp coughing sound from directly ahead of them. It was the man sitting on the throne, who announced that all 20 people were now here, and this time, the disciples by recommendation were directly overflowing with energy. After introducing himself as the principal of this academy, he said his name was Jimmy Fullhouse, and he was very pleased to meet all the recommended students. All of them have been tracked down by the professors, and here they will check if the students have the right ability. So the director hopes everyone has read the rulebook carefully and understood its content. Starting to explain the essence of the exam, the principal said that it was a fantasy battle royal. All the students would be able to become stronger by farming items and leveling up, and the last surviving participant would be the one who passed the exam. As it was written in the rulebook, passing the exam requires not only surviving, but also proving your skills. So of course the last participant will get the most benefit. Then a red-haired guy approached the principal and said he had a question. He found something unusual in the rulebook and immediately asked what rank was, to which the principal replied that it was a good question because it was one of the main factors in this exam. Another topic of the exam is the rank capture war. Participants will start the game divided into groups from D rank to A rank, and if the opponent who will be higher in rank will be defeated by one of the participants, they will be able to get his rank. So the basis of this system becomes the survival of the highest of the ranks. However, they will not be able to recognize their rank from the beginning. The ranks assigned to them will be revealed in the first log of defeated Battle Royale players. There is another funny thing among the students. There is one person with S rank. So the Academy's treatment of them will depend on their rank, so the principal and professors promise better treatment for a person of S rank. At this point, Ark was wary, but also realized that our S rank sounded very cool. The girl with the ears interrupted Ark's thoughts and decided to ask her question to the director. She asked what criteria were used to assign ranks, and if it could happen that a participant with S rank would be in a favorable position from the beginning. The director replied that he and the teaching staff had determined the ranks in advance by evaluating the skills on the video of the participant, to which the girl objected that how could they assign ranks just by consulting, because the criteria would not be accurate. The principal asked the girl with incomprehension if she meant to say she didn't understand the results of the assessment, and what she will do after that is walk off the stage, leaving all questions unanswered and abandoning her precious place here. They are in the Fantastic Academy, which is the best educational body in raising the greatest pro gamers. If those standing in the audience want to become professional gamers, they must realize that there are no objective criteria in the audience's evaluations, and a professional is someone who responds to the audience's accusations while being in the midst of them. It is this difference between the two that becomes the star indicator, after which the director told the girl to turn around. Her shock was unparalleled, but she still turned around as the principal had requested. Behind her stood the other 19 participants with intimidating-looking expressions on their faces, so she could see the difference between those who would become stars and those who wouldn't. Along with this event, Ark kept thinking he could be an S-ranked player, and was still motivating himself, hoping he would take first place. And if she's not happy about something, she can prove it with her play, and if she has nothing else to say, you can start the exam right now. Their task is quite simple. They need to prove and show who they really are. They must prove with their play that they are worthy of becoming a student of Fantastic Academy. And the principal, in turn, promises to create the best environment to nurture their dream. After the director's speech was over, the start of the game was announced, and the participants began to teleport to the venue, which was accompanied by a bright glow, leaving the headmaster and the men in black robes in silence in the castle hall. One of those standing dressed in a black robe was hidden in the bushes, who was cheering on Ark and Carrie with hope in his eyes. With the start of the exam, all students were asked to choose a starting location, and of course, Ark decided he would choose one back when he read the rulebook. A little while later, the same bright laser released its beam among the spruce forest, teleporting Ark there and leaving him lying in an unknown location on the green grass. How noisy he appears that it was immediately clear this was the Fantastic Academy exam. In any case, now was not the time to indulge in feeling. Ark had some things to do before he faced the game the professor was talking about, and the first was to decide and organize everything before the game started. In Battle Royale, initial farming is the key to victory. So, Ark's main task is to find hidden boxes with valuable items as soon as possible. The map was divided into 10 zones. Opening each of them will become more and more dangerous. The problem is, as the more dangerous territories become, the harder it will be to farm items at the end of the game. That's why by reading the rulebook, Ark found the best way to get the items he wanted in a short period of time. At this moment, he found an item like steel underpants. Its rarity level was normal, and its defense added +2. Ark didn't understand why something like that was in the box, and more importantly, how he was going to wear it. In a survival game, it's important to be careful and avoid encountering another participant at the beginning, because fighting or chasing can shorten the time to collect items and reduce the chances of winning. After analyzing the map, Ark came to the conclusion that the radius of the map is 10 kilometers and decided that the chances of meeting someone from the beginning are small, but as soon as he thought about it, he immediately felt someone's presence. Ark froze in the same pose he had been in before, unmoving as if transformed into a statue. The player next to him did exactly the same thing, so you'd think he was just mirroring Ark's action. After a few seconds, Ark turns his head sharply toward his opponent, to which the man sitting next to him responds to Ark in the same way, and his gaze immediately drifts towards Ark. Ark's face instantly changes to an intimidating grimace when he sees the man in front of him, who resembles a snowman. In turn, the expression on the face of the man who looks like a snowman also reflects incredible horror. 5 minutes after the start of the game, the first encounter took place between the number 11 exam player Ark and the number 7 player Jinnah. The two almost immediately ran into the wild forest among tall trees and thick bushes, while the professors watched them in the meantime. The professor immediately tensed up because Park Noah was really unlucky to run into another participant just 5 minutes after the game started. Professor Lee kept thinking that due to the lack of items, the battle might drag on. And then a man standing nearby interrupted his thoughts and said that their students had clashed. It was Professor Bison who noted that the situation was getting very uncomfortable. Here at the Academy, the principal believes that fun is an important component, and if they decide to avoid the battle and run away, it will definitely affect his grade. And if they stay and fight, the start will be disadvantageous for them. Still, the most rational choice was to avoid combat, and while the professors discussed the situation, Ark and Jinnah stood up. And literally at the same moment, they started moving towards each other, which made the professors assume that they had decided to fight. After which, Ark and Jinnah literally walked past within centimeters of each other. As they moved apart, they seemed to be deliberately pretending not to see each other. Watching this, Professor Bazin couldn't contain his laughter, because it was so inappropriate these two had survived only because they were cowards. And at that moment, the principal's face sank. He didn't understand what was going on. In normal Battle Royale, there is always one rule, is the sudden death system. It exists to keep the game from dragging on. The more time passes, the more the danger zone expands and the conditions for players become tougher. It is on this exam, starting from the 10th minute after the beginning, every 5 minutes, one dangerous area is added every 5 minutes. At this point in time, 25 minutes have passed, and out of 10 locations, there are 7 left. So far, there have been 0 fights, and the reason is that the content of the game is directly related to the exam grades for which the students remain too serious. But then the silence is broken by a sudden advance that interrupts the tense atmosphere. After all, Carrie got on the trail of the other examiner by finding an already opened box in one of the precincts. Carrie speculated that the fact that there was no log of the defeated so far suggested that everyone was just hiding. She felt a sense of anticipation because the level of the competitors was supposed to be high, but were they really just cowards? Judging by the way the trail ended where Carrie was standing, her opponent must have gone ahead. Then she thought she should try to go out hunting, and she headed to a maze called the Abyss. Parallel to this, a man with blonde and long hair revealed with a smile. The best item he had seen in the rulebook, he never thought he would get a legendary item that exists in each type only in one copy. It was Examiner number 19, Lucky Pancher, who delightedly said he had phenomenal luck. After all, in just 30 minutes from the start of the game, he had dressed head to toe in armor above unique, so that even in the entrance exam, the man's luck did not fail him. While he was thinking that this could be considered his victory in the game, suddenly, Carrie's voice came from behind him, saying that they had finally met, and also noted how deep Lucky Puncher hid afterward with an enthusiastic offer to fight him. He didn't show any reaction because he was full of confidence and just wanted to test his new weapon. Carrie asked if she should introduce herself, and without waiting for an answer, she rushed toward him in one swift movement. Their blades instantly met in a hard clash, and their faces full of emotion were in close proximity to each other. Noting Carrie's appearance, Lucky Puncher said that from the looks of it, she hadn't finished farming while he had already packed up all the right stuff. Carrie was only happy with this state of affairs because it meant that if she defeated him, she would get all these valuable items. This left Lucky Pancher shocked. He already thought that she didn't realize the importance of the difference in equipment in the Battle Royale. Reflecting Carrie's next attack, he expressed his disappointment in her aloud. Luck and the card Lucky Pancher used to destroy the weapon allowed him to break Carrie's blade. Leaving Carrie unarmed, he was pretty sure he was the first to beat his opponent in this game. With one swing, Lucky Pancher aimed his blade at Carrie, but she dodged the attack masterfully, noticing his intention, and continued doing back somersaults until she was far enough away from her opponent. Her movements made Lucky Pancher incredibly tense, and he immediately felt a cold sweat cover him. He immediately looked at Carrie and assumed his opponent was doing acrobatic. After a moment, Carrie asked if the destruction of her weapon was due to the strength of Lucky Pancher's blade, to which he replied that she seemed to have only just realized it, since the difference in equipment determines combat power. Carrie kept a positive attitude and said that since Lucky Puncher's gun was so good, it would be hers now. Lucky Puncher felt a little uneasy and said that she didn't understand what he was saying because he was saying that she was going to lose. Objecting that he was the only one who thought so, Carrie dropped one of her hands to the floor. It's usually the disadvantageous situations that show skill in the super game, and immediately she named Lucky Puncher the Golden Goblin. This is a player who has no abilities, but has a lot of good items. This really hurt Lucky Pancher, and he shouted at her to make her doubt her powers, because he had no idea how she was going to defeat him even without a weapon. With a sharp tug, he called Carrie's rabbit ears aloud and urged her to surrender. However, having already done a somersault in the air, she was on top of him. After which, she firmly grabbed Lucky Puncher's throat with her hand. Her face was full of tension, and the strength in her hands was so palpable. In the next instant, she was able to literally throw Lucky Pancher into the wall opposite. He couldn't bear the pain, and a wild scream erupted from his throat, echoing throughout the labyrinth. Nevertheless, Carrie didn't back down. The adrenaline rushing through her veins gave her extra strength, and with even more vigor and determination, she lunged toward Lucky Pancher. She aimed her fist right at his face, but Lucky Puncher managed to dodge, and Carrie's hand just punched through the wall that was right behind him. What he saw shocked Lucky Pancher. He could not understand how he could make such a powerful blow with his bare hand. He immediately thought it was a scam, and maybe everyone started the game with different parameters, laughing at his words. Carrie replied that he didn't seem to know much about how to use the avatar in Crossing. Here, his abilities from the real world are amplified several times over, and thanks to the platform's well-manifested physical engine, if you manage to channel the flow of its power, you can deliver a devastating blow using all the power of your body and directing it to the right point, even if you don't have a weapon. After the crushing blow, Lucky Puncher fell to his knees, thinking about how unlucky he was to encounter such a monster in his path, and yet he recognized himself as incredibly unlucky. The pain made the tears flow helplessly down his cheeks. He couldn't hold them back. Lucky Puncher suggested that Carrie is nothing more than an S-ranked player, only she immediately said she didn't know it herself. But it seems not long before she can figure it out, and guiding her foot toward Lucky Puncher's head. Just as Carrie's foot was about to touch his head, a screen projection appeared in the air, which made it clear that the first lethal result had just been committed, and now the ranks of the examiners would be revealed. Carrie was surprised at the announcement, for she had not yet had time to do anything, and while she was thinking about it, Lucky Pancher crawled away from her in relief, for it was this message that gave him a chance to continue the game. But he was glad too soon, because Carrie hadn't forgotten about him, and noticing his attempt to escape, she still struck the blow she'd planned. After defeating Lucky Pancher, Carrie couldn't understand how someone could beat her by beating another contestant before her. She wondered who it could be. Looking more closely at the projection, she opened her eyes wide. For on it, she saw that the man who first defeated the opponent was Ark. 10 minutes before these events, at the incredibly hot location of Blazing Mountain, Ark stood panting with a tired and haggard look, as if every second of being in this hot place had forced him to exert an incredible amount of effort. He was practically armorless with only a shield and sword in his hand, his appearance clearly showing that he had not been able to find all the items he could use. As he continued to breathe with difficulty, he reflected that he had never expected to meet such an opponent. He was incredibly strong. Ark's opponent was a guy with turquoise hair armed with 2 katanas. Going back some more to the moment when Ark had just stepped into the location of Blazing Mountain, which was about 10 minutes after the exam had started. Ark ran through the area, remembering that he had met another apprentice from the beginning, which was why he hadn't even been able to farm properly. Judging by the fact that you can quickly move from one location to another in about 5 minutes, Ark thought that the territories here are not small, and he assumed that he would not meet other examiners here. And at that moment, his gaze was immediately fixed on the chest in front of him. Walking closer and opening the chest, Ark took in all the items lying in it. It was a sword and shield, which Ark was happy with because he had gotten a weapon with good balance. In addition, it was rare, and it had an ability called Golden River Shield, which allowed it to emit light from the shield after it was used, and the enemy who would attack Ark at that moment would enter a state of stasis. With such valuable items, Ark enthusiastically decided that now he could really start farming. He was ready to face any opponent and confront anyone. Carrie didn't count, of course. Continuing to move through the location, Ark's gaze stopped on something interesting. A guy with turquoise hair was lying on the floor in front of him, with his face down in the chest. Ark couldn't understand why this guy was stuck in the chest, because if he had been defeated, he should have appeared in the log of the defeated, but he still wasn't there. Ark's first option was that the guy had already been defeated but didn't show up in the log, but that was unlikely according to the rules of the exam. The second option was a trap for the enemy, but Ark thought it was too stupid and rejected the idea. So there was only a third option. If something had actually happened to this guy's body, we had to report it to the academy immediately. After Ark touched the turquoise-haired guy on the shoulder, he immediately stood up, causing Ark to lose his balance and fall. After that, the guy with turquoise hair looked towards Ark, as if nothing had just happened. This only added more questions to Ark's mind. Then this guy leaned over the chest again and said he'd sleep for another 5 minutes. Ark turned to the guy and said that he had just said he would sleep for another 5 minutes, so he was just sleeping. The man looked at Ark with saliva on his lips and asked if he was the other examiner. When he woke up and realized what was going on, he remembered that he was on an exam and said that he was trying to farm, but it was so warm that he even accidentally fell asleep. Still in a drowsy state, the turquoise-haired guy offered Ark a fight. Ark gripped his weapon tighter and said that nothing bad had happened anyway, which meant he had no reason to give in. And finally, he would be able to evaluate the results of all his training. With those words, he rushed toward his opponent, namely those useful training sessions with the crossing techniques the professor had taught him all those 3 months ago. Attempts to train with Carrie, during which Ark never managed to defeat her. But thanks to these 2 training sessions, he became much stronger. So the guy who fell asleep right in the middle of the exam was absolutely nothing to him, in Ark's opinion. And in the flow of these thoughts, Ark pointed his blade towards his opponent with a sharp movement. But as soon as he did so, the expression on Ark's face instantly changed. The guy with turquoise hair stopped Ark's blade, just still holding his katana. The professors, in turn, continued to watch on their screens. With a smile, Professor Bazin again noted that his student and Professor Lee's student had met again, as if their fates were inextricably linked. Turning to Professor Bazin, Professor Lee suggested that this child was probably his student. Professor Bazin agreed, adding that this time Professor Lee's ward was unlucky to run into Han. He had previously mentioned Han's name in their conversations. This is the guy Professor Bazin found in the city of Eum, who is an incredible genius. However, as far as Professor Lee knew, this examinee had received a D rank. Immediately confused, Professor Bazin said that it was only because Han is very lazy, he even refused to make videos of his training for this reason. You could say that, although not intentionally, Han has become his secret weapon. Remembering Professor Bazin's words during the battle, Han was sure that he was saying that the academy exam would be fun. And yet it seems the professor has deceived him. Han jerked the blade of his katana against Ark's shield. Ark realizes that this guy seemed to be sleepy, but then why is he moving so fast? From the very beginning, as it turned out, he met an incredibly strong enemy who knows how to make clear and strong blows. And then Ark remembered that he has a shield ability that allows him to stand an enemy that attacked him. Activating this ability, Ark felt everything inside fluttering in anticipation of the enemy's next attack. But almost immediately, Han caught the rhythm of the arch and realized that he was hiding something. Ark couldn't understand what Han meant by the word rhythm, and it made his body goosebumps of fear. While Ark was distracted trying to make sense of Han's words, he quickly seized the moment and attacked Ark sharply. His legs immediately gave out because he had no time to react to such a precise blow. After his legs weakened, Han didn't let the moment pass and delivered another blow this time with his foot to the stomach. The blow was so strong that Ark couldn't hold back the pain that his face contorted with fear and pain. At this time, Professor Bison said that it was a hidden crossing system called synchronization. It is an opportunity to experience what cannot be felt in reality, and it surpasses all sensation. Professor Lee didn't think much about the words he heard, but thought that Professor Bazin was talking to himself again. Professor Bazin had previously wondered if there was a way to increase the level of synchronization and what the limit was. Then he heard a rumor about a guy who felt something strange while in the intersection, so he immediately went to F-City. And there he met Han and saw new possibilities for the synchronization level. Han then told him that if he increased the level of synchronization, he would hear them. The sound of your opponent's breathing, the number of heartbeats, all sounds that react to changes in his opponent's heartbeat. Thinking it was a cheat, Han then said it was much more boring to play that way than he had previously thought. Professor Bison continued that Khan's synchronization affects his hearing, so he is able to learn the number of heartbeats of his opponent and understand his intention. Plus, this guy can read the enemy's facial expressions, and there's no way Han is going to lose in psychological warfare. It's the same as if he were playing poker while watching his opponent's trick. After saying this, Professor Bison remarked that Professor Lee's student was very lucky, to which Professor Lee objected that it might not be true at all. With an incredibly sly look, he continued, because after all, Professor Bazin wasn't the only one with a secret weapon. At the same time, the battle between Ark and Han continued. It was already hard for Ark to stay on his feet. The guy standing across from him is incredibly strong, and there's no point in denying it. And suddenly Han stopped for a moment. His head tilted slightly downward, which meant that he had sensed something. Han noticed that his opponent's heartbeat had quickened, but he couldn't tell if it was anxiety or fear. No, that was different. His thoughts were interrupted by Ark's words that the academy wasn't so simple. He was about to meet an opponent he would have to fight in full force, and in any case, it was right to say that life is not something you plan for once. Those words put Han in a stupor. Then Ark added that he was going to use synchronization during the fight with Carrie, but before he could continue, he tried to focus, as Han rushed towards him, telling Ark that he would be vigilant. Han noticed that Ark was deliberately showing him his empty spots and provoking his attack. Usually, in such a case, one strikes where there is the highest probability of success, and Ark, in turn, assumes in advance where Khan will strike and stands and waits. Then Ark assumed a fighting stance, which gave Han the idea of that he was indeed right in his guesses, and rushed towards Ark with great enthusiasm. Han was fully confident in his abilities, but after Ark repelled his attack, he immediately doubted his previous assumption. He couldn't believe that he had failed to deal damage to his opponent, because Han was completely sure that Ark had definitely just opened up. Han, gathering all his determination, suddenly changed his position and tried to take control of the situation. Ark noticed Han's intentions and immediately jumped up, blocking another of his opponent's attacks with his shield, which was very hard for Ark because he was incredibly strong. But Ark did not despair, and with his former diligence tried to continue this fight, trying not to get hit by the enemy. Engrossed in another attack, Han swings his katana with incredible force. Breathing heavily and catching his breath, he suddenly notices something strange catching his attention. Simultaneously with what was happening, the professors watching were also stunned by what they saw. Professor Lee thought that Park Noah had only gotten D rank because they hadn't revealed his skill, but he would definitely become famous someday anyway. After all, it has such an incredible and unique level of synchronization. The events happening at the location of the blazing mountain only made it hotter, and the expression on Han's face remained as confused as before. He kept repeating in his head that he was sure that at the moment of his attack, Ark was open to being hit. But every time Han tries to attack these places, Ark constantly puts up a shield and defends himself. Han assumed that his opponent was revealing himself intentionally, but immediately reconsidering his guesses, realized that it didn't look quite right. In this case, it appears that Ark fights to see the attacks in a very short time. His interest in the situation made him ask his opponent's name, and the first thing he did was introduce himself by calling himself Khan, and Ark in turn called his own as well. Han then called Ark a capable player, and for the first time in a long time, he seemed to have more fun than sleep. Saying these words, he lowered his hand into the inventory, appearing beside him, saying that he doesn't want to lose, so he will fight at full strength. At the same time, he throws an unknown ball towards Ark. He notices it immediately, because the unknown object is moving straight towards him while releasing dark smoke. And just a moment later, it explodes, leaving behind a thick smoke screen. Ark immediately concludes that it was a smoke bomb and can't believe that Han may have decided to run away after what he said. But he wasn't going to run away at all, as he said, standing in a threatening pose behind Ark's back. The next second, he felt a sharp and hard blow from behind. Without realizing how this could have happened, Ark wondered how Han had been able to pinpoint his location so precisely within the smoke. And that was Han's ability, because he can detect it because his synchronization level amplifies his hearing so that he hears absolutely everything. The sound of footsteps, Ark's frantic breathing, and even her accelerated heartbeat. Absolutely everything. Ark covered his mouth and realized that his opponent could know where he was through the sound, and he hadn't even realized that synchronicity was capable of such a thing until now. But everything will change once he gets out of this thick smoke that hides everything around him. Suddenly, the depression next to Ark suddenly spewed out a large amount of lava. When Han heard this, he said that Ark had better not make any sudden movement, for there were lava troughs all over Blazing Mountain. Realizing the difficulty of what was happening, Pak Noah realized that if he stayed in the smokescreen, his opponent would be in a better position. But how could he get out if there were lava obstacles everywhere? He knew that at times like this, he had to remain calm, and after a while the veil would fall, and the ability to use his sword's ability would be restored. And if only he could use it well, Ark could win. And then he wondered if he'd be able to react in time if he raised the synchronization level to maximum. In the past, the professor had told Ark about a universal way to use the synchronization level called trigger. In order to use it, Ark must have some sort of habitual action. But if you think about it this way, when Ark uses the synchronization boost, he already starts it with an exhale as if to say, ha. And then with a smile on his face, Professor Lee said that meant they had decided on what training they would need to do, and if trigger was an exhalation, then you could do a breath hold trigger to stop using the synchronization level. Their goal is to use only 70 to 80% synchronization, and as the professor had said earlier, if you increase it to the maximum, Ark will definitely burn out. It is important to stop the synchronization boost in the middle so that Ark does not reach the limit, so it should be used only at the right moments in single moves, and not to increase the duration if Ark exhausts the ability, he cannot win. So raising the level of synchronization to the limit is a kind of a gamble, and if he fails, he will be defeated, and if he succeeds, he has to continue the risky game, which he has to complete later on. However, if you are a professional, you should excel at it. Hearing the movement, Han immediately became alert and strained his hearing. Then he noticed that Ark had moved to the front of the smokescreen, trying to prevent Han from attacking him from behind. In addition, Ark's heartbeat had become suspiciously focused. Han immediately realized that perhaps Ark had decided to make a risky, decisive move in such a disadvantageous situation, which made him genuinely interested. Rushing from his seat, he considered whether he should go along with Ark's desire to determine the winner. At this point, Ark was trying to even out his breathing and focus on his sensation. His job was to block the attack with his shield use ability and catch Han. Ark repeated it over and over in his head. And at that moment, Han approaches him from behind at an incredible speed. Their duel at this moment was being closely watched in the royal palace. Looking at Han and Ark, the headmaster wondered why they were only D rank, since they looked at least A rank. As Jimmy Fullhouse had suspected, the professors were hiding something from him. Han's skills were astonishing in an instant. His synchronization level had increased to 300, and he also apparently had a rare synchronization that enhanced his hearing ability. That's when the professor realized that not only did Pak Noah have incredible powers, his face reflected a storm of emotion, as if a hurricane was boiling inside him. Because the principal realized that Professor Lee had a joker up his sleeve all along. He wasn't as simple as he looked. On the contrary, he was as cunning as a serpent. At this point, Han was already fully confident of his victory, for in the middle of the battle, Ark was unable to react to his approach. However, Ark only outwardly remained unperturbed, as if he didn't notice what was happening. And a second later, he blocks Han's attack with his shield ability. Han was in complete incomprehension of what was going on, how his opponent could do this if he wasn't even prepared for it. And while millions of thoughts visited his head, Ark looked in his direction with a cold look. Then a powerful wave of strength and energy reached Han with an incredible recoil sweeping through him. An ability called Stance by Ark's shield has been activated, which imposes a state of stasis on Han. And during this, Ark looked at his shield and couldn't understand how this could happen, because he couldn't recognize the enemy, but his body did it for him. Accepting what had happened, he decided to think about it later and rushed out, heading straight for Han. Ark's job was to focus on his opponent as much as possible. He then proceeded to deliver precise and accurate blows one after the other. His face looked focused, and the blade he wielded gave him an even more determined look, as if his every swing had been calculated with precision. After a few more swings, Ark managed to land a fatal blow, after which Han said that he never thought Ark would be able to react, and this time he lost. Promising to see Ark again with those words, Han dissolved and left the examination game. And so back to reality, he slowly removed the helmet from his head. Lowering his head down, Han recalled the name of the guy who defeated him. Then he remembered Professor Basin's words, that studying at the academy could be quite fun too. But Han had dropped out of the exam at the speed of light, and he wasn't sure he'd be accepted into the academy. But in any case, he had to wait for the verdict, and in the meantime, he was going to take a nap. At that moment, Ark's blade slams into the ground with a thud, leaving a deep mark on its surface. Gulping for air and feeling his heart pounding frantically in his chest, he realized that he had won. But at the same time, does not understand his feelings, because from the use of increasing the level of synchronization, they were not the same as usual. And immediately a projection appeared in front of Ark that made it clear that it was he who had taken out the first opponent, which stunned him. He had forgotten that he had been told earlier that a ranking table would appear as soon as it did. Ark immediately started to look at the ranking that was glowing in front of him. Thinking about how strong his opponent Han was, he discovered that, like himself, Han was in a D-ranked line, which incredibly frustrated him because their skills weren't so bad that they ended up being at the lowest rank. A little oblivious to this, Ark continued to familiarize himself with the table. And as soon as he saw the picture of the S-ranked guy, he couldn't help but wonder how incredible his strength was then. And at this moment, the principal still continued to watch what was happening. Just recently, the ranking table was shown, and as Jimmy Fullhouse expected, all players started to react differently. A strange type who looked at the ranks and tried to create a further strategy. The timid type was disappointed in the rank assigned to him. The cautious type was hiding and trying to protect his rank. And people with a ferocious temper looking for a frontrunner. One of these people was Carrie, who was outraged that Ark had taken his first win over another player, and there were also players ranked higher than herself, which made her furious. Carrie, disguised in the armor of a defeated opponent, confidently prepared to fight the SI's ranked player, full of determination to prove her strength. So, just as the director had planned, all the players were instantly interested in the highest ranked player. Jimmy Fullhouse was thrilled with the work he and his team had done, and he was looking forward to the next steps of the S-rank examiner, because the principal was very interested in how he would do next. Meanwhile, in another location that contrasted with the location Ark had fought in not too long ago, a guy with long hair and a S-rank young man with red hair met. The name of the guy with long hair was Royd, who had already gotten tired of looking for a S-rank since he hid so well, to which he assumed with a smile on his face that Royd had come to him to take away his top rank. And his assumption was correct, for Royd did not like it when someone higher in rank than he was. And while he was saying these words, two other players came from behind the red-haired boy. But the emotion on his face did not change at all. He only said with a chuckle that he could not have imagined that there would be people in the exam who were timing. To which Royd said that the rulebook didn't say anything about banning teaming, and S, ranked after all, shouldn't get scared and run away like a little boy. So, looking the red-haired guy in the eye, Royd ordered him quietly and peacefully to just give up his S rank. He couldn't believe what Royd had said. Did they really think they could beat him just because they had good items or because they were outnumbered? They live in a very limited world if they think that. And King told them that they had a good chance to experience how big the world is. At this time in the royal palace, the professors in black robes either continued to observe or discussed with each other what they had seen. The projection in front of them showed all the portfolios of the examiners involved in the current showdown. Professor Seiler, who is in charge of the participants, is asked by Royd and Max about the recent actions of his students if they are not doing the timing. He didn't understand what the problem was, and the girl with glasses pointed out how cowardly his students were because they had the same rank and had formed a team and were playing a single game. In response, Professor Seiler pretended not to understand and pointed out that one of the students named Borats was under Professor Vaughn's supervision, so he wouldn't say it was his students who were in the group. Hearing them talk, The headmaster sitting on his throne said it didn't matter at all. There really wasn't anything in the rules about timing, so it wasn't forbidden. To be honest, Jimmy Full House didn't think anyone would do that during an official competition. It was entertaining enough that he was willing to forgive them, and Professor Silder responded to the girl with the glasses by saying that it wasn't against the rules, so it should be seen as their strategy. Professor Sidler's gut sort of told him that it seemed like Royd had prepared for the exam. He grew up amongst the mafia, so Royd has excellent leadership and information gathering skills, making him a brilliant criminal, and he also has an incredible personality. So as soon as the S-ranker caught Royd's eye, he was done for good. Royd said to King's face that he didn't like the look in his eyes. Then the Borats behind him thought he was hinting to them to attack King first. Immediately, episodes from the past began to pop into his head. If only Royd hadn't gotten wind of his father's weakness and blackmailed Borats through him. How did Royd even know about him in reality? And yet he said that if Borats made him first, he would get rid of that picture. So Borats was determined, and with all the strength he had at that moment, he aimed his spear towards King, who smilingly said that what his opponent was up to was simply impossible, and at that moment grabbed his spear with his hand. Max and Royd were shocked at what was happening because they hadn't expected such an outcome. Borats wasn't thrilled either, and he was immediately thrown into a cold sweat. Then snatching the spear from Borat's hands, King said that he couldn't imagine losing to the likes of them. Seeing Borats lose his balance from a sudden movement, King trips him up, knocking him off his feet. Borats falls to the ground with a thud, feeling incredibly ashamed and contemptuous. King says that judging by his level, Borats is more like a platypus. Watching this, Royd just couldn't believe that his strategy was slowly crumbling. His teeth gritted in anger, and his grin stretched across his face, turning his expression into a grimace of rage. And a fraction of a second later, Royd and Max were already rushing toward King. But King quickly oriented himself, for with the blunt end of Borats's spear, he pushes Max back into his shoulder. Then, changing the position of the spear, he successfully defends himself against Royd's attack. At the same time, his face never lost its smile for a second. He was confident in his abilities as before. Subsequently, King takes one clear swing of the spear again, driving Max away from him and holding Royd with it, and then pointing at Max as one of them is Pavia, and another one about a red wolf, clearly implying that it was Royd. Then the latter remarked that King was good at making up nonsense. At this point, Professor Seidler lost his temper and couldn't understand what was going on. The professor sitting behind him thought that perhaps Sidler had not noticed the ranks of those involved in the fight. Professor Musashi, who is in charge of the participant King, said that it is not appropriate to behave so impolitely with a stronger opponent. After all, King is the type of player who, because of his incredible power, was like a bug. According to the laws of this world, to get something, you have to give up something. And even in the game, focusing on one goal will inevitably have to sacrifice something else. Ability to assess the situation level of synchronization, sense of space, reflexes, physical skills, and spirit. You can say King has the best performance in all the parameters important in VR game. He also has an ego to back it all up and an unwavering belief in victory that gives him extra strength. And while the professors were talking, 3 stalled players rushed at King with even more force. Swinging his spear and scaring off his opponents, King says that he never even considered defeat. With those words, he disarms 2 of his 3 opponents in one deft and precise movement. And the last of them, Royd, sat on the ground. He could not at all think that a S-ranked player would be this good. And then he realized where that bad feeling had come from right after meeting King all this time. King thought of his opponents only as entertainment and never thought for a second that they could be worthy and serious opponents. Realizing this, Royd shouted insults at King with hatred and pain at the top of his voice. Professor Seiler was stunned. His eyes widened and his mouth opened involuntarily to express stun. After all, he was watching King, who, without a drop of nervousness or fear, simply stood leaning on the sword of the opponent he had recently defeated. Professor Cedar was feverish because a student had left the exam, and Professor Bazin said that after what he had seen, he was not sure that there would be anyone among the students who could resist King. The director said that King's skills were so excellent that he defeated ranked players like little children. There's a reason why King's name is King. It characterizes his skills incredibly accurately. So, among all the remaining students, only the 3 on the projection in front of Jimmy Full House will be able to resist him. 2 of them are Professor Lee's students, Carrie and Ark, and the third is a guy in a mask with a beard. The director said that not knowing the result until it pops up in the information window is quite interesting, and everyone in the Royal Palace will be eagerly awaiting the birth of a super player who will lead this game to an unexpected ending. Meanwhile, the rough and drylands location, where the unapproachable landscape is covered in cracks. With all the strength he had, a guy with a head like a snowman ran. If he manages to run to the next location, he will be able to leave the dangerous area. He had literally 3 seconds to do it, and he planned to do it with his foot on the ground beneath her. He makes a decisive, clear jump so that his body literally soars into the air. And at the last second, his hand is already nearing the barrier with the next safe location. But at that moment, when he was already full of confidence that he would be able to get to the harmless territories, the entire location of the rough and dry lands is suddenly engulfed in flame. And a guy with a head like a snowman, in complete incomprehension of what's going on, literally begins to melt before his eyes. After that, the area he was in is completely engulfed in flames that are rapidly consuming everything in the land. Meanwhile, 50 minutes had passed since the exam had begun. As the number of dangerous territories increased and the number of active fights between the students who entered by recommendation increased, so did the number of those who dropped out of the fight. And the best of all the students who, thanks to the huge number of defeated contestants, reached first place in the overall score was King. At one point, there were only 5 contestants left in the exam, and at the Promised Land location, Carrie and Mei were at the Promised Land location, and at the Murderer's Den location, King Juo and Ark were at the Promised Land location. Ark's place was horribly dirty and condensed water dripped from the ceiling. Ark concentrated on watching the drops of falling water, trying to catch them with his hand in order to feel every moment of their fall. And when he managed to catch one of them, it seems now the Ark's synchronization level has kicked in. Remembering that Ark himself was D rank and Carrie was A rank made him very sad. Even though he's never beaten her, it doesn't say at all that Ark should be on the lowest level of D. For starters, Ark decided to focus on the game because there is another dangerous territory, and he has about 4 minutes to leave it. Then Ark looked out the window next to him in an attempt to reconnoiter the situation. He tried to understand what was going on outside and assess the possible risks that might await him. Then looking around carefully, Ark spotted a red-haired guy. It was a rank Jew who was sitting in puffs of rather thick smoke. His rank meant he was as strong as Carrie, so he posed a greater threat to Ark. And while Ark was thinking about what he should do next, he noticed King, who was also at this location. This fearless S-ranked player was known for his calmness and determination. King glanced at Ark, his gaze was shrewd and calm, as if he already knew that standing up there might be of interest to him. Whereupon King cheerfully said that they now had one hidden viewer. Time was short, so King offered to postpone the fight for a while. In the meantime, Ark couldn't understand how King had noticed him, since they had just had a fight downstairs. Zuo responded to King by saying why he was distracted by some conversation, and by activating the Hermes shoe that gives Juo's instant acceleration ability. With anger and hatred, ordered King to leave this world as soon as possible. He then swiftly rushed in with an attack on King, as he thought he had no time to defend himself. However, a moment later, Juo's former determination was instantly shot down. After all, his attack didn't have the expected result as King defended himself with his blade against it. What he saw amazed Ark because it looked really impressive. This S-ranker is very relaxed fighting against an A-ranker. That guy named Han, that they are all recommended academy students, are such monsters. So watching everything that was going on, Ark began to feel a lot of excitement. Missing from sight, Ark was tormented by the question of whether he could defeat an S-ranked opponent with his D rank. And besides, why is he the one who sits and fears the rank and file alone? After all, he was determined to beat Carrie in this exam and take first place. At this time, King and Juo continued the fight constantly, reflecting the blows of each other's blades. Juo couldn't believe what was happening in front of his eyes. Why King is so good at fighting back with his so short weapon against Juo's huge blade. All the abilities that Juo has gained by playing so far, and the things he's worked so hard for, don't work on. In Juo King's eyes, he was a true monster, the embodiment of strength that was impossible to deal with. At the moment of the fight, King noticed that Juo had opened up and took advantage of it to deliver a fatal blow to him. After that, all the strength and health points of the game character Juo immediately left him, and he lost the ability to continue fighting. Which surprisingly didn't make King feel much better. He just thought it was a pretty boring ending. And if the Academy had identified Juo as A rank, then, according to King, conquering the Academy wouldn't take as long as he had previously thought. He couldn't understand if this was the entire level of the best educational institution in the field of gamerism. And as soon as King said those words, Ark appeared behind him, calling for the winner of the last fight to fight him. Looking at Ark with a sneer, he said that he thought he had escaped because King had seen him earlier as he suddenly disappeared. With an enthusiastic smile, Ark said he would never do that. Why would he run away when right in front of him was the shortest path to becoming the best? King in turn didn't take seriously the words Ark had just said. And already out loud, he said that the Academy had identified Ark as D rank. Their remaining time was 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Assuming a 1-minute walk to safe territory, they had about a minute and a half left to fight. King began to speculate aloud that he could finish the fight in 30 seconds. No, he was determined to finish it in 20 seconds. His words hit Ark's self-esteem and shocked him. Most likely, King thought he would win so quickly because Ark was only D rank. The fight started literally in the next moment. King immediately tried to strike the first blow, but unexpectedly for him, the attack failed. After which, he flipped his blade from his right hand to his left behind his back, and went on the offensive, directing a multitude of charged energy attacks towards Ark. Ark immediately caught the essence of what was happening. King is able to freely use the dagger with 2 hands, and each of his attacks are incredibly powerful. And the moment their daggers clashed one on top of the other, King said that even though Ark was a D rank, he was still a recommended disciple. Unable to endure this nonsensical chatter, Ark swung with incredible force and ordered King to shut his mouth. Then their blades met with incredible power, creating sparks and a deafening sound when metal collided with metal. And under the pressure of incredible force of anger and desire to win, Ark managed to knock the blade out of King's hand. But as it turned out, King managed to intercept him and clung to him even tighter than before. Then pointed it towards Ark, who just couldn't contain his shock. Ark managed to dodge this attack, but was immediately followed by another. King was full of confidence that all he had left to do was finish off his opponent, and as soon as he looked up, he noticed that Ark's stance was broken, though he managed to defend himself with his shield. So now was the right time to attack, and King aimed the sole of his boot right at Ark's face. With one precise strike from Pac Noah, Noah was thrown off balance momentarily. He literally had a footprint on his face. Ark couldn't believe that King had been able to make another attack at such a moment. While King glowed with delight, his eyes blazed with excitement, and it seemed like he was ready to throw a bunch more of those punches. They still had about 10 seconds left, and Ark was still feeling the effects of the last attack. Tears even appeared in his eyes. Ark noted aloud how fast this combo was executed. With 9 seconds left, King wasted no time in rushing towards Ark. Every next second, they counted down in turn, and continued to swing their weapons in an attempt to strike a fatal blow. Ark couldn't believe that this asshole really thought he could beat him in 20 seconds. And then he remembered the professor's words, saying that adjusting the level of synchronization was like Ark pouring water into a glass with his eyes closed. If it was too low, the effect wouldn't fully manifest, and if it was too high, it would burn out. The ability to keep it at a level where it almost exceeds the required value is a synchronization control that only the best of pro gamers possess. The most important thing is to stay calm, and if Ark can control the level of synchronization, King's abilities will become simply useless. In an attempt to deal damage to Ark, King hits his shield, and then sparks fly from it with a bright glow. After all, King was affected by the stanza that Ark activated with his Golden River shield ability. Seeing that the ruse had worked, Ark pointed his blade forward and lunged toward King. He couldn't move or react to what was happening because Ark used the ability he had in his arsenal in time. But King also had an ability called Shining Oblivion Gum, which instantly removes the effects of Stan and sleep. Applying it, King immediately regained consciousness and his mind cleared from the temporary confusion. So he immediately and clearly repelled the blow that was already closing in on him. Ark was shocked by what had just happened and couldn't believe his eyes as he was in a stasis state and King was able to use the canceling item right away. How he does all these things in a game he's playing for the first time. Meanwhile, the last second of the 20 seconds that King was going to win had expired. He couldn't believe he was capable of miscalculating the amount of time he needed. This simply couldn't happen. Or the Academy judges who had given Ark a D rank had made a mistake in their selection. No matter what the reason, the fact that King didn't follow through with what he said really spoiled his mood. And a second later, he was directly in front of Ark's face. Swinging his blade with the expectation of damaging Ark, he only hits his shield. And streams of thoughts continue to rage in Ark's head, and one of them is the atmosphere around this underdog. He continues to suppress each of Ark's subsequent attacks without stopping. King kept his gaze on Ark's every step, confident and precise as he steadily closed the distance despite Ark's attempts to fend off his attacks. He continued to intensify his onslaught and began unleashing more powerful punches one after another. The professors watching were shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. And then Professor Musashi asked Professor Lee whether he thought the existence of geniuses was possible. But without waiting for an answer, he answered his own question by saying that he himself did not believe in such things, for if they existed, human endeavors would be useless. However, something was happening that made Professor Musashi think that perhaps it was his childish unwillingness to recognize the illogic of the world. It came to a head when he went to a friend's house to talk. His family was very prominent and helped the elite to emerge, active in many industries. The room he was taken to was impressive, for the wall on one side of it was completely covered with trophies of all kinds. And the friend whom Professor Musashi met for the first time in a long time began to talk as if he had been waiting for him. He said that his son, who had been boxing for 3 months, had recently competed in his first competition, and hearing this, Professor Musashi sighed involuntarily because his friend had begun to brag about his child. During the first fight, he was never hit and made it to the finals with a boxing star and a newcomer of only 3 months. Anyone would have thought it was a bluff, but because of a sharp turn in history, it started going in a completely unexpected direction. And that turn was the ill-fated drop of sweat that fell into the ring then. King didn't expect any consequences for stepping on it because he didn't even notice it, but because of her, he slipped and then immediately lost his balance, which led to King getting hit for the first time in the championship. His opponent was very happy about that because he didn't expect to do any damage to King anymore. But he was not happy for long because it made King angry, and what happened next could only be called horror. It was a true expression of cruelty in what could be called a brutal massacre. An endless sense of humiliation, hopelessness, denial of the path he's traveled. If Professor Musashi had been King's opponent, he assumed he would have felt something similar. And at some point, the hero of the story obviously became a negative character. The spectators present at the time were dumbfounded by what they saw. The mixture of ferocity and ruthless precision with which King threw his punches made them feel uncomfortable. At the end of the fight, King didn't feel a bit of guilt. He was pleased with the job done. And his opponent, who was a rising star, announced his retirement from the sport. Professor Musashi's friend then proceeded to tell him other incredible stories, and at one point, he found himself completely immersed in the way his friend praised his son. But hearing his last words, Professor Musashi couldn't help but be surprised. After all, the trophies that filled an entire wall were actually collected by a 16-year-old genius. Right in front of Professor Musashi's eyes, then was evidence of bragging that was hard to believe. And then King's father said with a mad look that he thought that in order for his son to rise even higher, he had to show him the experience of defeat. And he didn't hesitate to wonder if there was anyone in the academy who could beat his son. Professor Musashi at that moment was thinking about the genius of the boy who didn't experience defeat and his parent who still strived for more development. He didn't think there would be another family so interesting, and he was never able to answer his question. And even now in Professor Musashi's mind, there is only one phrase he can say to his friend, and that is that he thinks there is no such person here. After all, King is so narcissistic that even in virtual reality, he created an avatar that exactly replicates his real appearance, and so far, he has lived getting what he wanted. So if something goes against his plans, he reacts very violently. So Professor Musashi sincerely wished that Professor Lee's disciple's mental state would not be broken. And just at that moment, Ark felt a strange feeling inside. That imaginary glass of water spilled, which meant only one thing. Ark immediately felt a change in his body and literally froze in place. King then makes his long-awaited first attack in the fight with Ark. King's eyes suddenly opened wide with surprise. He realized that now Ark couldn't use his synchronicity. Immediately, King grabbed Ark by the throat with incredible strength and fury. His blade even fell out of his hands in surprise, and Ark heard himself saying that without his level of synchronization, he was no good at all. King also added that because of a loser like Ark, he threw his words to the wind. And now in the future, he will need to pay more attention to judging other people too low. It was a minute before the area became dangerous, and if they ran, they could reach safety. At that moment, Ark thought about the time spent on training and realized that he had no other strength besides the level of synchronization. However, the feeling he had was different from when he lost to Carrie. Those bright eyes Ark saw before him brought back memories for him. About Hunjun, who had humiliated Ark in real life in the past. His gaze clearly expressed contempt and unwillingness to recognize Ark, which left a deep impression on his memory. And as Ark's avatar's health rapidly dwindled, he realized that he was once again being played for nothing. He didn't want to lose, and he didn't care if he couldn't rely on anything other than his synchronization level as long as he could prevail. Meanwhile, The already overflowing glass continued to overflow over the edge, as if symbolizing the limit of Ark's abilities. With each passing moment, the water poured faster and faster over the edge of the vessel on the table, filling its surface, until at one point the liquid pouring out at all filled the entire table and began to spill out onto the floor. After that, and the surface of the floor began to fill with a literal sea of water. And so the table and chairs around it could no longer stand on the surface, and floated in an endless amount of leached water. At that moment, Ark's hand reaches out to King's face, from which the former smile immediately disappeared. Ark's frantic look made it clear that whatever might happen next couldn't be simply predicted. His eyes glittered as if reflecting the storm of emotion and strength that was about to burst forth. A little earlier, on the Promised Land location, there were some events going on as well. A girl with purple hair named Mai was screaming, as if she had seen a monster. She called Carrie a terrible monster, who couldn't understand how such a weak girl could say such words while flying into Mai's face with both feet. After defeating her opponent, Carrie thought it was easier to fight with her bare hands than with weapons, and this was the third opponent she had defeated. So now Carrie only has to defeat the S-ranked guy with the nickname King and Ark, who did survive until the very end. He's doing better than Carrie could have imagined. And since the location she was in was designated as the last safe area for whoever became her opponent, Carrie would be waiting for him there. And parallel to these events, Ark's hand hovered over King's face. Tension hung in the air, and King noticed the way Ark's eyes looked at that moment. Just a second later, Ark takes a swing of his shield toward King as he bounces away. He couldn't get used to what was happening, because not so long ago, Ark had been at his limit, but now something about him had changed. It was as if his energy had come out of nowhere, and it was frightening. King couldn't figure out how it came to be a skill item. He had learned absolutely everything written in the rulebook, but there was no such thing. And this pissed King off incredibly badly, so he immediately made an attempt to attack his enemy. But Ark, as if knowing what was about to happen, dodged the attack that was aimed in his direction. He continued to dodge all subsequent possible attacks, dodging them time after time. His face expressed absolutely no emotion, and his eyes were shining even brighter than before. So it wasn't just King who was shocked to see this picture, it was Jimmy Fullhouse, who couldn't believe his eyes. If what he was seeing was really possible, the level of Ark's synchronization that was shown on the projection in front of the headmaster was rapidly increasing with every second, and the fight between Ark and King continued, but now the tension was even more intense. Every second cost them a place on the exam, because very soon the territory they were in would be destroyed. King realized that there wasn't much time left and every next move could be decisive, and in the next moment, Ark swipes his blade right in front of King with incredible strength and speed. Thus, he managed to wound King, and feeling the pain, his face contorted. Now Ark was experiencing sensations he had never felt before. It was something new and unexplored, as if his soul and body had been separated, as if his feelings had taken off. He completely sensed how the opponent would move and how he himself should move. The variables that could happen in this place, and even the feelings of the opponent, absolutely everything. It was as if something was telling him how he should move and with what force he should make all the following attack. He dodged masterfully, leaving King no chance for him to land a single blow. And the next time King tries to reach for Ark with his sword, he crouches down to dodge. Ark then strikes King's liver with the hilt of his dagger with great power. Ark was not enough of his power and wanted to feel more, and the moment his synchronization level was 999 in reality. Blood spurted from his nose, and in the royal palace immediately began to appear windows with warnings because what was happening was very dangerous. Professor Lee became incredibly nervous and immediately checked on his projection to see how Ark was feeling in the real world, and noticed exactly what was happening to him. He immediately began to teleport away while Professor Musashi tried to ask him what it all meant in the first place. King holding his side and Ark still remained in the same places as before. King's face was twisted in pain, and he couldn't understand how Ark had managed to attack him with the hilt of his sword. King felt terrible. And further under the pressure of Ark's relentless attack, King planned to reach his opponent. He didn't expect to succeed with the deceptive move, but it helped him stop Ark for a second. King was starting to get mad at what was happening and the anger inside him. What should he do to destroy Ark? He'd have to think of a move if he didn't want to lose. Under the flood of thoughts, his face took on a horrifying look that was the result of hopelessness, and madness in his mad eyes reflected the inner turmoil, and his hand covered the rest of his face as if trying to hide his pain and fear. And just as abruptly as the last time, his face changed again, only now it expressed complete incomprehension and confusion. King lowered his hands and his gaze became blank. He stood motionless as if he had lost all connection with what was happening. After all, he had watched Ark, who had just been overwhelmed with strength, collapse to the floor as if he had just been stunned. At this time in real life, Professor Lee ran to Pak Noah's room with incredible speed, who still continued to sit in his gaming chair with his helmet on his head. However, the traces of blood on his sweatshirt and the lowered head made Professor Lee realize that what was happening was much worse than he would have liked. And the next moment, when Ark regains consciousness, even opening his eyes is very difficult for him. As soon as he managed to open his eyelids, a bright light from the room he was in hit him in the eyes. Lying in his hospital bed, Pak Noah couldn't think of where he was now. As soon as he stood up, he felt an unbearable pain in his head, and while he cringed at its sharpness, Professor Lee, sitting nearby, finally waited for Pak Noah to awaken. He told Pak Noah not to move too much. He was brought to the hospital after going into shock in the crossing, and for now, he needed to avoid exertion. Because Ark had never seen Professor Lee before in his life, he thought the man sitting next to him was a doctor. Then he said that it would be considered that he had given up in the middle of the game, but he had to fight Carrie. The professor was thinking that even at this moment, Pak Noah still remembered the game, and he was truly glad that his student was healthy. Asking Pak Noah how he was feeling, he said that apart from the heaviness in his head, everything was fine. Then asked how long he had been in the hospital. Professor Lee said about 2 hours. Hearing this, Pak Noah said that he had to go somewhere, so he wanted to check out, and then asked if the man sitting across from him knew if the exam for the recommendation students was over. Professor Lee realized that since he and Ark had only met in the crossing, it was obvious that Ark didn't recognize him, and he said out loud that the battle was against an opponent who surpassed him in specialization. Even if it was obvious that it would be a loss, he should be ready to fiercely enter any grip. Those words, as expected, put Ark in a stupor. And after a moment, he asks the man he saw for the first time if he is Professor Hidden in the bushes. The man says that it's the first time they've met in real life, and expresses how pleased he is to meet Pak Noah, while he looks at him with a puzzled look because he was not at all prepared for this meeting, and told Professor Hidden in the bushes that he looked more ordinary than Pak Noah thought he did, to which the professor said he couldn't even guess what Pak Noah thought of him. And then Pak Noah heard from the professor about what happened after he passed out. Getting right to the point, the winner of the recommended students exam was Carrie. All the other students wanted this victory, but the professor said that Carrie was very unhappy, and after the battle with Ark, King was unable to leave the dangerous territory and was eliminated due to a quick death. For this reason, Carrie was not happy because she did not win after the battle with SSS-rank that she was looking forward to, and did not put any effort into. Ark realized that he had ended up as SS-rank, then asked about that guy named King because it seemed to Pak Noah that he couldn't have made such a mistake. Professor Lee said that it was Pak Noah who led to this outcome, and if it wasn't for him, everything would have turned out very different. The reason why King couldn't leave the dangerous territory is because after Ark's departure, he didn't run to the safe lands for some reason, but stayed there looking at one point. It started with how exactly Ark influenced King, and it's very controversial to give Ark a grade as a D rank, so on this exam, he showed his most unexpected side. The professor thinks that Ark shone the brightest in this exam, and this is his assessment as a spectator watching the game. His words made Ark incredibly happy, and he realized that the professor was proud of him. Further stroking Pak Noah's head, Professor Hidden in the bushes warmly stroked his head. After all, the entire faculty had agreed to this decision, which meant that Ark had made it into Fantastica Academy, and with cries of unbelievable joy, Ark straight up jumped up in his hospital bed while the professor tried to calm him down, whereupon a hospital robot emerged from the hallway and ordered them to be quieter in the hospital. Then Professor Lee, turning to an incredibly happy Ark, said he had something to tell him. And Professor Hidden in the bushes' gaze immediately changed, and his expression became more serious, as if he was preparing to say something important. It was because, after waiting for a while, he said that from now on, Pak Noah would not be allowed to use the synchronization level. To which Ark couldn't even give any answer. He only knew that the level of synchronization was his only trump card up his sleeve, and that meant that he would have to learn new skills next. And so a month has passed since then, and on graduation day at the first high school in the city, D, the voices of many students could be heard in the schoolyard, as they spent the day with smiles and did not miss the opportunity to take memorable photos. The girls standing in the crowd were asking the one opposite them if he had entered the Fantastic Academy. They also said that they had no doubt that he would. The one standing in front of them was Hyunjun, who said that it was just an admission and why they were so happy. They were showing genuine happiness because now they had their first acquaintance who had entered Fantastic Academy. And while the established company continued to chatter, the figure of Pak Noah appeared behind them. Hyunjun was still surrounded by the girls as they praised him, and they made sure he was admitted because the phone number he gave them said that he was really admitted. At that moment, someone called out to Hyunjun, which instantly caught his attention. The person who called out to him was Pak Noah, and immediately Hyunjun instantly became nervous. Pak Noah smilingly said towards Hyunjun that he seems to have entered this academy as well. Then turning her phone toward Hyunjun, the girl who had also run over to see what was on the screen did not hide her surprise. After all, there was Pak Noah's exam number, which meant that he had gotten into the academy by recommendation. When the other girl saw it, she said that if he had passed by recommendation, it was even cooler than regular admission. Pak Noah immediately smiled happily because this was exactly the reaction he had expected. The veins on Hyunjun's face even rose from anger, and his gaze instantly turned blank. As Pak Noah turned around and walked away satisfied, Hyunjun's face immediately turned red, which was noticed by the girls around him. A new beginning means the end of a painful time and the beginning of a new life. This phrase is usually used in a positive way, but a new beginning also means separation from what has gone before, and so it was with Pak Noah. The moment Pak Noah was packing his things, T1 had already been just staring silently at the TV for some time. According to the rules of the Fantastic Academy, all its members must live in the dormitories that are located on its territory, and it is forbidden to bring their robots to the academy area. And so, it turns out that Pak Noah will not be able to avoid separation from his robot T1 and will have to leave him at home. He was sorry because he was so excited when Pak Noah came home and told him he got in, but T1 seemed to be sad when the day of separation came. Pak Noah will have to be separated from T1 for the next 3 years. And then thinking about all this, Pak Noah, turning to T1, said that he would do well so that the robot wouldn't have to worry. Recently, he has been paying his rent on time without late payments, and he has been praised at the part-time job he has been working for some time. He has also become well-oriented, as he was able to travel alone to another city and come back. And even after he leaves for Park Academy, Noah will continue to pay rent, so while he's away from home, T1 can skimp on electricity and walk around with a full charge. Thinking back 10 years ago when Pak's father Noah brought T1 into their family, they became fast friends with him. They played and fought together. Thinking back on it now, it seems like a lot of things happened. And when his dad disappeared and his mom was sick, T1 was always there for Pak Noah, supporting him in such a difficult time. T1 is a friend of Pak Noah's as well as his family. He has taken care of him for at least 10 years. Hugging T1 from behind, Pak Noah promised him to come back in 3 years and grow up even stronger, so he really hoped his friend would wait for him. After saying these words, he was even more moved than before and cried as he hugged his robot. But the man remained silent, and when Pak Noah turned to him again, he began to get nervous, for he never got an answer. And after Pak Noah loosened his embrace, the robot simply fell like a breathless body. The longing that had already overtaken Pak Noah was replaced by utter horror, for he could not understand what had happened. T1 still continued to lie on the floor with no signs of life. And then there was the laughter of T1, asking Pak Noah what new drama he's acting out here alone. This is really the funniest show he's seen in a while. Oh. And then a small smile appeared on Pak Noah's face, which was all in tears, and his gaze settled on her. Connected by a cable to T1, a phone, on which an emoticon with a robot face was glowing. Pak Noah didn't understand how T1 got into his phone, and the robot immediately replied that if there was a place to transfer the data, it could be transferred to any technology. So Pak Noah should read the rules of operation. T1 kept laughing at him because he cries over anything and yet calls himself an adult. That's why T1 can't send him off on his own. Anyway, he's his guardian, so he's willing to walk him to the academy, and Pak Noah doesn't have to worry about anything. T1 said that you never know what's going to happen when you use public transportation. The robot told Pak Noah to get there 30 minutes before the start. After a while, when Pak Noah reached the right place, it was already sunset outside. At the huge and beautiful building with colored floors of the gamer faculty dormitory at Fantastic Academy. Standing in formation were a large number of disciples, and in front of them, in turn, stood 3 men. And Ark, standing in the midst of this crowd, was tense because he was in front of the Fantastic Academy dormitory. At this moment, in the pocket of his jacket, T1 was encouraging him to keep his shoulders straight. Then one of the men in front shouted for everyone here to be quiet. It's 5 p.m. check-in time, so right now they're going to start checking in everyone here. The massive-looking man said that he was the dormitory manager of the Gamers Faculty of Fantastic Academy, and his name was James. If the students strictly followed the time rules and their behavior, he would have no reason to interfere. From the moment they enter the academy, they will all forget their real names and use nicknames from the crossing. Unlike others, their gamer faculty works on a rank system, and the higher the rank, the better equipment and bonuses they can get. There is bronze, silver, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and challenger. The higher the rank, the higher floor they will be able to get a room on. They can also increase their rank through exams during the school semester and dorm scores. Everything is decided according to their ability level. There can only be 20 students with the rank of diamond and above. Depending on their rank, the environment around them will vary from a budget studio to a luxurious hotel room. Now, thanks to the messages, the students who entered in the usual way will be distributed. After they have checked these messages, each of them should wait in his room. The students who were recommended will stay here and be divided into groups according to their rank. Hyunjun, who was standing in the crowd, immediately thought of Puck Noah, which made him really angry. And when all the regular students had already left for their rooms, the students who had been recommended were left alone with the representatives of the Fantastic Academy. James went on to say that due to the fact that the students ahead of him had shown their abilities in the Academy entrance exam, they would be given a bonus. D rank is bronze, C rank is silver, B rank is gold, A rank is platinum, and C rank is diamond. Each of them would be assigned according to their rank. At that moment, Ark realized that the ranks they had been given in the exam determined the ranks of the dormitory. And a second later, James asked if Carrie was here, and when she heard that, she put her hand up and said she was here. He walked over to James and told her that Carrie's A rank would be raised to S rank for winning the recommended student exam, which shocked everyone behind them, including Ark. As she stood in the seat she had been told to take, Carrie noticed that King was standing next to her, whom she greeted and said it was nice to meet him. King was silent, but Carrie didn't mind. She went on about how everyone was talking about how the Academy recognized him as Carrie S rank, and she wondered what his abilities were. Now he's her fodder, so she wants him to never lose to anyone but her. But King once again didn't react to her words, which made Carrie very annoyed with her. Turning to him, she asked King if he was now trying to ignore her so blatantly. At that moment, King turned away from her and strode away. Ark was also outraged when he saw what had just happened. He couldn't understand why King had such a serious look on his face. Then he began to reason that the school was a place where if he lost his way to leadership, it would become predator territory where danger would develop. This time, Ark was determined not to show his weak side. Just looking at him, the guy standing next to Ark had already put him down as the underperforming player. At that moment, James, who was standing at the entrance to the dormitory, became visibly alert. The cause of his alarm was King, who approached the crowd in which Ark was. The guys standing nearby who saw King approaching were surprised. One of them even remembered that King had won him during the test. The girl standing next to him noted in her head that King looked exactly like his avatar in Crossroads. James couldn't understand why an S ranker would approach a D rank, and then King asked which one of them was Ark. After all, he had never seen what he looked like in real life. Immediately pointing a finger at himself, Ark says it's him. As soon as he said that, Ark realized that answering too quickly also looked, and the guy standing next to him thought, why would an S-ranked guy like that need a D-ranked kid? Yes. Then with an ominous look, King loomed over Ark, who even staggered at such an unexpected action on the part of his former adversary. King looked at Ark, and with disdain on his face, asked if he was the same Ark that had fought him earlier, and King also added that next time, he'd be sure to win. Carrie was watching along the way. She instantly felt anger at what was happening, and her face was clearly making it known. As Ark took in a lungful of air, he tried not to show a single emotion, but in his head, he was literally shouting that he had defeated King. S-ranked King is the top rising star among the students by recommendation in the academy. He managed to beat 8 players in the exam. He gave a superb performance as he single-handedly caught 2/5 of the examiners. So that was enough for his arrival to grab everyone's attention, and especially when he told Ark that he would win it. Next time everyone around was particularly interested in what was going on. King admits that he then felt like he really lost to Ark. Those standing around hearing about Ark beating King were shocked. The guy standing in Carrie's field of vision was pondering why Ark hadn't taken King's S rank from him then, or if he recognized that despite the outcome of the fight, he had lost to this guy. The eyes of everyone around him were fixed on Ark, making him very uncomfortable. Ark kept going over in his head whether he had beaten King. Then he lost consciousness, so he didn't remember anything. King's voice pulled him out of his thoughts and asked him why he didn't say anything if he was ignoring him. Ark noticed that King seemed to be angry, so he should at least cheer him up a little first. Then he said with a smile that apparently King was a little out of shape this time. Completely ignoring Arch's words, King adds that he was then able to give his best. But that didn't upset Ark, because he noticed that he had accidentally hurt King's feeling. And it was at that moment that James suddenly approached King from behind, who ordered King to return. But if he continues to make noise, he will be given dorm penalty points. King turned around with a look of displeasure. Ark thought that school life was not going well, and James said that now everyone could go to rooms that suited their ranks. Afterward, everyone headed to the dormitory that was now their home. Entering his room, Ark's eyes lit up as he was excited to see his new home. However, it didn't live up to his expectations, and his room looked rather plain. Or since they said the D ranks would get the older rooms, it was so obvious. After Ark said that, a blue-haired guy poked him in the shoulder. Ark jumped back in surprise. The blue-haired boy, noticing his reaction, said that since Ark was here, he would live in this room too. He apologized for his abruptness and asked if he could use the second floor of the bed. Ark didn't answer his question and asked if the guy already knew him. He said that they had met at an exam before and that his name was Han. When he remembered him, Ark said that he was the guy who played well even in a half-sleep. Han thanked him for his praise, if it could be called that. Han was very angry after losing to Ark, and he intends to win next time, so he suggested that Ark fight again. Then he added that he thought Ark's specialty was the level of synchronization. After that, Ark was visibly nervous and remembered what the professor had told him, because now he could no longer use the synchronization level. Ark's thoughts were interrupted when Han turned to him and said that he would like to be friends with him. Han turned to him and said that he would like to be his friend. Han says with a smile that he'll count on Ark for as long as they live together. Ark couldn't hide his happiness and a wide smile lit up his face. Then he said that he too would rely on Han. And it was the real Pak Noah who was happy to have a friend at school for the first time in his life. And as the sun disappeared over the horizon and the stars covered the sky, Assistant Kim inquired about the gamer faculty dormitory. Park Noah, who was walking behind him, said that the bed was too hard and the room was cramped, which reminded him of a regular dormitory. In response, Kim's assistant laughed and added that he thought Park Noah would get up quickly, so he should be patient for a while. Afterward, Carrie said that her room was too big and posh for her alone, and she couldn't get used to it. The bed was too soft, and she would probably be more comfortable sleeping on the bare floor. Ark was shocked to realize the difference between bronze and diamond. Ark asked Kim's assistant where they were going. He said that they were looking around the school grounds and that he and Carrie were going to say hello to the team they were going to join. It's controlled by Professor Lee, and Assistant Kim is the coach. Their team is called the Invincible Demon Kings, which is short for NDK. The name of their organization impressed Ark, and he immediately began to smile with excitement. And they advanced through the academy courtyard and found themselves at the Crossing Capsule Center. Upon entering inside, Assistant Kim called out to Professor Lee and told him he had brought them in. Ark was absolutely thrilled with what he saw before his eyes. There were an incredible number of crossing capsules in this room. The professor hidden in the bushes who met them said they had done a good job getting here. He asked Carrie and Ark if they had heard from Kim's assistant that the three were their senior teammates that they would be joining. The first of them is Goom Gang-hyun, his ID Foss. He looked friendly and greeted the guys and said that he was in charge of the leadership position in the NDC team, and he hopes they will become friends. The second Yoon Solha, her ID is Janie. She is very friendly to look at. Then she confirmed her first impression of herself by saying that she couldn't believe that such cuties would come to their team. And the third is Ha Dokjin, his ID Needly. He's a silent and gloomy looking guy. After greeting all the team members, Ark said that he hoped they would take care of him and Carrie, at which point she also added that she relied on them, and Kim's assistant noticed how nervous the two were. Then the professor said that, as he thought, in order to become fast friends, they should play together. So after that, he suggested that they enter the crossing before it was too late. To start a little game of 2-on-2 competition to welcome the new student, Ark and Carrie were cautious, while Nidless, Janie, and Foss were ready for what was coming next. And by connecting to the crossing, the company found itself on a huge soccer field. Its size immediately impressed Ark, and he immediately started looking around to get a sense of its scale. The youth team will play against the old guys. If they quarrel on the first day, they can spoil each other's mood, so they will have a better soccer match. The team consisting of old members included Foss and Needless, and to balance the number of participants, Janie decided to become an observer, promising to support all teams. Professor Lee said that even though this game looks like a soccer game, it's a chance for Carrie and Ark to determine the avatar's skills and vulnerabilities in the game, and in the future, they'll be a team, so they should get to know each other. After that, Carrie kicked the ball right in Ark's face. Meanwhile, Planet Man was explaining the rules of the game. The settings were designed so that if you attacked the ball with another part of your opponent's body instead of his legs, he would be grounded for 5 seconds. Plus, Each of them may notice that they have 2 item slots. If they get items randomly appearing in different places on the map, they can use them in their slot. Their match will start after a rebound, and the team that first manages to score 5 points will win. Carrie, determined to win, turned to Ark and said that if she got into the academy, she wasn't going to lose to anyone, not counting her comrades King and Ark himself. So since they're doing it, they're bound to win. Ark agreed with what she said and noted that he wasn't going to lose either. When Foss heard this, he said that Carrie and Ark seemed to be underestimating them. Needles responded by saying that it was rumored that Carrie had gotten first place in the exam among the students by recommendation. So now Needless was determined to show her a masterclass. Foss was nervous and told his comrade to remember that this was first and foremost a welcome to the newcomers to their team. At this time, Janie, who was sitting on the bench, was asking Professor Lee who he thought would win this match. He said that given the state they are in now, the old guys will probably win, but if nothing like that happens, maybe the young ones will have a chance to succeed. Then Janie became nervous because she couldn't understand what could go wrong in the future. Planet Man's voice interrupted all the dialogue and thoughts here. He loudly and with genuine enthusiasm announced the start of the first game so that his voice echoed throughout the field. A ball bouncing far up off the floor gave the boys confirmation of the start of their game. Foss was determined to at least show the newcomers how incredible their sunbays were. As soon as he thought about it looking at the ball, his face contorted with bewilderment as he saw it. Carrie soared into the air for the first shot on the ball in the game. Ark also made no secret of the fact that he was amazed at Carrie's speed and clearly hadn't expected such an action on her part. And she was right in the air and said she'd be the first to take a point for their team. A second later, she was almost touching the ball, her foot in the air ready to deliver a powerful blow. Making a sharp and confident movement with her foot, Carrie kicked the ball with such force that it flew straight toward the goal, leaving no chance for a return block. The ball was hurtling straight into their and Ark's goal, and time seemed to slow down as it approached the goal. Carrie, proudly looking at the ball in her head, noted that its trajectory of her shot was pretty good. After a second, however, there was no joy left on her face, for she had noticed an arm outstretched right in front of the sword that had already pretty much given her team their first score. The man who prevented the first goal caught the soccer ball as if hugging it. Carrie's thoughts were jumbled. She couldn't understand what had just happened. Those who were watching and even present at the game were also dumbfounded by what was happening. And Ark wasn't the only one of them who silently froze and watched intently. The mysterious goalkeeper holding a soccer ball. Nidless was lying on the floor behind all the participants and used the summon goalie ability. The summoned goalkeeper fights off all hits for 5 seconds and appears immediately after using the ability. Carrie realized it was only a moment, but Needless professionally managed to use the object with the goalie in time. Whereupon Nidless said without a drop of emotion that they were the first juniors here. He was then grabbed by Foss, endlessly praising what his co-commander had just done. Janie immediately shrieked that Needless was the ace of their team. Professor Lee, who was watching with admiration, noticed that Needless didn't even seem surprised by Carrie's reaction, and searched for the object and used it anyway. Professor, hidden in the bushes, was sure that Carrie was the quickest to react when the ball went up. However, at this moment, it was neither for remained the most calm in this situation. At the moment when it was already obvious that Carrie was going to hit the ball, Needless determined the location of things and found the quickest way to activate the item with the goalkeeper. Especially before Carrie's ball took off, he accelerated with a double, so Needles used the slip and had great difficulty in getting it in time. His ability to instantly assess what's going on is beyond the realm of reason. Foss pointed out that he doesn't even hold back in competitions against the younger one, to which Nidless said that he would be ashamed to lose anyway. Carrie and Ark stood with incomprehensible expressions on their faces, still unable to realize how Nidless had made a decision in such a short time. And now their tactics have changed. They've divided up the duties, and Carrie is now in charge of Needles, and Ark is in charge of Foss. The last of them said, with an incredibly satisfied look, that his teammate had already shown Carrie and Ark what he was worth. So now, it was his turn. Ark, who was in charge of Fosa Sunbay, noticed that he was very skillful with the ball. Foss then deftly wrestled it away and threw it over Ark before he even had time to realize it. Foss said with a smile that he often plays soccer in his normal life. After a second, Carrie started to get indignant because she didn't understand why Ark was hovering and not running after Foss. Ark was thinking that even if he broke the rules, he had to get the ball back first. He hoped to knock Foss off his feet, but as soon as he noticed Ark's maneuver, he jumped up. The moment Foss discovered he had nowhere to stand after the jump, he made the decision to use Ark's face to push off for his next movement. And while his opponent, dazed, stunned, continued to lie on the field, Foss continued to drive the ball. With one accurate and sharp kick on the ball, he scored the first goal of the game. Effa, showing a thumbs up, was happy to get at least 1 point to start with. Carrie's anger had no limit, for he and Ark could have gotten the first goal even earlier than the team and their opponent. And running up to Ark, Carrie began to resent him for not coming to his senses. Ark had just conceded a goal, and he was so happy about it that he was just lying there. In fact, the reason he couldn't move was because of the stanza. Carrie was screaming and trying to impress upon Ark that they were sure to score this time, so he'd better get his act together. Rising from the floor, Ark thought about the fact that if he used the synchronization level, he would definitely be able to stop them. Professor Lee, who was controlling the events, immediately realized what Ark wanted to do and began to give him all sorts of signs that it should not be done. Ark knew this even before the exam for the students on the recommendation that it would not be possible to survive in the academy with only synchronization. So Ark worked hard to create a new weapon. Seeing his efforts, Carrie tried to cheer him on in every way possible. There was hope in Ark's eyes. He would do anything to become stronger. And then the ball is snatched out of his grasp by Needlies at breakneck speed. Then scoring it into the goal earns a second goal for his team. As soon as that happened, Carrie started yelling at Ark with renewed vigor, because how could they be if he kept making mistakes at a time like this? But it was at that moment that something came up that Ark understood well. In an attempt to deflect a pass going from one opposing player to another, Ark misses again. Subsequently, they are added another point, and their score becomes 3-0. Then Carrie tries to kick the next ball, but it hits her foot and goes straight into the goal. And then when Carrie's face can no longer contain her anger, their score becomes 4-0. At this point, Ark couldn't muster up, he just became a stupor looking on. Foss's figure loomed over him, and that's when Ark realized how weak he was, without a level of synchronicity. Still, Ark had no choice but to use it, so he immediately tried to even out his breathing. Noticing this, Professor Lee ordered his team to stop this game. Then he stood up from the bench, watched by the others, and headed in their direction. Saying that they had learned enough about each other, Professor Lee said that they should stop imitating the competition. That didn't make Carrie very happy. But Foss and Nidlees had no negative emotion, and Ark stood behind them, puzzled, trying to catch his breath. Then Carrie came up to him, and you could tell she was ready to fight for the outcome of the game. Foss, watching them, noticed their emotions after losing in this kind of competition, which meant they were very eager to win. Without a doubt, Foss realized that two good guys had come to see them, and then with a clap of his hands, he said it was good to feel disappointed after a defeat, but if it was all over, you had to give some kind of feedback. And then Ark and Carrie looked at each other. Foss realizes that Ark is worried, but he can't win if he's so confused. It seems like he needs to compete more often in competitions like this. Foss then turned to Carrie, saying that even if the game doesn't go well, and she doesn't win, just by blaming everything on her partner, she's venting her anger, which is also wrong. Inside the academy, their NKD team is a strong contender to win against other teams. For this reason, Carrie and Ark will need to become stronger than they were at the moment. For a player, fortitude is also important, and if you shake because of 1 or 2 losses, you can never win. Turning to them, Carrie asked with a smile if they really win so often. After all, the professor's team was really very strong. Since they're so powerful, they'll probably be considered at the top of the academy. With an excited look, Foss replied that their team was in 10th place last year. Carrie's face changed immediately. She couldn't believe what she had heard, because she had heard that there were only 10 teams at the academy. After a little more thought, her expression took on an even more intimidating look. After all, Professor Lee's team was ranked last out of all the teams. And while the collective was speculating about this, Professor Lee turned his attention to Ark, standing beside him. He immediately noticed that his student's gaze was panicked and his head was down. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Pak Noah immediately laid down on the bed in his room. He was nervous after everything that had happened the day before. He was pulled out of his thoughts by T1's voice, which asked why his friend was so worried. He said he's kind of not worried, just wondering if he'll be okay if things continue like this. Ark immediately remembered the words of Professor Lee, who had said that he was now forbidden to use the synchronization level. At the hospital, he had mentioned that it was originally possible to change its value only slightly, and Ark's level is undergoing a strong metamorphosis. At first, his synchronization of 300% reached 500%, and then grew to 999%. Perhaps by reaching this value, Ark had surpassed the mark, but they had only seen the upper limit. Professor Lee also suggested that Ark was overexerting himself, and it was because of this that he thought it might be dangerous for him to use the increased level of synchronization. Ark resented the idea of being in the intersection without synchronization, after which Professor Lee continued with the words that Carrie's synchronization level is 103%. Not an elevated synchronization level is 100%, and this value is almost equal to it. But Carrie had never once used it to justify her weakness. Professor Lee didn't tell Ark that he couldn't use the synchronization boost at all, but only until they discovered its secret and learned how to control it. There's a professor at the academy who's an expert in this field who's willing to help. Crisis is a chance. Professor Lee took the opportunity to advise Ark to give up on games dependent on the level of synchronization and let him think of it as a good chance to find new features. Ark knows he's not as agile as False Sunbae. He can't read the situation as well as Nidless Sunbae, but Ark still knows that in the future, he will definitely be able to. And so, when a new sunny school day at Fantastic Academy had already begun, in one of the classrooms sat a class of Z's who were new to the institution. In front of them stood a girl with glasses who greeted them and introduced herself as Sora. She would be teaching them sports disciplines and fighting techniques that they would be able to practice in the crossing. Ark, who was sitting in the audience, also noticed that the first day was very exciting. Ark was in the same class as Han and Carrie, which pleased him. It meant he knew someone he knew, so he wouldn't be so scared. Classes at the Fantastic Academy take place both in reality and in the intersection. In reality, the theory of intersection and controlling one's mental and physical states is studied. In the intersection, they study the game of techniques and train avatars and so on. After these words, Ark immediately tensed up because he was looking forward to the first class at the crossing, but he couldn't even guess what awaited them there. Professor Sora said that since today was their first day, they would be measuring their base strength without stress. The thesis explains that although in intersection they use an avatar, physical health from reality also affects it. Being in the virtual world for long periods of time does not stress the body enough, so exercise is necessary for health. Immediately, she suggested that the students change into the sports uniforms issued to them yesterday. Heading into the holographic gym at Fantastic Academy, already changed into their sports uniforms, the students were measuring their reaction speed under the supervision of Professor Sora. While doing so, Ark was so focused that there were even droplets of sweat running down his face. And then he felt a sudden projection behind him. Ark deftly turned around and extended his arm in her direction, thus marking her. He did it many more times, because that's how the reaction speed measurement system worked. Then there was the next exercise to measure the physical strength of the student. It was pull-ups. Ark tried very hard to do this exercise, and when he finished it, he did the final pull-ups with his last strength. Next was the measurement of muscular endurance. In simple words, it's running. Ark's performance was that his reaction time was average. His pull-ups were also average, as was his 50-meter run. Overall, Ark's performance was average. Just like Professor Lee had told him earlier, he didn't exercise every day for nothing. Looking at Han, Ark told him that he had been sleeping during the entrance exam and that here he was also napping. Afterwards, when I asked Han what his results were, the answer didn't take long. All of his scores were high, and he said that he almost fell asleep while doing these tasks, so he did everything half-heartedly. Trying to take in the information he had just received, Ark looked to the side to find that one of the students was very adept at performing the tasks assigned to him, which made Professor Sora marvel. Even she couldn't believe what she saw in front of her. 30 out of 30 hits was the highest score Carrie had gotten. Carrie thought about the fact that if she had the highest score, it meant she was in first place. That made her very happy. Ark realized that in reality, Carrie wasn't so simple. As he looked at her, Han, who was standing next to Ark, noted that she was very famous in F-Town, and he has no idea if Ark knows that the environment in City F is completely different. It's a place where people who lost everything in other cities and ran away gather. It's also home to criminals, and a huge number of abandoned children. Despite this, there is a reputable organization that was created in a place as bleak as F-Town for the survival of abandoned children. Little by little, it has grown so large that even adults can't underestimate it. And Carrie was the head of that place. That's why so many people knew her. It was then that Ark realized just how heavy a past Carrie had behind him. Then, approaching Ark, Carrie asked him if he had finished his task. Startled by her arrival, he said that Carrie had done a good job, addressing her formally, whereupon she was very surprised. And when she sat down next to Ark, asking him if he'd heard about that there are 10 teams in the academy, and each team has between 20 and 50 participants. Therefore, It is said that the team is usually divided into first and second sub-teams, but their group doesn't even have any candidates, and there are only 5 people who could hardly play against each other. Plus, last year they were in last place in the last year's ranking. Carrie, looking at Ark, suggested that their team might be in some kind of trouble. Ark agreed with her after a moment's thought, but the sun was already sinking below the horizon. Foss, in his sweat still occupying the hall, heard a voice behind him calling his name. It was Janie, claiming that Foss was the best member of the gym. He responded by saying that if he didn't move, his body would get really sore. And yet, if you do everything in moderation, you can't ruin your body. Nidless then asked Foss what he thought of the newcomers this time. Upon hearing this question, Foss said that he didn't think Ark and Carrie could squat, to which Needless said that he didn't squat at all. Carrie may be a little rough, but in terms of physicality, she was the best. And Ark had something to hold on to, and you can say that because of his shortcomings, you start to expect a lot from him. Listening to this, Needless said he wasn't even asking about ability. They all saw their faces last night at the competition when they talked about their grade. It looked as if the newcomers might leave altogether. Needless wondered if it would be better to recruit the regular students before the situation worsened. If it continues like this, can it end up like last year's incident? And Foss, as if to refute Nidless's words, said that it was Professor Lee who chose these two. And even if some of their team didn't believe in Ark, and Carrie, Foss suggested they believe in the professor's choice. After all, he must have a reason to choose them. But those words didn't exactly reassure Needless. Carrie looked at him with a frightened look, because she couldn't even think of such a thing before, because she really liked the newcomers in their team. Whereupon Janie staggered away from the gym with an oodles of thoughts. She was thinking that maybe they should discuss all this with the professor, because if this kept up, things would start coming apart before the season even started. Everyone seems more receptive from last year, but they didn't do poorly because of a lack of effort. Without finishing her thought, Janie's gaze drifted to the window, and she found Carrie standing downstairs with a tall, black-haired guy. It was Matthew from the Viper Elemental. He was asking Carrie if she'd gotten first place on the recommendation exam. Without waiting for an answer, he offered to get straight to the point and invited Carrie to join his team. Carrie asked Matthew again what he meant. At the same time, Janie watched the scene from above with shock. Carrie said she was a student of Professor Lee's recommendation, to which Matthew pointed out that referral students could change teams too. But unlike regular students, they have a penalty in the form of a 1-year ban from tournaments. Besides, Professor Hidden in the Bushes is famous for forming a team with only poor people. That's why they call NKD Academy losers. And if Carrie goes to Matthew's team, which finished second last year, he can avoid that. Matthew also promised her a sponsorship to support the players. After that, Carrie wondered. And then she asked how much Matthew's team could give her. When she heard that, Janie tensed up even more than before. Matthew was already smiling happily, thinking that Carrie had fallen for his offer. She visibly unnoticed Matthew listening to his plan cautiously, and under Janie's supervision, their conversation continued at the same pace. A lot of thoughts were going through her head, and one of them was whether Carrie was going to leave the team. She was distracted from her thoughts by Needless's voice coming from behind her. He asked her what she was looking at. Janie was startled by his sudden appearance and even shouted at him, ordering him not to look at what was happening. Whereupon he immediately noticed what Janie had been watching all along. And then Matthew asked Carrie how much she wanted to get then, and in his head, he was sure his plan would succeed. He thought that all slum dwellers lost their minds at the mere mention of money, and she herself would join them if they gave her 1 or 2 million won. Then Carrie said that with a little math, Matthew's team should at least give her at least 1 or 2 million won. As Needles waited for what I would say to Carrie, his face twisted with an expression of disgust. And a second later, when he heard that Carrie had asked Matthew for 10 billion, Needley's eyes rounded with shock. Carrie continued that only on the condition that Matthew give her 10 billion would she consider his offer. Matthew's mouth dropped open in indignation and shock. How could a poor girl like Carrie make such terms for him? But Carrie couldn't understand why Matthew was so surprised. It's the amount of money that just comes out of the calculation. After all, she would lose her pride as a professional, and also because of this choice in the future, when she becomes a superstar, she will get a lot of disapproving comments. But what's most important about all of this, if you add a fee for her to hand over the professor who found her and gave Carrie a chance in the past, which despite the fact that Carrie was a helpless orphan left in the slums of City F, he's the one who saw potential in her, and he's the one who changed her mind, saying she has the ability. Carrie should have a chance too, and though she's been held back by her environment so far, now she should get what she couldn't. After which, he suggested that she discover her abilities at the Fantastic Academy. With all that, Matthew's team owed Carrie at least 10 billion, just a fraction of what the future superstar would earn. What Carrie had just said was causing endless anger inside Matthew, and when his nerves got the best of him, he lunged toward Carrie, whom he called crazy. Does she think he looks like some kind of simpleton to her? Then he tried to stab Carrie directly in the face, but she deftly dodged, and firmly, with a strength Matthew clearly hadn't expected, she intercepted his arm. Carrie then hacked him up and pressed his face into the tiles beneath their feet. Then she said that in F-Town, she had stood up to the likes of Matthew countless times. The opinion of the well-to-do that money can buy everything. It was completely disgusting for her, and with those words, she twisted his arm even more. He started screaming that he was giving up, and Needless, silently watching them from above, couldn't believe his eyes. And then everyone within the confines of the showdown was distracted by a voice calling Carrie's name. It was a dumbfounded-looking Ark who noticed what Carrie was doing now. Immediately, he rushed toward Carrie, saying that violence is bad and that she should stop doing it immediately. He was intent on stopping her, but Ark was in such a hurry that he tripped over a rock sticking out of the ground. Clearly not expecting this turn of events, he began to fall with fear in his eyes. And Matthew, who was lying on the floor, tensed up even more when he saw it. That Ark's swift fast fall lands precisely on his head. The pressure immediately made Matthew's nose bleed. Ark did an involuntary elbow drop to the side of his opponent's head. Carrie immediately started laughing at Ark because he had just elbowed his sunbae in the fall, but he immediately started to defend himself, saying that he was trying to stop Carrie, and she praised Ark for actually helping her. Then they decided to move Matthew aside so that he would wake up a little later. When Carrie and Ark had already taken the arms and legs of Matthew, who was unconscious, they noticed witnesses watching them from above. It was Nidless Sunbae and Ginny Sobi, who clearly didn't expect to be noticed. Afterward, they called Arch and Carrie to come upstairs for a serious talk, and they headed together to the gymnasium, where Foss was still in. He was covered in sweat from his workout, and couldn't figure out what those in front of him wanted him to do. Teammates. But then he heard that the rookies knocked Matthew out of the Vipers. Then, Jeannie started berating Foss for still practicing, and he doesn't know the meaning of words in moderation at all. She added not to worry about Matthew. The guys had hidden him, but Fosu's problem was that he'd blacked out. Needly said Ark had hit him hard on the head, and there would be no witness problem. Right after Foss asked what the team wanted his permission to do, and then they asked if they could tell their newcomers about what happened last year. Fos said he didn't think Needlys would be the first to talk about it, and he was wondering if he should tell Carrie and Ark too. And then, addressing the new Foss, he mentioned that their team had previously told Ark and Carrie that their team had come in last place last year. And there was a reason for that had nothing to do with their ability. Originally, the place called Fantastic Academy was a school for the elite that was attended by the children of high-ranking people, and it was the system of enrollment by recommendation, and Professor Lee in particular, that stemmed the tide. Then Foss asked if the boys knew that all the students chosen by the professor on the recommendation were from the cities DF and Z. Ark immediately assumed that their teammates were also from those cities. But Foss went on to say that although City D is now in the process of development, cities F and Z are too far removed from this generation and are called slums. So if you compare them to City A, you'd think they're from completely different worlds. Because of this, Professor Lee caused a stir at the academy, and there were forces opposing his admission on the recommendation of the slum students. They even pushed for the professor's complete resignation. But as if contradicting all the accusations, the professor and NKD have performed very well every year. It was the same last year when Foss was a sophomore. Their team of 5, with no substitutes, included a third-year student preparing to become a professional and 2 newcomers who had placed first and second in the recommendation exam. Their team became so strong that they beat everyone at every competition without stopping. They were discussed as the strongest contenders to win, so their existence could not be ignored by the other team. And then came the very incident that Foss was going to tell us about. One student from first year, who had joined them then with Needlys, suddenly announced his will to leave the team. And even though everyone tried to talk him out of it and change his mind, he just said one phrase and left. He apologized, but said without a trace of regret that he just needed to grab the chance he was given. And then they heard that he moved to another team after receiving a large sum of money. The parents he betrayed Professor Lee and their team who trusted him completely. Before the start of the season, they were unable to find additional players, so they had to play with 4. They played in a similar lineup in games where they should have had 5. As a result, they got the very last place. The academy is very different from what Ark thought of it, and now there's something else he's thinking about now. Perhaps that was the point of the professor's question. What would Ark do if he was playing an enemy with a wider range of abilities? Does he have the spirit to keep fighting an opponent he's sure to lose to? Their job is not only to beat the other academy teams, but also the limited views of the people targeting them. While Needless didn't like the guy who betrayed them and abandoned their team, he was also annoyed by the great elite of the Fantastic Academy. And he told the newcomers not to give in to the loud cries that everyone who grew up in unfavorable conditions is a loser. After all, if you crush them all and win, they won't even be able to squeal anymore, Needless said with an intimidating look. Hearing him say that, Carrie realized that now the guys trusted them too. And just seconds later, Ark shouted at the top of his voice that he didn't want to lose either. He's not going to lose to other academy teams, and he's certainly not going to succumb to the views that despise him. Even though right now Ark still lacked the strength to wait, there wasn't much left to wait. And he's going to ace it by all means and lead their team. The T1 that appeared on the screen of Arka's cell phone even brought a tear to his eye, because now there was nothing left of the little boy he had known before, because Pak Noah had grown up. But Ark's words angered Carrie and Needles, for the two already considered themselves the aces of the team. Seeing their faces, Ark thought he might have overdone it and said something unnecessary in the moment. And then Needles and Carrie jumped on him and started arguing about the title of best player on the team. Needles looked at Carrie and said that she had lost last time and should know how to temper her fervor. She said she wouldn't lose to Needless Sunbae in a one-on-one battle. Shouting Needles told Carrie to go to the crossing now, and he would show her where she really belonged. And parallel to that, it was already evening. The setting sun filled the room Professor Lee was in with its soft light. He was unaware of the ongoing arguments between his teammates while relaxing and drinking coffee. At this time, Matthew, who was lying on one of the flower beds, woke up and couldn't remember how he came to be in this place. The next morning, Ark looked up and was surprised to find it there. A huge projection with an announcement that floated right in the air. Ark realized that the opening ceremony for the ICS Academy competition was in a week. Apparently, they're holding it in a crossroads style of party. Last season, it was PvP 5-on-5 in the world of Heroes of Time. If you think about it, Ark has been playing other games more than Time Heroes these days, so he decided to try his best to practice PvP today. That same day, in one of the classrooms of the Fantastic Academy, the professor was already giving his lecture. Today, Professor Seiler's goal in designing the world was to tell us more about the world of crossing. VR World satisfies many parameters from reality. With the development of intersection, great changes have emerged in human life. The greatest of these was the disappearance of spatial limitation, and thus the so-called world became possible. After the concept of the world was introduced, separate universes with singular goals began to be created, such as the gaming world, the office world, the banking world, and so on. In this way, there were conveniences that could not be compared with reality. A lot of economic markets have been moved from reality to the intersection, and following that, the world has evolved too. Like if you become the master of the universe, you can feel like a god, and then Professor Seiler made the students float in the air. And then he brought them back down to the ground just as abruptly, so much so that Ark fell face down. From now on, all students will try to plan the world. In other words, they will try to design it. By doing so, they will try to create their own individual world. Everyone immediately started looking at the spheres they had been given for the task. Taking it in his hands, Ark realized that he had absolutely no idea what kind of world he could make. And then Han came up to him saying that he had already finished the task set before him. Whereupon, he began to show Ark his sphere of peace in which there was a humidifier showing the humidity index, which was very important for sleep. Ark had no doubt that Han, who liked to sleep, would emphasize something like that. Then he turned his attention to Kari, who was also trying to cope with the creation of peace. And Ark was excited and decided to go up to her and ask her how she was doing, and accidentally bumped into the blonde-haired guy. Immediately, Ark apologized to the guy for inadvertently hurting him. He turned around and noticed that the blonde guy's face was distorted, and he was clearly angry, and immediately called Ark a disgusting thing, which set off a storm of emotions and thoughts in his head. Ark looked after the blonde-haired boy, who was walking away in complete incomprehension of the situation that had just occurred. And then Ark's eyes widened more. He finally realized what everything his Sunbae said was true. The local elite really didn't come close to the natives of D, F, and Z cities. Their cold gazes seemed to have been directed in their directions for what seemed like an eternity. This was the very prejudice that was spreading through the academy. A few days later, on the day of the ICS opening ceremony, The entire team of the Invincible Demon Kings were already prepared for the upcoming event. Ark was very nervous because it was a pretty important ceremony that he really wanted to attend. A little earlier, when the entire team and Professor hidden in the bushes were sitting in his office, they discussed the fact that Carrie and Ark had never tried playing MOBA mode before. Nidless said it was true, because they had no idea that there were people who didn't play the most popular games and modes. At that point, the competition is only a month away, and at the time when other teams start to postpone their teamwork, the NKD team will have to train. They have a whole month, and that means everything is going to be fine, and they have to get everything done. In MOBA mode, the basis of crossing and the way the avatar is used is the same, so Carrie and Ark will get used to it quickly. For this purpose, the 5 of them will develop teamwork 3 days a week, and the rest of the days will be training in Carrie and Ark's MOBA mode. Faust and Janie will be in charge of Carrie, and Nidless will be in charge of Ark. Professor Lee relies on them and hopes that they will be able to explain everything about the regime to the newcomers. After all, in his team, there are only reliable guys who can help in any situation. Already connected to the crossing, the boys could see incredibly beautiful structures in front of them. The majestic world of Heroes of Time, operating in MOBA mode, opened up before them. Carrie and Ark were impressed with what they saw in front of them right now. Nidless told them that before their training session, he would brief them on the regiment. This was the teacher's instruction, so they would have to do their best. The essence of MOBA mode is to storm the fortress. This is a game in which participants must pump the character to overcome enemies and win when they destroy his base. In order to destroy it, you must destroy the towers in front of the base. While the front towers are standing, the buildings behind them are in a vulnerable state. In addition, there are 3 ways to get there, so each team can attack and defend according to the strategy plan. There are also the occasional infantrymen that appear from the inhibitor and run down the line towards the enemy base. The tower attacks the infantry first, therefore at that moment players can storm it. In addition, during the destruction of enemy infantrymen, they get experience and money, which gives them the opportunity to improve their character with them. After listening carefully, Ark had one question. Nidless, calling him a conscript, asked him what he didn't understand. Ark thought that his style of speech was beginning to resemble that of a professor's assistant. Then he asked his question, which concerned their ability to break just 1 line with 5 men without complication. The answer was not long in coming, and it was negative. If you defeat infantrymen together, experience is shared, and fast pumping is impossible. And pumping is a key factor in winning in MOBA, so you need to properly distribute participants on the lines and collect experience without missing infantrymen. This is the basic concept behind the MOBA games. Now Needles proceeds to explain about what is being added to the MOBA world of Heroes of Time. In it, you can use registered items and skills obtained in RPG mode, so Ark and Carrie have every right to buy them at the MOBA store. This is the end of the explanation of the basics of MOBA. Such a long lecture by Needless bored the newcomer. Regardless, they would now begin practicing. Having said that, Nidless wished his recruits good luck. Carrie's team, which includes Foss and Janie, was already on standby. And then the glow that appeared beneath their feet instantly picked up her playmates for Carrie. Janie tells Carrie that this is her first regular game, and she and Foss will be watching in viewing mode, so she should just play it cool. Carrie's blonde-haired co-commander called her Mrs. Rabbit Ears and asked her which line she was going to follow. After that, she told him she would go to the center, mentally deciding that whichever side didn't look in the center would be the most important. And being on the center line already, Carrie was eager to start stepping up. Then she saw her first opponent in front of her almost immediately. And then Foss spoke to her, saying that it would be better for her to attack with the Marines first. If she went forward alone, she would have to fight back alone. But Carrie will have no problem going 1 against 1 in any way. I mean, she's confident in her physical strength. After saying that, she sprinted forward at high speed towards her opponent, who in turn had already realized that Carrie was coming at him alone. Immediately, the foot soldiers protecting Carrie's opponent swooped down on her with their blades, but their attempts to do her any damage were unsuccessful, for she dodged them masterfully. At the same time, she was methodically destroying the infantrymen, eliminating them 1 by 1. She wasn't leaving this any chance that they could even reach her. Foss and Janie, who were watching, were amazed because they had literally just warned Carrie not to take any risks, and already she was throwing her opponents around. And Foss realized he'd felt it when they played soccer together. Physically, Carrie was on the level of a monster. Her stats were already pretty impressive at the start of the game. And then Carrie got to upgrade her uniform and weapon, which she was very happy. Noticing this, Janie happily told her that she was pumping really fast. Carrie smilingly told her that she never doubted her genius. Then Janie suggested that Carrie look at the map because her teammates had marked a request for help, which meant there was a group fight going on. If she didn't help them, they'd be defeated. And then Carrie was alerted to think of her next actions she would have to take. She asked her Sambas about what they said about MOBA being a mode where the main goal is to destroy the opponent's base. They immediately confirmed her words, and then Carrie said that she seemed to understand now the exact way to win in this mode. Carrie thinks that while there is a group fight going on, she's already pumped up to go and destroy the opponent's base. She thinks her solution is really brilliant, right in line with Carrie's, but Janie immediately objected because it's just impossible to do that. Foss, stopping her screams, said it would be better if Carrie experienced it for herself, just because you can't win in MOBA by physical strength alone. Carrie, with absolutely no thought of the consequences with madness in her eyes, was advancing on her opponent. A fireball started to fly in her direction, but it didn't surprise Carrie at all, because she couldn't imagine who would let herself be hit by something like that. Just a moment later, an explosion and a puff of smoke caused by that very same fireball caught her attention, who wiped out all the Marines on her team who were helping her in battle. And then the girl that Carrie had attempted to confront gave the first reason, saying that even if Carrie was strong, she could just defend the tower, and getting rid of the foot soldiers would be the end of it. Because if they don't, Carrie will have to take the biggest hits from the tower herself. Remember the girl's words. Carrie tried to dodge the tower's projectiles, and while she was focused on this action, the next opponent was already approaching behind her with a weapon. Sensing this, Carrie managed to dodge the attack of the massive man's assailant. It was hard for her to get her bearings because she was sure there was already a group fight in another part of the area. Hence the second reason that MOBA is a team game. The guy in the front said that Carrie was really pushing and going it alone, so of course they redistributed their participants. Hearing that just now didn't make Carrie happy, but only caused tension. Abstracted from these thoughts, Carrie shouted that she didn't care if there were 3 or 5 of them or more. Rushing in their direction, she immediately felt like she had done it for nothing. And a moment later, a projectile from the opponent's turret struck her back. This led to a third reason why MOBAs can't be won by physical strength alone. After all, MOBA has an impossible evasion skill that Carrie had experienced. Just then, Foss told Janie that this time, Carrie would finally learn that you can't win through physical strength alone. As the sun slowly disappeared over the horizon, Foss and Janie remembered Ark and wondered how things were going with Needless, but they assumed it was about the same as here. Needless, watching Ark, was clearly shocked by what he saw. He was in viewing mode and couldn't believe that little Ark. Without making any special efforts, he coped with every enemy that met him on the way and defeated them all. Then Needless came to the conclusion that Ark is, without exaggeration, a genius. Going back a bit, the members of the second team were Pak Noah and Nidlet. When the game began, Ark was masterfully confronting enemy foot soldiers. He was fascinated by this battle on the line of MOBA mode. After all, as he had heard, the controls were no different from the RPG mode he was used to. The most interesting thing about it is that in each game starts from the first level, and also the trees of skills and items allow you to change in each game, which means that all of them can pass differently. Selecting the skill Ark wanted to get next, he noticed an opponent approaching. The girl dressed in a blue set of armor thought Ark had opened up and made a crisp lunge. And while doing so, Ark used the ice arrow skill, and his opponent's leg immediately froze. After all, as he thought, the water on the map also freezes from the use of ice magic. It seems that Ark needs to properly distribute skills, paying attention to the specifics of the map. Then he turned to the girl, saying that because he plays only with people from the academy, it seems to be much easier to attack and defend against them. So maybe Ark should try to relax a little. With those words, he swung his weapon with a satisfied look, and gave it one precise and accurate blow right on the girl's head that made her lose her balance. Needless tracking Ark's movement realized that he is strong in the use of skills and many other aspects that make him stand out among the regular players. But in contrast to reality, he has a rather dirty style of play, but perhaps that is his true colors. If Carrie's specialty is her physical strength, then what's Ark's talent? According to Needless, who analyzed their first soccer game, there is a possibility that Ark can only grab the team by the ankle. So Needless takes this opportunity to check out the professor's reason for choosing Ark. That's when he thought of the boss raid. If you win a boss on the map, all team members will be able to get a special buff to the Fortress Rebel. Thanks to it, you can overtake the other teams or dramatically change the critical situation. Therefore, all players gather at the location where the boss appears. It also serves as the time of the 5-on-5 battle. So participants fight not only with the boss to get a buff, but also with each other. Ark also takes an active part in this battle fighting alongside the others. He was even more energized by the fact that this was his first overall fight and first game as a team. Nidless noticed that Ark's opponent on the line wasn't that strong, so he didn't see him as gifted, but that could change during a team. There were many players fighting around the boss, each of whom was eager to win. Without wasting a chance, they also waited for the right moment to strike stealthily to frame the enemy. What was happening there surprised Nidless, making him literally freeze. At this point in time, there were already 2 completed items. With the abilities of the player Nidless was watching, he clearly had no place in the beginner's room. And then, Nidless suggested that it could be a so-called losing troll, a player who purposely suffers defeats in order to lower his rating and then fight weaker opponents. Even though he was confident in his abilities and brazenly continued to destroy player after player, he was also hit in the face by an attack. This attack was directed by Ark and accurately flew towards him without even giving him a chance to dodge. The troll, with his head thrown back and excitement in his voice, suggested that there might be one guy here with a good striking skill. With a crazy look, he said he was going to break through just the front, but he's going to change his plan. And for starters, he decided to use all his power to defeat Ark. As the troll approached Ark, he dared to assume that his opponent specialized in hand-to-hand combat. Making a leap to another place, Ark said aloud that the troll was nothing compared to Carrie, and that shocked the troll. And Niels, who was watching, he couldn't believe Ark's audacity. Then the troll, noting that Ark had used a leap, assumed that he was learning evasion technique. He immediately rushed out of his seat and added that the surge has a 20-second recharge time, and a mage like Ark will be finished when he can't dodge. But then, Ark's attention was grabbed by something a little ways away from him. It was another player who used his shield to knock down a troll flying at Ark. The one was incredibly indignant and didn't understand what a player with a tank ability was doing here. The blonde-haired boy looked at the troll with an innocent look, not understanding what he expected to come here. Next, the troll's attention had already been drawn by a beam of magic aimed directly at his face. Ark's weapon was smoking from the blow he had just made. He was incredibly pleased that it had worked out the way he wanted it to. And at that moment, a shadow of fear appeared on Nidless's face. His eyes widened slightly, his lips quivered, and there were even drops of cold sweat on his face. An evasive technique usually used to retreat backwards. Ark just used it in a direction where he could be helped by a teammate. As a consequence, he got help from the tank that came after the hill. The key for a player with a long-range type of attacks during the general battle is to find the right position. It is necessary to use the landscape together with the tank and manage to attack enemies from the place where it is difficult to attack them. Needley suggested that what Ark had just done could have been an accident. After all, as a first-time MOBA player, he could have used such a skill. In the past, in his very childhood, the withdrawn boy did not like to be in crowded places. But the moment he had to be there, his shoulders would clench, his hands and feet would shake, and cold sweat would break out. The boy was very afraid of what society would think of him. He needed to become strong. After all, after the disappearance of the head of his family without a trace, he didn't want to make his sick mother worry. For this reason, the boy made the decision to meet face to face. With his fear and one school day, he volunteered to answer a question orally in front of the whole class. The classmates around him had a complete lack of interest and only smirked slightly. The looks he met were far from the horrible scenarios he had imagined in his head. After he found out, there seemed to be nothing special about what was happening, and at that time, his trembling hands stopped shaking as if nothing had happened before. That day, the boy developed the habit of reading the looks of the actions of the people around him and evaluating them. This is where the phrase "watch for nunche" comes in. It means, in short, to analyze the people around you. So nowadays, this habit has started to turn into a talent in team game. The outraged troll that was right in front of Ark continued to shout its greatness, trying to do some damage in the process, but Ark deftly dodged. He put his open hand out with his palm facing his opponent. The troll immediately froze in place, his gaze expressing utter bewilderment. And then, analyzing the actions of Ark, Needless realized that what happened earlier was no accident at all. A young man who Needles had previously thought was not that talented a player. As it turned out, all this time he was choosing his position by determining the location of all the people in the vicinity. After a moment, Ark uses a critical ability called Energy Blast, a compressed mana bomb that deals incredible damage to enemies due to its slow strike speed. Pointing his hand forward, Ark corrected her trajectory, thereby further solidifying Nidlisau's thoughts that little Ark is a true talent, and all that was left on the battlefield were the scattered bodies of his opponent. While Needles thought Ark was a real genius. Ark himself thought what had just happened was too easy, probably because it was all newcomers, and when their training had already come to an end in one of the buildings of the Fantastic Academy. Nidless was telling the rest of the team about what had happened at Moby. Ark was blushing at how much he was being praised. Foss and Genie were shocked, and Carrie was even a little indignant. Nidless also added that in order to consolidate his previous result, Ark played a few more times. Afterwards, Foss proudly praised Ark, because the fact that he can detect all people's gazes even during a difficult team fight is incredible. He said, embarrassed by the words, that he used to think everyone could do it, but Carrie, standing next to him, was not happy about it, which only made her angry. And then, Nidless came to the conclusion that, as expected from the professor, he already knew about the abilities that Ark himself had not even guessed about. In his thoughts, Ark thought about the fact that he had previously only tried to play PvP and single-player games, so he couldn't even assume that he had the ability to play team games. Ark realized that he had found his talent beyond the level of synchronicity. As Nidless said earlier, with Ark's abilities, he'd be better off as a long-range player. His strength is his high sensitivity and ability to anticipate people's actions. This art is called safe detention. While Ark was thinking about it, Foss joked that Ark had a 10,000th level of nunchi tracking. But those words threw him into a stupor. It was something he hadn't expected to hear. Noah objected, and before he could say that it was just a safe detention, he was interrupted by Foss, who said that such a thing was unbelievable and only possible with the help of nunchi tracking. Ark tried to justify himself again, but Foss interrupted him again with the words that Ark was just following the moods of so many people at once that it was amazing. After a second, Ark shut up with a look of indignation. Noah had really struggled to find this talent, and Foss simply called it nunchi watching. He couldn't understand how long he would be considered so uncool. Ark then wondered with a nervous smile if he could interfere with other people by doing so. At this point, Foss asked Nidless if he had thought about it, to which he said that he realized it after watching these two play. And when those two stopped joking, there was the question of what they would do with the remaining positions. Carrie was very happy about that, because finally the seating assignments were starting. The center and bottom line positions were left on their team. Of course, in her opinion, with her good physical fitness, she would take the lead in the game. Ark got nervous though his specialty is tracking nunchi. If possible, he would like to go to the center. And then Needles lowered his gaze to the floor and said that in his opinion. Ark should take the center position, and Carrie should take the bottom position. Ark's face immediately lit up with happiness because he will take the center line as he wanted. Already in reality, he triggered the nunchi tracking skill because Ark sensed a change in the atmosphere and shifted his gaze to the side. To his right stood a maximally enraged Carrie, for she had not gotten the position she wanted. Then, when they had talked and discussed all the past events, they went to their rooms and fell asleep. And the next morning, as the sun crept through the dark curtains and glinted on Ark's bed, he realized it was time to get up. Gathering himself, he quickly went outside and started running, feeling the fresh air on his face. His partner in this endeavor was Foss, who looked at Ark's tired look and asked him what it was like to wake up in the morning and run, to which he said it was wonderful. Then Foss, remembering the recent, told Ark that he couldn't even think that Ark would suddenly ask to train with him from now on. So Foss asked Ark why he had suddenly started training with him. Ark said that he had heard that his Sunbae was very diligent and he was going to do whatever it took to become strong. After all, Ark's statement about becoming an ace wasn't idle chatter. It brought a genuine smile to Foss's face. And he told Ark that he was keeping up with him better than he thought he would. And he told Ark that he was keeping up with him better than he thought he could. After SKT's opening ceremony, Ark's daily schedule was incredibly heavy and didn't even have a spare minute. After training with Foss, he practiced MOBA, then watched replays of matches with Needles and got recommendations from him. And the rest of the time, he asked for practice fights with Carrie now and then. Even though there was no free time in the schedule he had created, the opportunity to find a new talent made Noah enjoy his pursuit of ability development. A little later, Professor Lee, chatting with everyone, mentioned that since Carrie and Ark were now well accustomed to MOBA mode, we could start the first real 5-on-5 NKD team battle. And unlike a normal game, communication with your teammates is very important in a competition. You also need to get used to the signs used by your teammates during the game. When everyone confirmed that they understood the professor's words, he told them to disperse to their chosen position. Ark immediately recalled their earlier argument in which Carrie had bewilderedly quizzed Needless about why she wasn't at the center. She said that she was obviously better than Ark, physically or otherwise. When Needless heard that, he asked her if she was really unhappy with her position. And she looked Nidless in the eye with an extremely indignant look and said that she was very displeased. That tired of Carrie's stubbornness took a breath to catch his breath first. Then he came closer to Carrie and asked her if she knew why two people had to stand on the bottom line. Without waiting for an answer, he continued that unlike the center line on which should stand the one who is able to quickly pump up from the beginning, on the bottom line is a person who, although weak in the first few minutes, becomes very strong at the end. The reason why the team side needs to nurture a bottom player is because that in the second half of the battle, he will be in charge of the whole game. In other words, he's the protagonist and the leader. These words did not calm Carrie, but made him even angrier. Needles said that if Carrie didn't want it, there was nothing to be done. After all, he thought that with such developed physical strength, she could be the main character, and he started to walk away. Then Carrie grabs him by the shoulder and screamed. She stammered and told Needless she was ready to go to the lower flank after all. Ark immediately noticed that after Carrie had talked to Needles, she was surprisingly in a very good mood. And then Professor Hidden in the bushes strongly suggested that we start the game. The team entered the intersection and found themselves already in the MOBA mode they knew. Ark, occupying the center line, immediately began fighting his opponent. At the time of the battle, he felt he was very used to playing on the line, so if he keeps it up, maybe winning the competition won't be so unrealistic. Absorbed in his thoughts, he struck the first opponent along the way. The girl was caught in Ark's mass control. It's a magic or technique that prevents characters from acting. Immediately, an elated Ark thought it would be the first character defeated. However, a human figure flashed by his side, who clearly didn't want to give him a chance to win and landed an attack on Ark. He struck Ark's shoulder sharply, and he immediately felt pain shoot through his body. Ark realized that he had been so focused on the battle on the line that he hadn't even thought about the enemy hunter. Then his partner appeared right in front of him with words about how the two Hubei from the team he had to watch out for a lot. Ark was immediately relieved because a second ago, he had already assumed that he might lose now. The Nidless Sunbei standing before him inspired confidence and hope of salvation. He told Ark that he was sending him a sign that an enemy was approaching, but apparently Ark hadn't been practicing hard enough to look at the map this time. The more Ark got used to MOBA mode, the more he felt how incredible his Sunbeis are. Their team lineup for starters includes the goofy pillar standing at the top is Fa Sunbei. Always putting in effort, Fa Sunbei is a tank. He manages to survive most battles even when being stormed by opponent. As a tough player, he is the foundation of the team. Following is Janie Sunbei, who occupies the important position of support. She takes care of Carrie as an assistant, who is a developing player. Janie complements the other participants throughout the game. Thinking of her allies, she uses the abilities they need at the right moments. And the last one, although a sophomore, is the coordinator of the Needly Sunbei team. Gains experience and gold in the monster zone and takes the position of hunter of Needly's Sunbei. Moves around the map and acts to make the game on all lines as easy as possible. Especially as a team tactician, he shares what's going on, makes a plan, and guides the team on a winning strategy. So in the fight that was going on now, Ark and Needles worked well together. Exchanging identifying marks, they professionally massacred their opponents one by one. And when all the opponents were already motionless on the ground with their foot soldier, Needles warned Ark that he's going to another line now. As soon as they had finished this game, he would recommend it to Ark again. Then he took his Sunbei's statement with care. The seniors on the team are definitely very strong. With a squad like this, they can win. A little later, when the fight was already over down the hall, Kim's assistant ran into the office where the whole team was, looking excited. He brought the guys the news that they had finally published the competition schedule. Hearing this, Ark immediately realized that they would now be able to detect their first opponent. In turn, Kim's assistant told everyone else to look forward to this moment. And after looking at the schedule, the team discovered that they Invincible Demon Kings would be playing against Viper Elemental. These are their opponents for their first competition. Last year they took second place. What they saw in the program certainly shocked all the boys. Then Assistant Kim said that it seemed that such an opponent would be enough to spread the word about NKD to the whole world. Ark, not understanding the last words, immediately heard an explanation from Kim's assistant, who meant that SKT was being shown all over the internet. Carrie immediately said that the Viper Elementals were the same ones that were talked about as cowards. She was ready to deal with them. Kim's assistant, nervous, assured her that this year would be different, because last time they'd worked under the influence of the then captain. Ark was immediately confused by the word then, because that meant he could have graduated by now. Foss said that this year, their captain was most likely Matthew. Nidless continued to look at the schedule and noticed that the captain of the Viper Elementals wasn't Matthew at all. At the head of their team is Royd. None of the Invincible Demon Kings knew him, but Ark remembered him. He too enrolled this year along with Ark at the same time. Their captain turned out to be a young 10th grader who, despite his age, took this responsible position. At this time, in a room filled with students, a guy sitting in the center, by the name of Royd, held in his hands the schedule. He learned that their opponents in the competition would be NKE, which means that there is a guy on this team who defeated S-ranked King. The future fight interested Royd so much that he even clenched the schedule sheet in his fist. At this time, Carrie and Ark were staring into the depths of the room with expressions of utter incomprehension on their faces, in which Kim's assistant was sorting through endless boxes of stuff in which he was looking for the spare uniform he needed. Ark looked at it and thought about the fact that they came here to get a uniform, but saw a bunch of stuff. And then his gaze fell on a medium-sized box containing a robot. Taking it in his hands, Ark wondered if it worked. Kim's assistant immediately said that with artificial intelligence it would work, but right now it was just a hollow shell. Collecting robots used to be his hobby based on personal satisfaction. When he came to the academy as an assistant professor, Planet Man had gotten rid of all of them, but the one Ark was holding was exclusive, so he still couldn't sell it. While Kim's assistant was telling the story, he finally found the right shape. Kim's assistant finally found the right mold. Kim's assistant confirmed his hunch and looked at him warily. He wondered why Ark was suddenly speaking so impolitely. Despite his relaxed appearance, the assistant didn't like this format of communication. In response, Ark even raised his voice to say that it wasn't him, and the T1 he had in his pocket, which he'd told in advance to stay out of sight during the day. He then pulled his phone out of his pocket and showed it to his assistant Kim, and he and Carrie, who was standing next to him, noticed Ark's robot emoticon on. In order to make sure of what had been said earlier, Kim's assistant asked a question to clarify whether the robot, not Ark, had really spoken earlier. In response, T1 immediately stated that he was the guardian of Pak Noah and was counting on them. Kim's assistant asked admiringly how Ark brought artificial intelligence to the phone. T1 replied that Pak Noah is not up to the level of the modern world. Evaluating his words, Kim said that judging from the free communication, it is a very advanced AI. In return, he said that he was tired of sitting on the phone and that he liked the situation. T1 didn't hesitate to ask if he could briefly use the body Ark was holding, calling Kim's assistant handsome. The robot's sudden compliment pleased Kim's assistant, and he thought that this AI really knew about people. He then allowed Ark to use his collectible robot. An overjoyed T1, who had already hooked up to his new shell, said that this enclosure was much better than his last model from 5 years ago. After all, expensive things are very nice, but after a second, his emoticon changed because he couldn't understand. Why is everyone staring at him like that? It's not the first time they've seen a robot move. Janie, standing next to him, was delighted with him. Ark, who was behind him, asked his assistant Kim if the T1 would be uncomfortable. He calmed him down by saying that the case was lying idle anyway, so it was better to use it at least in this way. In addition, Ark said earlier that he's lived with T1 since he was a kid, so it would be easy to assume that the robot would want to see him perform in person too, especially now that the team has a mascot, which is great. But Ark was still ashamed that he had caused such inconvenience. Assistant Kim said that at times like this, a simple thank you would suffice. After all, Ark can sense the reactions of others. At once, Ark blushed, for he remembered that tomorrow was the beginning of the long-awaited competition in which he was determined to win. When the next day arrived, a huge projection of the live broadcast was glowing in the sky above the arena. The host, whose head resembled a star, welcomed everyone here and said that he was introducing himself to everyone for the first time as commentator and co-host Starbro. Then the second presenter standing next to him introduced himself as a competition analyst named Big Fish. Everyone here now is at the annual SKT Fantasium Academy Festival. The first competition was decided to be held on the floating islands of Fantasium. Starbro wants to assure all viewers waiting for SKT that they will not regret joining in watching this season. Now, before the match starts, the director wants to give his valedictory speech. Coughing, Jimmy Fullhouse admitted that he was one of SKT's ardent fans. He added that watching the abilities of the Academy students was his only joy. Through their play, he has conveyed the strength that the participants exert in these competitions. Their blood and sweat penetrate his soul, and at one point the director realized that he had already become a fan. However, no matter how cruel it was, only one team would be able to win. When he said those words, Ark tensed up. The director further added that he hopes that the participants will show their fervor through the game so that they will not regret anything in the future. Since everyone is ready, the director asked the two teams that will participate in the first match to come out and the undefeated Demon Kings team heard this. Gathering their thoughts and encouraging each other, they all moved forward together. First up for the competition was the Viper Elemental team. Next in line was the undefeated Demon Kings team. Starbro then asked the audience to welcome the two teams with their loud applause. And the whole arena was filled with deafening applause supporting the participants and creating an atmosphere of intense anticipation before the start of the competition. What they heard was truly breathtaking, so much so that Ark even lifted his glasses. And looking at his opponents, thought about what he was sure they had come to the stadium, however, why he could see Crossroads Stadium. Plus, he assumed that the three-dimensional projectors mounted on the walls in this place made it so they could be seen from the crossing. After analyzing all of this, Ark realized that SKT's scope was incredible. Immediately, Matthew was indignant and noticed Ark standing in front of him. The memories came rushing back to him so fast that his head suddenly ached. Carrie and Ark, standing nearby, exchanged glances, pretending not to notice. Then the captains of the two teams came together and Professor Seiler, addressing Professor Lee, said that this year his team had miraculously managed to get enough participants. But of course, he thought it would be the same as last year. Professor Seiler will be hoping for an opportunity to make the competition exciting, and with those words, he extended his hand towards Professor Lee. In turn, Professor Lee also immediately extended his hand towards his opponent and said that he wasn't sure if it would be that exciting for Professor Seiler. In fact, his guys are so strong they'll exceed his expectations. These words incredibly angered Professor Seiler so much that he even took his hand away from Professor Lee, saying words like how his mouth even dared to say such a thing. Watching this, Ark realized with a smile that this was the first time he had ever seen Professor Lee engage in a verbal battle. Then, standing across from Ark, Royd addressed him by name and said his real name was Pak Noah, and he was 16 years old. He graduated from the first high school of D-City. With a cheeky look, he continued that Pak Noah had lost his parents early and had been living with one robot domestic helper the whole time. Immediately after, he asked Ark if he was the unfortunate boy head of the family. Those words made Ark nervous, because he didn't understand how Royd knew so much information about him. Without waiting for an answer, he said to Ark that he hoped for him in this competition. As soon as he finished, a very happy-looking Carrie appeared in front of his face. She came even closer, and with a creepy look, she suggested that he shut his mouth before she hurt him. If she hit him, he'd be in a world of hurt. Then her gaze was suddenly blocked by a hand that appeared between them like a barrier. The tall guy who did this looked at her with a kind of threatening look. At this time, Royd said that Licia was the most active of the slums of AF City and really wasn't afraid of anything. He assumed her life was worth a pittance since she didn't feel sorry for it at all, and immediately the four of them locked gazes like an invisible net, making tension hang in the air. At this point, Starbro said that a mind-blowing psychological battle is now unfolding between the two teams, and it looks like they're going to see a heated match like the first match. As the players stood around the virtual simulators, Royd, standing next to Ark, told him not to lose his resolve, as the hosts were just trying to mentally pressure them before the fight. Nidless nearby immediately noticed Ark's unstable condition. He was very angry because that unpleasant guy had caused Ark to lose his spirit without realizing. Ark was determined to get back at him for that during the game. Watching this, Nidless realized that this kid had changed a lot too. Their thoughts and worries were interrupted by Starbro raising his finger up and saying that from now on, the long-awaited first match of the SKT, which everyone has been eagerly preparing for, is finally starting. The moment Starbro announced it, players from opposing teams responsible for the top line of the map stood in silence. Also, the players in charge of farming gold and experience exchanged glances. The participants controlling the center line exchanged glances, knowing that every decision could affect the outcome of the game, as those in charge of the bottom line stood calmly ready for any turn of events, and the supporting players stood quietly beside their comrades, waiting for the match to start. Once connected to Crossing, they immediately found themselves in Heroes of Time in MOBA mode. 4 projections of his co-commanders immediately appeared in front of Ark. They were determined to achieve high results, striving for a successful and quality game. Ark's gaze became determined, but also intimidating after a second. And then before his face appeared the skull that was the tip of his opponent's weapon. It was Royd, who was waving his hand in front of Ark's face with a smile. He was much farther away from him, though. At that moment, Ark realized that fear and doubt had completely disappeared. And Royd realizing that Ark was not afraid, concluded that his opponent was far more determined than he seemed at first glance. And that's when Royd realized he needed to test the abilities of whoever was able to defeat King. At a moment when everyone was in their positions, and some had already come face to face with their enemy, Starbro announced that the battle between the invincible Demon Kings and the Elemental Vipers had just begun. And then he asked Big Fish's analyst what he thought of the fight. He replied that he thought that the most important thing in it would be the battle on the line. Judging by the types of professions, it seems that NKD will be in a favorable position, but the analyst is looking forward to the development of Elemental Vipers. If they can improve their abilities at the battle line stage, they will have a chance to tip the scales in their favor. Addressing the audience, they urged them to keep a close eye on the key moments of the battle on the line. And then Royd used the Skeleton Hound's summoning ability, which borrows power from the Necromancer. Royd knows that even when he fights on a line with a pumped-up mage, it doesn't inconvenience him too much. But watching Ark from the beginning of the battle, he seems very inexperienced in that. He couldn't believe this man had defeated King, but that didn't matter, because he was going to destroy King too. As he thought about it, he turned to the crocodile-headed teammate to begin his action. The one accepting his boss's order immediately swung his massive hammer and headed resolutely toward a clearly unprepared Janie. When his hammer was already near her, Janie managed to defend herself against his attack with her shield. At this moment, Starbro noted that the lower line of Elemental Vipers were boldly trying to launch an attack, and at this moment, a panting Carrie came to Janie's rescue, but Janie told her it was fine, and she was doing fine. Due to the fact that the enemy did not get rid of the mobs and immediately attacked it, became that the target of the infantrymen was a guy with a crocodile head. So Jenny was determined to use this to her advantage. The host commented that the Viper Elemental's Sappert player Juan, who had been hit by a group of mobs due to a rash attack, had decided to return to recover. This meant that NKD had an advantage in the battle on the bottom line. At this moment, Ark felt immense pride in his team. Needles relayed the information to Ark that he saw the enemy from the jungle at the top of the map, and they can use the Gang King strategy of having the enemies make a quick attack on the enemy for help on the jungle line. As Professor Lee said earlier in MOBA, there is a system because of which the enemy is not visible in the distance. You should always be ready and watch out for the possible appearance of a jungle player from the enemy team. During the battle on the line, you need to outline the zone of possible attacks of the Forester and do not go beyond it for safety. If Ark believes Nidless's information, the Forester should come out from the left side and he should stick to this line, and then he can continue the fight. And then Ark was surprised to hear Royd's laughter, which suddenly broke the tense silence. He smirked and asked Ark if he thought the ranger would come from above. Ark's gaze then shifted to the figure approaching him. It was Wands, who didn't miss the opportunity to take advantage of Ark's position and delivered a precise punch to his stomach. Ark could not have expected this, because he was completely sure that his opponent would be on a completely different flank. He couldn't gather his thoughts because he felt an incredibly intense pain from the blow he had just received. After which, Royd said that not only a jungle player could come for Gang King, and at this time, was saving up a massive amount of energy in his palm. Pointing it towards Ark, he said he would gratefully accept his first victory over his opponent. And then Starbro announced the first participant to drop out of the game. The first to do so was the Viper Elemental. After that, Starbro asked Mr. Big Fish how he felt about what was going on. He said that Vance's low line drive was a clever disguise of his return to the plate. He did this so that he would not go down, but would go straight to center and strike unexpected. The strategy prepared by the Viper Elemental team could be clearly seen here. A moment after Royd's attack, Ark found himself in the revival waiting room. He had no idea that at that moment he'd be approached by a captor, and with 7 seconds left before he was revived, he realized that he had been planning to do it all along. If you think about it, that his loss was the first in the game, it meant that the whole world watching the broadcast saw him fall the very first. The rest of the team was not upset at all because they were supporting each other anyway. Ark stepped into the arena with renewed vigor, determined to be even more focused than before and repay his opponents by defeating them. And then Royd turned his attention, a little surprised, to what was right in front of him. Ark reappeared, taking up a position near the tower. He was much more cautious than before. Royd assumed he was going to play it as carefully as possible so he wouldn't get caught again. Royd didn't know how the others were doing, but he realized that Ark was definitely in MOBA mode. The essence of combat on their line is domination. If you move mobs in advance, you can get away from the line without any damage until their next wave arrives. So if Royd leaves the line, the enemy will think that either he went to another line or went into a foreign jungle with the forester. If that was the case, the top and jungle players of the enemy would have to become more careful. At that moment, Ark told Foss that the center had disappeared, and he took the information and thought that at that moment he could suppress the enemy. Royd reasoned that his team starts the real game from the moment they purchase items. And at that moment, Starbro noted that the GEs had taken their experience points and gold in the NKD jungle, and Nidless, standing next to his two opponents, thought about the fact that he didn't even have time to realize when the enemy's support had gotten to the point so quickly again. And at one point, the entire GE team appeared to converge on the center and attack it. Flashes to the east and west moving in and out. The GE team showed their incredible speed of cohesion. In doing so, they continued to stay one step ahead of their opponent. Professor Sealer, the coach of the Viper Elemental team, watched carefully. He was thinking about their maneuverability-based strategy, and all the members of his team had purchased items in the store that increase their speed and mobility. In fact, their entire team has submitted to Royd's leadership, and the participants are constantly moving at an excellent speed without a single death, because of which their opponents feel the effect of ever-increasing pressure when even a minimal difference becomes significant and they end up trapped. Needles realized that from now on, they needed to enter the enemy jungle, thereby provoking them to fight. It seemed to him that they had prepared items to increase the speed. If this continued, his team would only wander and the game would be over. Now that they had reached the right level, they needed to create a tipping point before the difference became even greater. Nidless asked Foss to go into the jungle to make it easier for the team to help him provoke his opponents. Foss accepted the instruction and went to the designated location. Nidless told Ark to wait in a position where he could quickly join Foss, and he agreed. Royd immediately assumed that the opposing team thought they could take control of the losers and win this fight. That amused him greatly. He was immediately approached by his co-commander, who notified him that an enemy hunter had entered their jungle. Royd realized that the enemy team was trying to provoke them into a fight and immediately warned all partners to follow Plan C4. He assumed that if an enemy player entered the jungle, he most likely asked up or center for help. And no matter how many players they send there will be as many players from Royd's team elsewhere. So they're creating a 4x2 structure underneath. Royd is not going to use the time for such a useless team, because in any case, his main goal is to repay the debt received during the exam. At the same time as these events, Janie, who was next to Carrie, was on alert. Carrie didn't allow herself to ignore what was happening either, and glancing sideways, she noticed that Royd and one of his teammates were flying toward her at breakneck speed. He looked like he was possessed, and probably in his thoughts now was that this is where the game could end. With a frantic look, suddenly Nidless said aloud that it was probably just about now, and that's what Royd thought. And while the energy condensed under Ark Needless's hand, he said that the entire Viper Elemental team had been too underestimating the Invincible Demon Kings all this time. And after a second, Ark directed his attack towards the red-haired guy using the Ice Spear ability. Royd's face instantly changed. He couldn't believe that the enemy team was capable of doing any damage at all. Ark standing across from him radiated such confidence and power that it literally paralyzed Royd with fear. Then Ark looked straight into his eyes and wondered why he was here. Going back in time a few days ago, Needless wondered to Ark if he could read his opponent's intentions with his nunchi tracking. He didn't fully understand the meaning of his word. Ark wondered if it would be considered a superpower if it were possible. Nidless had a different point. He asked Ark if he could feel anything when he was watching other people's reaction, to which Ark said that he could only understand the direction of his opponent's gaze. He then looked at the Janie Sunbay and Carrie directly behind him. He knew for sure that even though they were playing with each other, Janie Sunbay's gaze was fixed on the snacks nearby. So Ark assumed that all she was thinking about was eating them. Needless' gaze didn't change at all, but it was obvious that he was thinking about something. The next moment, he came over to the table where the girls were playing chess and grabbed a plate of snacks and lifted it up. Janie jumped up instantly, not realizing what Nidless was doing at the moment. Jenny turned to Nidless and said that she was only going to try one thing, so he'd better return the plate. Nidless ignored her, thinking that he and Ark had been talking for some time, but he kept watching the other people's gazes. Nidless's actions did not go unpunished, and Janie gave him a bump on the head. He pretended that nothing had happened and asked Ark to see if he could use the skill in the game by reading the eyes of his opponents and acting on a hunch. And already during the battle, Ark remembered that afterward, as a result of a huge amount of testing, he and Needless Sunbay had determined that. His guess was 80% correct. He reads his opponent's intentions through his gaze. Royd looked around carefully on all sides, assessing the situation. He then used his skeleton summoning ability, which immediately rushed forward. Skeleton growled with all his might, even scaring the foot soldiers from his own team. But it was enemy mobs that his main goal was to destroy. Royd noticed immediately that Ark had disappeared, as if he wasn't even there. And lightning fast, without thinking in his head, he made the decision to run. But Ark noticed that the place where Royd looked most often after Nidless Sunbei got into enemy territory was down. And then when Ark's attack with the Ice Arrow ability flew at Royd's partner, he became very nervous. Ark in turn felt satisfied with the work he had done and was pleased with the result. After all, he was able to read his opponent exactly as necessary to accomplish his goal. Starbro was stunned by the sudden support from the Ark player. He noted a battle approaching between 4 GE attackers and 3 tower-backed NKD defenders. Royd instructed his allies to ignore the turret, noting that their advantage would be eliminating the ranged player from the opposing team and getting out of the firing zone in a timely manner. He also urged them to use all available skills to overwhelm their opponent. Then he activated the Deceased's Obsession ability on Carry. When this ability is used in the specified area, the enemy is bound for 3 seconds and completely unable to move. Another member of the GE team used the Last Strike skill. She used the Last Strike skill, which after aiming it at an opponent, fires a powerful arrow. Wands also used one of his abilities called Holy Judgment. His hammer builds up lightning, which in turn deals heavy damage. He was going to use her to take out Carrie, who was already in a state of bondage from the last attack. She was already convinced she was about to be destroyed. But the next instant, Janie appeared in front of her to prevent that blow. Immediately turning to Carrie, she asked her to cover for her because her health level was critically low. Carrie confidently told her partner that she could handle it and asked her to entrust the case to her. After that, she lightningly approached her opponent and shocked her with this action. After receiving a solid blow to her face, the girl couldn't understand why the rangefinder was running at such speed. Without giving her a chance to regain her senses, Carrie swiftly delivered a kick with her foot, knocking her aside. She felt a sharp pain shoot through her entire body as she was thrown off at an incredible speed. As soon as she stopped, Carrie's crossbow was already over her head, its tip gently touching the top of her head. Carrie told her opponent with a smile that she was actually more confident in close combat. In all this chaos, a lot of players clashed with each other. Royd eliminated Janie. Carrie defeated Saban, and also Ark finished off Max. Without missing an opportunity, Starbro commented that Max and Saban from Team GE had been defeated by the tower attack and Team Shin. Their score at this point was 2-1, which meant that the NKD team was starting to pull ahead. At that moment, Nidless rushed towards his opponents with renewed vigor, indicating that this was not the end. They, along with Foss, surrounded Matthew's player from both sides, causing him to become confused. Starbro immediately said that a Needley's player entering his opponent's jungle seems to be trying to Jenkin near the tower. And Matthew, who has been near the tower all this time, suddenly finds himself in a 2-on-1 battle. Immediately after, the Needley's player forcibly removes the Matthew player from the game. Thus, the NKD team reaches incredible heights in an instant. The NKD team shows spectators an incredible game and even makes you think that their last year's results were a fabrication. T1, who was closely following the battle, could not hide his admiration for what was happening. Sitting next to Assistant Kim and Professor Lee, T1 excitedly said that Park Noah was doing well. Assistant Kim replied that T1 had hardly seen the games before and added that Ark had made a turning point a little earlier, which was unbelievable. These words made Robot T1 very happy to know that Park Noah was helping his team. And Professor Hidden in the Bushes was sitting nearby, immersed in his own thoughts. As he analyzed the situation, he noticed that Foss, the pillar of the team, had been crushing and destroying enemy towers since the beginning of the game. If he had not stood his ground, the game could have ended quickly. In turn, Janie spent in every dangerous situation super saves blocking the blows to reduce the damage directed at their team. And Needles directly caused this whole situation. His plan was developed with amazing speed and with the current situation in mind. Needless is an experienced player, and he knows exactly how to win. No matter how many times Professor Lee watched him, he was always amazed by Nidless's tactical ability. Especially what he was watching now made him proud and brought a lot of positive emotion. He thought that now the three of his team were shaking off last year's sadness. And at that moment, Starbro said that NKD was crowding the enemy without any problem. Taking the advantage from below as a base, they lightning fast broke the line and started to come out. Then the invincible Demon Kings smashed the Guardian of the second line of defense. In the meantime, they began to attack the central barracks of the Viper Elemental team. What Matthew and Royd saw in front of them made them feel depressed. In parallel, Nidless turned to Fosu Sunbei without an ounce of fear or doubt. He asked him if he remembered how they had lost to the Viper Elemental team last year. Foes immediately mentioned the moment when Nidless had cried bitterly after the match, but that wasn't what Nidless himself had to say. He was referring to the spectators they saw at the end of their game. It was a silent and cold stadium that did not let out cheers and was not happy. That moment seemed like hell. Even Nidless himself found it very difficult to contain himself. And that's when he realized that what he hated most in the world was losing. Not only the opposing team, but also the academy and the audience. Foss immediately asked if the latter were also Nidley's opponent. As if giving a positive answer to the last question, he said that he was going to make the audience have no choice but to shout joyfully at the end of the fight. He and his team were determined to finish this game with a 5-on-5 battle. A little earlier, players from other teams were polled. They were asked who they thought would win this battle. Dante, from the Liberated Wolves team, said with doubt in his eyes that NKD is not a promising team, which last year took the last place. Then there was Asta from the Honeybee team. He said that NKD can't beat the runners-up from last year, so he expects an uninteresting match from the very beginning of the opening. Then the same question was asked by BB from the Fire Buffaloes team. In his opinion, the Vipers Elementals will win by a strong margin. Ol from Team Unicorns was next in line. In her opinion, the undefeated Demon Kings team was a bunch of losers. And of course, the Viper Elementals would win. And all the subsequent students interviewed also said that Viper Elementals would win. But already in real time, the host Starbro was literally shouting that the invincible Demon Kings were pushing the Elemental Vipers without rest. The NKD team was excitedly advancing on their opponent's base. And at some point, they even started storming the tower in front of the barracks. Lightning fast, it was as if they had caused the Viper Elemental Tower to collapse. Thus, they were left with only barracks and nexus. Everything else was destroyed. Royd was violently indignant at what was happening. He couldn't believe that his opponents must have thought their team would give up here. He was sure there was a way to turn the situation around, and they would find it to win. They decided to use the waiting man on the backside of Wands and open the initiation. This meant that the opponents would be attacked separately for the sake of winning such a large battle. In his opinion, if they start by destroying the rangefinder now, they can probably win this fight. Wands' target was Ark the mage, who was injured early in the game. Ark quickly turned around and saw his opponent standing behind him, after which immediately he alerted Carrie to the unpleasant incident. She took the warning from Master Tracking Nunchi without hesitation and swung her foot at Wands' face. Ark, ignoring her successful attack, asked not to call his ability Nunchi's tracking, and then he applied his firewall skillet, causing the area around Wanza to instantly ignite. Right in front of Royd's face, Ark eliminated a Wanza player from the game. Royd was dumbfounded, for he was sure that Ark was definitely the weakest player in the game on the line. But Ark, for his part, didn't even show the slightest sign of weakness. He stood firm, his gaze focused, and his confidence in his actions unmistakable. In Royd's opinion, the atmosphere around him had changed after the start of the fight. And at this moment, Ark was mentally trying to concentrate because he couldn't relax, because he managed to defeat only one person. He concentrated trying to quickly assess what his opponents might do in the next move, and how his team should act. He had to determine absolutely everything. With his ability, he literally scanned the battlefield he was on with his co-commanders and enemy. He immediately searched for a safe position because he needed to attack from afar as much as possible. For the sake of their victory, he was willing to do absolutely anything, whether it was Nunchi tracking or some other ability. He then immediately used his Ice Arrow ability and thus neutralized Matthew's player. Cold sweat was already running down Royd's face. With each defeat of his team, his nerves grew more and more tense. Royd didn't understand why they had such poor results. Before the fight with NKD, they had thoroughly checked the team's information. The 3 students from last year and a sophomore didn't stand out, and he found the skills of the 2 newcomers on the line to be abysmal. Before this fight, Royd thought they could easily rise to the occasion by defeating a team like this. Then he'd pay King back for that humiliation. But the team of the invincible Demon Kings were not so simple, and during the battle, Ark stretched out his arm. Before Foss concentrated in his hand, a mass of energy that he was ready to direct at Max's face. He and Saban, who was standing behind him, were stunned at what was happening, for their opposing team was much stronger than they had anticipated, and while they literally couldn't move, Ark sent a beam of energy in their direction, which sent Max and Saban to the other side of the world. After the attack, Ark froze in place, as if contemplating what had happened. The other team members standing behind Ark were discouraged. After all, just now Ark had successfully eliminated 4 opponents. Nidless, unable to restrain himself completely giving in to his emotions, shouted sharply to Ark. Royd is clearly looking for a series of 5 kills, and Ark must hurry to catch him. Yahello said he really should let Ark have one more destruction, then ordered everyone else to hold on to Royd. And Nidless said that he had to get rid of the 2 dogs in front of him first. Everyone was ready, but Ark had no mana. Nidless said it wasn't important, and that he should just swing the iron and do damage to the enemy. Listening to their conversation, Royd couldn't understand how they had the nerve to discuss it in front of him. The NKD team didn't pay attention to his feelings at all, and immediately rushed into the attack without giving the slightest chance to defend. Starbro instantly jumped up. His reaction was so quick and rambling, and he did not hide his true emotions in his voice. Addressing the audience, said that in the first fight, the opening SKT, there was an unbelievable series of 5-player kills from the Ark fighter, and immediately a sign announcing it appeared right in the game. The entire arena was suddenly filled with loud cheers that echoed throughout the space. T1, who was watching this, was surprised that his little Pak Noah could do this. Assistant Kim stroked the robot's head and said that it was unbelievable, because it was very difficult to make a series of victories over opponents. Ark and his teammates were immediately shown on the live stream that was going on right on the projection above the arena. Starbro announced that Ark of NKD was registering a series of 5 eliminations. The NKD, who had caught all 5 Viper Elementals, were now destroying the barracks as well. Even the members of the other teams in the spectator stands were shocked. But not King. He heard this and felt a great deal of irritation. But even so, Starbro continued commenting, saying that the NKD had destroyed the Twin Towers and were rapidly moving towards the Nexus. And Professor Lee, who had been calm and emotionless all along, suddenly clenched his hand into a fist, probably with confidence that his students would do well. Because in the next instant, the team of invincible Demon Kings were already destroying the Nexus in front of them. After that, the game instantly ended, and all the players began to remove their helmets from their heads, returning to reality. Ark was thrilled. He could not have imagined that he would make the first series of 5 destructions in his life at the competition. So maybe thanks to this, everyone will forget that it was Ark who was sent to the grave first in the game. But then his gaze swept forward, and he forgot all his worries and thoughts, for he heard the joyous shouts of the audience. It seemed as if they were echoing throughout his body. Phos was also incredibly happy to see the joyful faces of the audience, and Nidless turned to his sunbae. Phos smiled and asked Nidless if he thought they were going to lose, and in his mind, he realized that even a guy as impenetrable as Nidless could also cry. Phos asked Nidless with a smile whether he thought they would lose, and in his mind he realized that even such an impenetrable guy as Nidless could also cry. And tears of joy also appeared in Janie's eyes, and not holding back her emotions, she hugged Carrie tightly in a burst of happiness. And the members of the Viper Elemental team had different emotions, from anger and despair to anger and rage. As the 2 teams stood across from each other, Starbro announced that the first opening contest between the NKD and the G would end with a victory for the NKD. The SKT show's special reporter then turned to the audience with a smile on her face and asked if they had fun watching SKT's opening ceremony. Right afterward, she added that they will interview the MVP of making this game interesting. And then she announced that Ark from the Invincible Demon Kings was coming out to join her. With a nervous look, Ark said hello to the host from the audience who were watching the live broadcast. And the girl turned towards Ark, saying that he was probably worried because it was his first interview. His thoughts were full of the fact that people from all over the world were watching him at that moment, so his eyes were literally scattered. The girl went on to say that after the clash, the NKDs won the bout, and she asked Ark if they were confident of beating the GEs, who came second last year. Ark was in a sweat of fear, and stammering, said they were confident of winning. She said that Ark had gotten his first defeat by winning and destroying 5 opponents in a competition. He'd achieved multiple firsts, and she wanted to know how he felt about it. Ark radiated tension and fear, but still said he enjoyed it. And then lastly, the girl asked Ark to warn the other teams that would meet the NK. Ark didn't quite understand her request, so he stood with a perplexed look on his face until then. Until he turned his gaze to his boys. He immediately realized that what he was about to say would probably be their team motto. Taking a breath and gathering his thoughts, Ark focused on what he was going to say. He said that no one in the academy or the world should underestimate the Invincible Demon King, and as he was finishing his speech, he accidentally bit his tongue. This news quickly spread across the publishers. The headlines reported that the player Ark who became a colorful character in the first game of SKT opening, bit his tongue during an interview. The injury was minor, and there were no worries about his participation in the next match. This picture amused T1 and Carrie. They barely managed to contain their laughter. Carrie said that the headlines also said that Ark was shaking the whole interview, and then just walked out of there. Foss said with seriousness in his voice that it was Ark's first time, so he was so nervous. He then asked the guys not to make fun of him so much. At this time, tears were already glistening in Ark's eyes, and he didn't understand why things always ended so stupidly for him. And the professor looked at all the guys and said they did a good job. He believes that it was an incredible match that told the world about the NKD, so it was a very valuable victory. Jenny said she was so pleased to see the audience shouting NK. Nidless added that next time he would make sure they had no choice but to chant their team name. Then, Professor Lee announced that they still had time before the next match, so they should take good care of their condition. And as he started to walk away, Professor Lee heard Ark's voice behind him. With great embarrassment, he said he would like to consult Professor Lee. He didn't refuse him, of course, and they joined the crossing together. Professor Lee asked Ark if he really wanted to play better on the line. With hesitation, Ark admitted that he felt he was causing trouble for the guys on the team. When Professor Lee heard this, he realized that Ark was beginning to evaluate himself, and that was a good sign. Ark wanted to know the way in which he could improve his skills, and that method was the independent creation of the training world. Professor Lee asked Ark if he had taken a class on world design. He replied that he had taken a class taught by Professor Seiler. It was true that if he could create a world for training on his own, Ark was sure it would be much more convenient. Then, Professor Hidden in the Bushes suggested that Ark try to make his own world in which he could practice line battles, and when he had already started to create his world, it could be seen in detail. However, what Professor Hidden in the Bushes saw before him did not impress him. Then he looked at another of the parts of the world Ark had just created. He didn't like what he saw, and his face was no longer neutral, but twisted in incomprehension. And when he finally fully saw the visuals of the Ark world while he was there, Professor Lee realized that things were even worse than he thought. Then his face became quite sad. Ark was delighted with his world, but Professor Lee said he had put up too many towers. Ark replied that he thought that if he passed them all, his game would improve. And the professor added that his eagerness was commendable, but the space was bad. And at this point, Professor Lee got excited about Ark's grades on the design of world, after which he decided to tell him about the essence of simple worlds. First, you need a purpose for which to use it. Their target at the moment is the training ground for line play. For this purpose, you will need to purchase the Heroes of Time world source from the Intersections internal store. Then, in this source, you need to cut out the awkward moments to make the result more appropriate and fit the desired format. If they want to train the line, everything will be as it should be, even if there is only one first tower left, especially if you change the victory conditions to either destroying the first tower or defeating the enemy. And so, in Professor Lee's hands, there was already a ready-made world for practicing battle midway. Ark was happy, but at the same time, he couldn't understand where he could find opponents for training. But Professor Lee said that it wouldn't be a problem either. After all, he has a database of collected data on players that will help them with Ark. It could be used to make bots of players and train with them. When Ark saw this projection, he was delighted because it even contained the data of the NKD members and Professor Lee himself. Professor Lee replied to Ark that he could choose whomever he saw fit. And then he scrutinized all the candidates and noticed that one of them had unknown instead of a nickname. Professor Lee explained that the problem was that his nickname information had disappeared, and the old data was now displayed, so he didn't recommend using it. Ark thought about it and replied that he didn't have to confront only one person. So he decided to choose this unknown as his first opponent. Ark was going to defeat him today and move on to other save data. Not even a shadow of the former enthusiasm remained on Professor Hidden in the Bush's face. He scratched the back of his head doubtfully and said that since Ark wanted it that way, that's what they'd do. After that, Ark didn't hesitate to move to his training world without hesitation. Ark was very pleased with it, for there was really only the center line he needed. After familiarizing himself with his surroundings, he directed his gaze forward. Where the bot of that same nameless Ark was located, he immediately realized that his class was Assassin. When Ark's foot soldiers ran out to help him, he remembered that he needed to defeat the enemy as quickly as possible and move on to the next data. Avoiding mob attacks was the basis of the battle on the line, and coming forward with them was the basis of the basic. And while his thoughts were distracted by the repetition of the material he had recently learned, the unknown suddenly appeared in front of him. Subsequently, he sensed his opponent's weapon, which dealt Ark the first damage for this fight. Ark didn't even think he could be attacked at a moment like this, and the unknown didn't attract the attention of the towers, so Ark figured the enemy had noticed him getting a little out of their line of sight. This guy's skills were incredible. As soon as he managed to attack Ark, he instantly bounced away from him. His power was impressive, and with every move it became clear that he was not such an easy opponent. Professor Lee was sitting in his office, clearly thinking about something. He remembered the day Ark had chosen the unknown as his opponent. The professor had been excited, but he'd acted like a child. After all, he wanted to see Ark rise to the challenge of defeating Professor Lee himself from the past. Ark spent his free time in the crossing capsule from morning to night. On this particular day, he had played as many as 79 times since morning, but in all that time, he had never once been able to hurt the unknown, and Ark couldn't understand his style of play at all. He was very different from what Ark had been taught, and yet the unknown was the toughest opponent of all the line battles Ark had ever witnessed. Then he was finally exhausted and decided to go back to his dorm room. He recently told the professor he'd beat this opponent today. If Carrie found out he'd failed, she'd laugh, so Ark should win, if only for persistent. While Ark was thinking about it out loud the whole time, a guy was standing behind him. As he came closer, he wondered if the man standing before him was really Ark. Then he added that it looked like Ark had been practicing late into the night, and Ark himself had never realized who the intimidating man in front of him was. The guy said that Nidless's sunbae was different. Ark was surprised and asked if he knew Nidless's sunbae, and the guy said yes, because he was a second-year student too. After hugging Ark, the guy said he became a fan after Ark made his first series of 5 destroying enemy players. Then he said that he and Needles had actually had a bit of a falling out, so now they don't have a very good relationship. He then suggested that Nidless Sunbae also quarreled with his friends. The guy wants to make up with him because it was just a little misunderstanding. The guy asks Ark if he thinks that Nidless is actually very stubborn. Ark didn't think so, and he couldn't think of anything to answer this guy. Then he asked Ark if Nidless didn't grumble a lot. He literally chokes everyone with his pedantry. Ark replied that he curses quite a lot, and his sunbae can be a bit intimidating. The guy was very pleased with Ark's answer and said that Nidley's didn't change at all. He said that he would be supporting their team at the next match and asked him to tell Nidless that. Ark bowed in response and thanked him. And when the guy left, he left Ark alone with a bunch of thoughts. He realized that the guy hadn't even told him his name. So how was Ark supposed to pass on his words? Meanwhile, the same guy walked into the other building. He had an evil grin on his face. Hyunjun, who was standing there, asked him why he was laughing so hard. He said he would take his uniform and leave quickly. So if he was late again, Hyunjun wouldn't wait for him anymore. He immediately apologized to Hyunjun, even though he didn't need his apology at all. The guy putting on his jacket said that he felt as if he had met a person from his native land for the first time in a long time. He was the captain of a Metal Sharks team named Loki, and he was also a former member of the Invincible Demon Kings team. He mockingly assumed that all the members of his former team missed him very much. A little later, while jogging in the stadium, Foss asked Ark with concern if he had been working too hard lately. Ark pretended not to understand his words. Foss went on to say that Ark practices physical strength with him every day, and as far as he knows, Ark is also practicing with Professor Lee. Ark said he had no problem with that, because he was having fun improving his abilities. Foss responded by saying that they would have to go watch the other teams compete today, so Ark shouldn't stress too much. Ark agreed with what he said and then asked his sunbae what he needed to do to play well in line battle. Foss said that the way to stand perfectly on the line is willpower. Ark thanked him and said he would try it. The results of the battle did not change after using Foss's approaches. Ark had never been able to win, but he had 179 defeats, and had recently added 32 more. It was then that Ark realized that willpower alone wouldn't be enough after all. And then came the moment when the NKD team came to watch the other teams compete. Ark was impressed by the scale and atmosphere of the place they were in. Janie noted that they finally felt what it was like to be spectators at the stadium. Foss asked Ark if he was watching the competition for the first time. In turn, Ark responded in the affirmative. Hearing this, Foss addressed everyone on his team and told them to keep a close eye on tonight's match. Carrie and Ark turned in his direction and took in their sunbae's words with a serious look. And then the entire stadium was filled with the voice of Starbro, who greeted the audience and introduced himself and analyst Big Fish. Then he added that today is the day of the last match of the first week of SKT. So everyone should remember that after the end of today's game, they will have a 2-day break. And tonight, viewers should be ready to meet the two teams, made up of only sophomores and juniors. And the first is the team that finished a respectable 3rd place in the standings last year. This is the Liberated Wolves team, who came to the competition with their coach, and the collective that opposes them is none other than. And by slowing down his speech, Starbro was trying to stir things up. Then went on to say that this is the Metal Sharks, who are also here in the company of their leader. In the past, due to some problems with the Metal Sharks roster, it was decided to change it completely. So now it is a brand new team consisting of freshmen. The only exception is the team captain, sophomore Loki. Today's contest features two incredibly contrasting teams, so it will be very interesting for everyone to watch the rivalry between the Metal Sharks and the Freed Wolves. The spectators began to look at the players standing in the arena, and then Ark noticed the guy he had been talking to earlier. He said out loud that he wasn't a friend of Nidless Sunbei, and Nidless turned his head toward Ark with a look of horror. Then he asked him who had told him that he and that monster were friends, and added that Ark should not associate with such a lowlife. It was the same traitor they'd told Ark and Carrie about last time. In his thoughts, Needles wondered if he'd hastily recruited freshmen to his team. He couldn't believe that this was the chance Loki had told them about earlier. Meanwhile, he was looking at his opponents as if mockingly asking them if they were too nervous. After all, unlike them, his team shouldn't be scared at all because everyone in the Liberated Wolves is in their second or third year. Hearing Loki's words, the guy on his team became visibly nervous, and looking at them, Loki said how cowardly his Hubei were. And hugging this guy Loki, said to the entire cast to just do what they do in training and don't make mistakes because of their fear, then they will succeed. Hyunjun, standing nearby despite his captain's words, felt uncomfortable. Even so, Starbro announces the start of the battle between the Freed Wolves and the Metal Shark. Ark sat back down and was excited to watch his first fight. As he looked more closely at the projection with the players, he noticed that Hyunjun was also a miter. As he was thinking aloud, Ark caught Nidless's eye, who asked if he knew the guy. Ark replied that they were at the same school and that he was disgusting. Then Carrie laughed and said that she could scold him if he was bothering Ark at school. Ark said that Hyunjun was really nothing, and he could have beaten him even without training with the professor. From this, Needless concluded that in such a case, Hyunjun was very unlucky, since his opponent on the line is Nell of the Freed Wolves is the man they call the third generation of top middies. He looked at Hyunjun and said that he didn't have any expectations because last year, the Metal Shark team had finished 9th, but they dared to put a pathetic freshman against him now. Hyunjun was silent because he knew that Nell had the incredible abilities of the third generation of the best middlers in the entire academy. The pressure here was different from what they had in training. He tried to concentrate and take it easy. After all, if he did what Sunbei said, everything would be fine. At this moment, Nella abruptly began to approach Hyunjun, saying that the freshman standing in front of him was too tense. Just then, Starbro notices that Nell's player is making a quick attack on Nightmare's player, clearly intending to single-handedly defeat him. Then he turned to Nightmare and actually said that from the start of the game, he wanted to destroy him. Hyunjun had previously felt a great deal of tension, but now he was gripped by a chilling fear that literally restrained his every thought and move. Parallel to these events, on another section of the map, surrounded by defeated wolves lying on the floor, Loki was determined to prove his worth to Nidless. He was ready to demonstrate all his skills and show what he was really capable of, and also to make his former teammates realize that they were actually the ones who were wrong. At this time, Nightmare was so disturbed by the confusion of what was happening that he didn't even have time to notice the tip of his opponent's weapon heading towards his eye. But quickly orienting himself, he still managed to dodge. And in the same second, he swiftly took a swing of his blade. The sudden damage to Nell put him at a severe disadvantage, and he immediately realized that his opponent's movements had changed. Nell dared to assume that his opponent managed to dodge so well with his level of synchronization. He did not despair as he continued his attempts to do some damage to Nightmare. With each new swing of his sword, Nell grew more and more frustrated with what was happening. Even when the tip of his weapon was literally in Nightmare's face, he still dodged. Watching all of this, Ark and Needless realized that Nell's player was clearly losing out in physics. Watching the game, Ark could not believe what he saw in front of him. Could it be the abilities of the Hyunjun he knew? He had pumped incredibly hard in such a small amount of time. At the same time, Nightmare's blade was closing in on Nell's throat. In the next instant, Nightmare was far behind his opponent, as if teleported. And Starbro, with screams and outright shock on his face, immediately announced that very suddenly, a Nightmare player, who is a first grader for the first time in the game, eliminates an opponent named Nell. Starbro was expressing his complete incomprehension of what was going on. The Metal Sharks outclassed the Liberated Wolves in battles on literally every line. From the very start of the game, the Metal Sharks were outnumbered, and their opposing team, the liberated wolves, fell under the pressure of their fortitude and began to make mistakes. And judging by the look on Loki's face, he was very amused. The liberated wolves' towers continued to be destroyed one after another as well, and the metal sharks are literally destroying the liberated wolves team with their superior strength. While the metal sharks were rapidly approaching the Nexus, and in real life, it was as if something switched in Hyunjun's head. Concurrently, Starbro announced that the liberated wolves team was destroying the Nexus by an incredible score difference. But at that moment, something happens that no one could have imagined. The metal sharks team makes their dark horse exit. And following the undefeated Demon Kings, the rebellion of the teams at the bottom of the standings continued. Ark couldn't believe what he saw before him, and Nidless's face contorted with anger. Already, when the fight ended in Week 2, SKT undefeated Demon Kings continued to fight. Carrie continued to take down her opponents with even more gusto. Turning to Needless, she admitted that at the last game, she thought she had been too inactive. He responded by telling her to be more serious. But she kept smiling and replied that she was serious and realized that her strength was in close combat. Already forgetting what Carrie Needles had said with momentary tension. After all, he remembered last week's Metal Sharks fight that he and the boys had watched. After it was over, Needles was getting worried for some reason. And now during the fight with the other team, Needles spent Genkin right in front of the opponents, chopping up their weak point. Nidless was so strong because he was concentrating on the upcoming fight in which he was determined to defeat Loki. And in this match involving the Invincible Demon Kings, they defeated the Fire Buffalo. Events were moving very quickly, and it was the turn of a competitive game between the White Owls and the Viper Elemental. Royd, standing opposite his opponents, was overjoyed, for his boys and the White Owl team had met even sooner than he had thought. With madness in his eyes, he said that now it was his time for revenge against King. But focusing his gaze, he noticed that King wasn't among the members of the White Owl team, and the girl with the pink hair turned to Royd and said that he seemed to be looking for a newcomer from their group. But she never answered him at that moment, and during the game, when she sent Royd to the other side of the world in battle, she said he didn't have to try to meet him because he was on their team. King is the backup, and he was just watching them play from the TV screen at that very moment. And after that competitive fight, the next one followed, which was won by the Liberated Wolves playing against the Victory Unicorn. This fight was followed a short time later by the Neck. In it, the Colorful Mermaids team defeated the Honeybees team. There were some extremely amazing things happening at the next competition. The Metal Shark's ability was utilized with the summoning of their team symbol to destroy the enemy. Starbro was thrilled with what was happening, and then announced that the Metal Sharks had destroyed the nexus of their opponent. And at the end of the competitive battle, their team defeated Stone Shadow with a scythe. The SKT Week 2 rankings were finally revealed. The Invincible Demon Kings were now in first place. It has become known that the undefeated Demon Kings team will oppose the Metal Sharks. Holding up a sheet with this information, Foss told his boys that they would now have to face the team Loki was on. But for Ark, the main opponent on this team was his classmate Hyunjun. Nidless was just as determined as Ark, for he was already anticipating the upcoming fight. And then Carrie leaned against Needles and said that she thought her Sunbae had been thinking about their team's traitor. It literally took him by surprise. Then Needles elbowed Carrie a little. She said she didn't care if he was a traitor or not. She'd never met the man, and to be honest, she thought it was a little wrong to determine anything by listening to either side. Carrie tried to understand them, but it was harder for her than she'd imagined. And she suggested that no matter what, the boys strive for their team to win. Because either way, if they win, everyone in this room can get what they want. Nidless said with indifference that did it really show on his face that he was thinking only of this liar. Everyone was surprised by his words, because they really thought they were. A little later in the fantastic academy dorms of the gamer faculty, Ark bought one of the drinks from the soda machine and threw it into Han's hand, and asked him who his team would be facing this week. Han said that this time it would be the White Owls. When Ark heard that, he said that this team had won first place last year, and it was sure to be a very tough fight. Han, as if to refute these words, said that King was rumored to be depressed, thus becoming a backup on the White Owl team. Han went on to say that in any case, whether King was strong or not could only be known by facing him in battle. At that moment, someone appeared behind Ark's back. As he got closer, the man said that if Ark had bought what he needed, he'd better get away from the machine. Shifting to the side, Ark looked at the face of the guy who had just come up. He immediately squeezed his shoulders, because it was Hyunjun. After a moment, Ark realized that he shouldn't be afraid because Hyunjun had already lost to him in a one-on-one fight. He should feel confident now, so he turned to Hyunjun and said that he had heard about their upcoming rivalry. Then he added that Hyunjun had improved his skills a lot, But of course, it couldn't compare to the skills of his own, who had destroyed 5 players in the competition. And with a gloating look, Ark said they should have a good game anyway, after which he extended his hand towards Hyunjun to shake hands. But the man said nothing. He turned silently and strode away, leaving Ark in bewilderment. After all, everything Ark had just said had made Hyunjun incredibly angry. And trying to forget about the situation, Hyunjun walked out into the courtyard of the Fantastic Academy, where Loki was waiting for him on a bench. Sitting down in the row with him and holding out a can of soda to Yam, Hyunjun asked his sunbae if they could not use this at least during the game against the invincible Demon King. Loki assumed that Hyunjun was saying that because he was afraid to use the helper, but that wasn't the case at all. Loki paid attention to those words. Stroking his Hube's head, he said that if he wasn't a coward, then what was the matter? He had already said that there was no one at the academy who knew about the helper. This assistant is able to do everything for them and even ensure victory in battle. If he defeats all opponents, the lives of every member of their team will change forever. And then Loki put his hand around Hyunjun's neck, saying that the helper chip implanted in his body was not recognized by the crossing security system. And if they just kept quiet, no one would ever find out. So, in Loki's opinion, they shouldn't complicate things and just do what's already planned. Hyunjun immediately recalled with shame the words of Ark, who had just told him that they should play a good fight against each other. At that moment, Hyunjun looked at Loki and said something unexpected. He confessed that there was someone he wanted to defeat in a fair fight. Loki's eyes widened in surprise, clearly reflecting the shock of what he had heard. Then he immediately said that human psychology is a pretty simple thing, and if a person gets what he wants, he immediately changes. Loki turned his back to Hyunjun and asked him if he really thought he could defeat NKD without the help of a helper. After all, they are a strong team. In Loki's opinion, his interlocutor obviously didn't understand something. Loki thought that he had understood something because Hyunjun had risen to this position not because of his abilities, but because of his helper. As he left Nightmare, Loki told him to remember the reason why he had left all the sunbaes and recruited freshmen for his team, including Hyunjun himself. These words finally shattered Hyunjun's confidence, and he was so angry that he could barely contain himself. While heading elsewhere, Loki thought that his Hubei was still too young. He didn't understand why he was so fixated on his past. Then Loki's attention was drawn to a movement that appeared off to the side of him. As he looked closer, he realized that Nidlis was in the same room, so he didn't hesitate to walk towards him. As soon as they looked at each other, Loki felt a hard stare full of hatred from Nidlis. But he looked at him with a completely different look, as if full of incomprehension. And Loki walked past Nidlis and waved his hand into the void to greet his longtime friend. Then he heard Nidlis address him and say that in the next game, he would prove Loki wrong for making such a choice. While Nidlis' face literally contorted with rage, Loki laughed in response to his word and said their biggest problem is their obsession with the past. After a while, the entire team of the Invincible Demon Kings watched with excitement at Nidlis, who had huge black eyes and a haggard look. But he ignored what was happening and pointed to his phone, saying that everything was fine and he just needed to prepare something. As a countermeasure for the battle with the metal sharks, he had prepared an analysis of patterns and several combat techniques, so now he is ready to send it to the rest of the team by phone. Outpost looked at what came to him on the phone and concluded that Needles could have prepared this in just one day. Also looking at the information given to him, Ark was delighted. After all, there was selected and described all the habits of the Metal Shark team member, and listening to the endless praise in his direction, Nidlis thought that perhaps he might have gone a little overboard. Immersed in his thoughts, he remembered that he thought he had already dealt with his feeling, but when he met Loki in person, he succumbed to his emotions again. Shaking off his head, Nidlis told himself that he should only aim to win, and he shouldn't complicate things. After all of the Invincible Demon Kings must join forces to win the team game. And then Ark came closer and noticed from the state of his sunbae that he was probably blaming himself. Instantly, he thought that he didn't want to lose to his enemy Hyunjun either. As soon as he read the information Nidlis had given him, Ark himself would start his special training again. As time passed, he found himself back in his training world. He was still trying to defeat the unknown player who had been keeping him busy. During the battle, when enemy infantrymen seemed to be fighting against each other independently, a bright glow swept through them, which bypassed them in perfect time to attack. Ark found that this was the unknown approaching him in this manner. He was traveling at an incredibly fast speed, as if nothing would dare to stop him. With each new fight, when Ark confronted this unknown, he felt more and more clearly what he was missing in his line play. It was a timing that he began to adhere to from then on. But Nameless at the right timings for you was getting the benefit anyway, no matter how hard Ark tried. After all, He was weak in line battles because he couldn't read favorable moment. In that case, Ark will try time and time again until he reads this point. A little later, after his regular training session, he visited Professor Lee. After telling him what had happened to him lately, Professor Lee couldn't believe it, because his student was still fighting Nameless. Ark was a little embarrassed because for all the 712 games he had played, he had 0 wins and 712 losses. Hearing this, Professor Lee said that 700 losses in 2 weeks was quite serious, and Ark expressed his displeasure out loud as he still couldn't understand who this Nameless one was. In response, Professor Lee said he didn't know either. It was very old information, so he wasn't sure. But in his head, he was happy that his data was winning. He realized that even after he retired, his competitiveness remained unchanged. Looking at Ark, he thought that if he had fought 700 fights and lost every single one of them, he was probably under a lot of stress. At that moment, he heard from Ark's mouth that he had learned something. With pride, he said that today was the first time he had received a unilateral benefit, and if Ark keeps going, he might even be able to pull off a victory. These words puzzled Professor Lee, and he even began to smile suspiciously, which was noticed by Ark himself. And the reason for this emotion was that Professor Lee realized that he had found Ark's real weapon after all. As time expired, one of the final competitive fights began. Starbro has announced the 3rd week of SKT. In fact, 2 very special teams will battle it out tonight. And without a second's hesitation, he offered to immediately invite the players into the arena. First up was the Full Metal Sharks team. The second team were the Invincible Demon Kings, who entered the arena with determination to showcase their strength. These 2 teams last year were ranked 1st and 2nd from the end in the standing, but already this season they beat the strongest teams, and from now on, they were dark horses with no defeats and 2 wins in a row. Starbro continued with genuine intrigue in his voice, saying that today they would see which of these teams would lose first, and at that moment, Loki waved like he was mocking Nidless, who was opposite him and looking in his direction with real disgust. At the same time, Professor Lily, the coach of the Metal Sharks team, turned to Professor Lee and suggested that he play a good game as he should. After that, she extended her hand towards him. Professor Lee shook it and said he was counting on Professor Lily. And at that moment, Loki turned to Nightmare with a smile and said that he would assume that he had understood him during their last conversation. He thought silently for a moment because he was still incredibly angry. Then Nightmare pulled himself together and said back that he understood. And then Starbro announced that the game is Undefeated Demon Kings versus Metal Sharks. Week 3 of SKT starts right away, and the audience immediately started applauding with excitement. And all participants were immediately transported to the Crossing of Time Heroes in MOBA mode. Nidless was incredibly nervous, which was completely out of character for him. Carrie turned to her Sunbae and asked him why he was sighing so much, since the monsters hadn't even appeared yet. Then she reminded him not to play with his emotions. Nidless replied that he didn't often hear her grumbling like that, because usually she always gets angry, and she said that she would probably feel better if she beat her opponents instead of Nidless. And already looking at her opponents, Carrie noticed that extra heroes like them could be destroyed very easily. Turning to Janie, she suggested that she press the bottom line properly in this game, and Jenny, of course, agreed to this suggestion. After that, the girls, along with the foot soldiers of their team, headed towards the opponent. And these members of the Metal Sharks didn't change their faces when they noticed their opponent's offense. And what happened next was something even Starbro couldn't believe. After all, what happened a moment ago seemed utterly impossible. Not even 7 minutes into the game, the Metal Sharks team had already destroyed the tower on the bottom line. Player Carrie lay on the floor with complete incomprehension of what was happening, as was her partner Janie, who was a little farther away from the former. And the guy and girl who brought them to this state didn't even look tired after all this. But just a second later, a gloating smile appeared on the girl's face, for she remembered the words of their captain, who said they would easily win the upcoming battle. After all, he had ordered all the participants to use the helper at the same time as the game started. That way they can definitely defeat the NKD team. And at this point in the fight, it was this girl who was able to defeat Carrie and Janie with the help of the helper. In parallel, Starbro noted that player Foss was the victim of an opponent's solo destruction, and the Metal Sharks announced their complete victory on the top line. Right now, MAs are outperforming NKDs on all lines. The situation had clearly turned in their favor. While Starbro was talking about this to T1, Assistant Kim, and Professor Lee, who were watching the whole thing, were extremely shocked. And Professor Lily was very pleased, because Starbro said that the balance between the teams was starting to break down right now. Needless, who had exerted incredible effort during the battle, was stunned and outraged by what he saw before him. At this time, Loki said with a sly look that the goal of this game is to win by a huge margin and take over all the line. He was confident that his team would defeat their opponents without giving them a chance to recover. In the same instant, the expression on Starbro's face took on a completely different look. After all, he noticed and immediately drew the viewer's attention to the fact that not all lines were broken. There was only one spot in which NKD seemed to excel for the entire course of the game. This was the center line on which the battle between Arc and Nightmare unfolded. It was obvious that Arc was putting an incredible amount of effort into each of his lunges, and his opponent Nightmare, under his pressure, didn't even have time to orient himself. Neither the audience nor Starbro had any idea what was going on somewhere far away on the card. Loki, watching the projection in front of him, intently noticed that Nightmare was completely losing control of the situation. Starbro, speaking into the microphone, just couldn't believe it was possible. After all, when it would seem that the NKDs were already at a disadvantage. On the center line, Arc and Nightmare players were having their merciless battle. At that second, something switched in Hyunjun's mind, and he remembered the words of Loki, who had assured him earlier that he would not be able to achieve any success in battle with his abilities. But Nightmare didn't even think to agree with such a statement from his captain. After all, a guy like Park Noah, he thinks he can beat on his own. Nightmare has studied his style. Arc isn't used to playing on the line, so he can take advantage of this momentum to defeat him. He just needs to be careful of his synchronization, which can increase his reaction time. Because of Nightmare's past loss, his plan for a pro gamer ruling has been completely ruined. He also immediately remembered the fight that had taken place between him and Arc in real life, in which he had also been defeated. So now, Nightmare was going to beat him fair and square, no matter what it cost him, and repay that insult. At this point, after watching the battle unfold, Loki rushed towards the center line. He'd assumed before that Nightmare could do that, but he didn't think he had the strength and determination to do it. He couldn't even guess what it was that connected them to Arc, since he was so persistent in breaking the rules. Loki didn't think it mattered much, though, because when he got to the place where they had clashed, he would change the outcome of the fight. As Loki ran past another rock, Nidless swung out at him, but Loki, noticing his appearance, managed to deflect the attack directed at him. Then Needless said that he thought that if all the other places were winning, then Forrest would definitely want to target the center line, which is exactly what happened now. So Needless was determined not to let Loki pass to the center. With a sly look, Loki said that Needless is still as excellent at reading moves as ever. Kim's assistant even jumped up from his seat because he knew how tense the relationship between the two was. Thinking about it out loud, he couldn't believe that after all this time they had met. And T1 sitting next to him didn't know about all this, so he immediately wondered what the two of them had had in the past. Kim's assistant explained to the robot that they came here together as students on recommendation and also won first and second places. Hearing this, T1 assumed that they were good friends. Assistant Kim went on to say that these guys knew each other before they came to the academy. They were selected by Professor Lee last year as students on his recommendation, even though Loki had changed the team in the end. The information T1 had just gotten made him think. And after a bit of thought, he asked which one of them had won first place in the exam after all, while they continued their fight. Assistant Kim answered the robot with an intonation like it was obvious. Of course, then Nidless won the battle. While he answered in a fight that lasted until now, Nidless knocked Loki's weapon out of his hands with his blade, after which it made many rotations around its axis in the sky, and finally landed on the ground. That meant only one thing. Loki was now completely disarmed. He was visibly nervous and said that Nidley's game was never inferior. Loki had lost every time they had played since he was a child, but Nidless was not interested in the memories that suddenly came over Loki. When Loki heard that, he said that he was a little upset and at the same time began to condense the power in his right hand. And in his thoughts, he realized how Nightmare felt. So he decided to play a little game with Needley. And then Needley felt something approaching him from behind. He turned around and saw that it was Loki's weapon, which he had recently managed to knock out of his hand. Dodging it, Nidless realized that Loki had used an ability that made his weapon itself return back to him. With Nidless's quick reaction, he only managed to take minor damage. But Loki wasn't about to give him a second to recover. As soon as his hand touched the hilt of the returned weapon, he immediately lunged towards Nidless. And then there was the clang of two weapons clashing. Loki said to Nidless's face that he sometimes thought of those times. When they were together in the city of Z, they used to dig through garbage that reminded them of High Mountain. One day they were even lucky enough to find a broken game console. After they repaired it, they often played it together. That's when they decided on their dream of becoming pro gamers. It was Loki's only positive memory from the hell-like city of Z. After listening to this, Nidless turned to his opponent with his real name Anhuns and said that he ruined a good time. After all, he left the team without any judgment. Then he said that the Hadokjin in front of him was too right. If he had said he was going to leave earlier, he would have definitely been against it. But as if ignoring his words, Nidless grabbed Loki's arm. Having disarmed one of his limbs, Nidless swung his sword, subsequently delivering a crisp and powerful blow that struck Loki on the shoulder. With that, Nidless managed to knock Loki off his feet, and now he was on top of him, looming over him. He held the hilt of his weapon tightly with trembling hands and looked at Loki and said that then he would really be against it, but even so, he had to share his desire with him if he really considered him his friend. He immediately asked with rage and anger why Loki had left the team and betrayed Professor Lee, who had found their talents. After all, in the team they were in at the time, they could well expect to win. Loki was already on the verge of marveling that Nidless was so incredibly strong, since it seems he deliberately didn't destroy it faster than he could, just to talk. Loki also added that Nidless should think about the fact that everyone can have personal circumstances. In addition, he already mentioned the reason why he left the team. He mentioned that at the time he was grabbing the chance he was given. Without answering, he still held Loki, and after a second, Nidless felt something strange. The alert that appeared said that player Nidless had just lost his right arm. It will take exactly 10 seconds for her to fully recover. Nidless was so furious that he shouted An Hyunsu's name in a loud voice. He then promptly jumped up and swung at Loki's head with insane force centered in his leg. However, at that moment, the helper chip embedded in his neck activated, and there was a search for information, after which the Heaper reached out his hand to Loki. Thus, he was able to block with his hand the leg of Nidless, which was already very close to his temple. Nidless' eyes immediately widened. After all, what had happened was literally impossible. Loki manages to defend against the attack with a sudden karate. Next, he was intent on using the magician's Krav Maga technique. With this melee attack, Loki would put a quick emphasis on neutralizing the threat to his life. His gaze quickly changed, and he began throwing crisp punches to Needley's body. With each passing second, he managed to leave more and more wounds on Needley's body. And there's no trace of the fear and hopelessness that was there not so long ago. In the past, a company of humans came to Loki with an offer to change the world with them. Their company also included Professor Lilia, in addition to everyone else, who is now the coach of the Metal Shark. They instilled in him that the game was just a tool to achieve a goal. And if that was what it took to make their dream come true, Loki had to give up absolutely everything. So even now when Loki confronted his childhood friend Nidless, he delivered a crushing blow to his stomach without a drop of doubt or compassion. And now they will definitely never be able to feel the feelings they had in the past. After all, they will no longer play as friends or allies in a team game. Looking into the past when Loki first learned about such an amazing thing as a helper chip, he was amazed that such a small thing could do absolutely anything, and Professor Lily assured him that the chip her team had developed was flawless. And it's sure to be undetectable because the chip doesn't interfere with the Crossroads program. It's configured to affect the player's brainwaves before they're transmitted to intersection, and the defense system will detect them as simple waves. This chip also stores the data of several thousand highly ranked players, as well as movement patterns of athletes and martial arts fighters. In addition, it is the best help system that can make the most favorable decision at the right moment. After listening carefully to Professor Lilia, Loki agreed with everything she said, but he didn't like the name of the chip, which sounded like a game aid program. He thought the name was too long. And then they agreed to henceforth call this program Helper. And now Starbro has announced that player Loki of Metal Sharks is single-handedly destroying player Nidless of Invincible Demon King. Then Loki says out loud that now he's going to go and deal with Nidless's junior. About 2 minutes ago, Ark and Nightmare's fight continued in the same vein. But at one point, Park Noah made one wrong move that immediately. Nightmare noted, he knew that playing on the line wasn't Puck Noah's strongest suit, but he couldn't even think that he would make the mistake of entering the scene of his ability because of his slight advantage. And then Nightmare, turning to Ark, says that he so easily revealed himself and created the right moment for him. The second he did, he used his ability to attack from behind. And when his weapon was already approaching, Ark Nightmare was fully confident that in just a moment he would defeat his opponent. But he didn't hesitate and used his leaping ability, thereby disappearing from sight in a flash. Almost immediately, Nightmare realized with bated breath that it was only a decoy, and from behind his back, he feels the attack of an infantryman from the enemy team. Nightmare couldn't understand the gist of what was happening. If Ark had taken the attack on purpose and used the displacement, and then he was pulled out of his thoughts by an energy ball that hit him in the face. With the kickback from his last attack, Ark managed to take Nightmare down, and Pak Noah looked in his direction and said that he had fallen for a similar trick last time. So looking at him now, Park Noah noticed that Hyunjun hadn't changed at all. Park Noah was proud of himself, and he asked Hyunjun, who was lying on the floor, who was the real loser now. In his own mind, he was thinking that he had succeeded in stealing Unknown's luring template. Because after playing him over 700 times, Ark has developed a habit. It is to play and think about what Nameless would do in the situation he was in, and so began to involuntarily absorb his techniques. And now that there was time for the foot soldiers to approach, Ark thought about what Nameless usually did at times like this. If he were standing against Ark now, he would absolutely defeat him. And at that moment, Nightmare lunged at him with another attack, but Ark managed to avoid it. This was watched closely by Professor Lee, assessing Ark's every move. He had previously only received reports from Ark about his pumping, so he didn't know that he had improved his line play significantly over the past 2 weeks. During this fight, Ark was haunted by a strange feeling. Perhaps it was because he had been fighting Nameless too much lately. He could feel himself easily confronting his opponent, from whose face the tension did not leave for a second during their entire battle. Nightmare had a very hard time accepting the fact that Pak Noah opposing him was clearly in the lead. After all, after losing to him, he trained every day and analyzed absolutely every detail to get stronger. After all, he didn't even want to entertain the idea that he didn't have this or that talent. His goal is to defeat him with his own strength and prove otherwise, that it's not him who's the loser, but Park Noah. He in turn didn't even think about anything other than the fact that Nightmare had very little HP left. Congealing a mass of energy over his hand, Ark says that this means he can then defeat Nightmare, even if he uses the ability to exchange at such close range. A second later, a bright and powerful explosion rang out, illuminating the entire area. Ark's health points dropped slightly after the blow was struck. Nightmare's HP was similarly depleting with every passing moment, and there wasn't much left. And then in a burst of emotion, he thought about the fact that he was losing to Pak Noah again. Then he remembered Loki's words, that if he wanted to win, he should just use the helper. But he wasn't going to cheat. All he wanted to do at this point, it's a long-awaited victory for the entire Metal Shark squad. But just a second later, the picture in which his team was winning changed to one in which the invincible Demon Kings were winning. Nightmare couldn't understand why he was even imagining something like that, for he is neither past nor present, never recognized. Didn't recognize that loser Park Noah was better than Hyunjun himself. And while he was worrying about it, Ark realized from his opponent's XP that it would only take one hit to destroy him, so now he could use his extensive skill set. But at that moment, Hyunjun looked at Pak Noah and realized that if he continued like this, thus, he will lose again to Pak Noah in disgrace and feel humiliated. And at that moment in real life, a halper connected around Hyunjun's neck. Ark, completely unaware of this, directed his fiery attack towards Nightmare. But then when it dissipated, Ark just couldn't believe his eyes. Nightmare was running at him at an incredible speed, and he wasn't even in any way damaged by Ark's last attack. In his head, Nightmare blamed himself, but realized that his sunbae was right. And then Loki came running into the center line to attack. He watched the scene and said aloud that Nightmare had acted as if he wouldn't use him at all, and yet he surprisingly has great skills at managing a helper. After the blow, Ark didn't feel or understand anything. It was as if everything was blurred, and he woke up in reality. But even there, at first, he simply couldn't focus on the voices around him. And when he took off his helmet, Ark heard that in the end, Metal Sharks with overwhelming results get the long-awaited victory. Ark couldn't believe those words. He directed his gaze forward in an effort to make sure he was in reality saw his opponents in front of him. Loki looked at Nightmare and said that during the game, he was already worried that he wouldn't listen to it. He thought that what had happened today was just an oversight, so he would try to turn a blind eye to. Loki then immediately added that he would count on Nightmare in the future as well. And after Loki finished his monologue, he directed his gaze forward. There, he saw Ark, sitting with his head lowered to the floor in the crossing capsule. Everyone from the Invincible Demon Kings team was desperate. Nidless could barely contain himself. Foss and Ark were also disappointed. Janie cried with sorrow, and Carrie, in her usual way, was angry about what had happened. Leaving behind the NKD guys, the AI members moved forward. Then Starbro announced that in today's match, between the Invincible Demon Kings and Metal Sharks won. Looking at this, Assistant Kim, as well as the guys on the team, became despondent, but Professor Lee sat there as before, reminiscing. Professor Lilia's words before the fight began. She suggested that he show a good game. As soon as Professor Lee remembered her words, something switched in his mind. And when all the NCD team members gathered in their office with Prof. Lee and Assistant Kim, There was an oppressive atmosphere in this place. Everyone had no desire to even raise their heads, which were lowered to the floor. Assistant Kim even noticed that Foss, who was always cheerful at this moment, looked completely different. Everyone seemed to be shocked by their first defeat. And then they heard Foss Vai saying that they were completely unable to resist the metal shark. Who would have thought that Foss would lose so easily just because of his physics? Carrie's hands only clenched tighter as she listened. Inside, she was seething with anger, and Ark decided to break the silence. He admitted that this game seemed a little strange to him. He had tried to convince himself that he had caught the flow. At some point, Nightmare's underdog became too strong, and it couldn't help but be alarming. As if ignoring his words, Professor Lee said that the guys on the team shouldn't be so depressed. In his opinion, they did what they had to do in this game. Then Professor Lee remembered the words that his team coach had once said to him, emphasizing that true success comes to those who strive to master everything necessary, little by little. So they need to take this defeat as a foundation and get even stronger. Assistant Kim added that they have a lot of competitions in the future, and right now, the guys need to pull themselves together. During Assistant Kim's speech, Professor Lee realized that he should check the entire Metal Sharks team, including their coach, Professor Lily. When they had already talked, the rest of the day was spent alone with their thoughts, and the next morning. Despite his condition, Ark decided not to skip his daily jog, and even during it, he kept thinking about losing. Given that it had been about 24 hours, he felt exhausted. Needless Sunbai looked like he was having a hard time. After all, they had lost to the team that Loki was a member of, so the defeat was a big blow to them all. But Ark in turn was more concerned that he didn't want to lose to at least the underdog Hyunjun. Ark thought that now his enemy was taunting him, but in any case, they are now tied at 1, and if they meet again in the playoffs, Ark is determined to win it. In the present tense, slowing down his running and stopping completely, Ark thought about how he had managed to defeat Hyunjun very easily in the past. And perhaps now he has failed to do so again because he is temporarily unable to use his synchronization level. Moving towards the Fantastic Academy dormitory, all his thoughts were occupied with the fact that he was incredibly eager to return to using his signature skill. When he was finally in his room and out of breath, he realized that he felt much better after his usual exercise routine. And then Ark noticed that Han was sitting on the second floor of their bed, playing an electric guitar enthusiastically. Han had his headphones on and didn't notice Ark enter the room at all. His fingers glided deftly over the strings, bringing the melody to life with each movement. What Ark heard and saw in front of him impressed him, for Han was really good at it. Then Ark said aloud to Han that he was a great player and could even play while sleeping. It was both funny and surprising at the same time. Just then, Han woke up and greeted Ark. In his mind, he was thinking that this guy was really #1 in sleep matter. He then asked Han about his guitar playing. He replied that Professor Bison had advised him to find a hobby that would have a positive effect on his synchronization level. And at that moment, Ark remembered that Han's synchronization was closely related to his hearing. Han confirmed this and added that he would be performing with a band at the school festival. He immediately explained that SKT Academy would be transformed into a hologram in the 5th week of SKT Academy, and that it would be the day of its merger with its mirror world, which he would be performing at. When Ark heard that, he realized that Han was unbelievable because he was preparing for the upcoming festival at the same time he was competing. Han said without surprise that his son Bae, who was in charge of vocals, couldn't participate, so they needed to find a new vocalist. Then it was like it hit him, and he told Ark that he had a conversation to have with him. And then Han asked if Ark knew much about girls. The words he heard stunned him. Ark didn't think too much of it. Han said he had 2 girls on his team, and he probably talked to them a lot, which was confirmed by Ark himself. And Han asked him what he had to do to make friends with a girl. The question even made Ark hot, so much so that he even threw off his sweatshirt. He didn't hesitate to assume that Han liked someone, and he looked at Ark and said he didn't. And this is a man with an incredibly good voice. As if he hadn't heard that, Ark even blushed at the thought of helping Han with a girl he liked. At that moment, Han recounted his memories of when he had become worried that the performance he had been preparing for so long would be canceled. To clear his thoughts that day, he entered the Academy's mirror world and fell asleep on a bench. Ark was surprised that Han was able to sleep even when he was worried, but Han ignored his words and continued that when he was asleep. He was awakened by a woman singing with a mysterious and incredibly pleasant timbre, and he immediately followed the sound he heard. Then, as he restlessly reached a remote place in which there was not even a trace of other people's presence, through the trees, Han saw a girl in a short, lush dress, dancing and singing in the sunlight. that gently illuminated her figure. Her voice and movements blended into a wonderfully harmonious picture. Then Han marveled at that flowing voice full of beauty, and at that moment he thought that such a man would be perfect for the role of vocalist in their band. Hearing this, Ark continued to blush, thinking that this was Han's love at first sight. Interrupting his thoughts, Han continued that then, in order to hire her, he had spoken to her first, and when he apologized for barging in, the girl was startled out of her thoughts. Then, he came very close to her, his gaze was directed at her from top to bottom, and he quietly said he wanted her. After a moment, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes widened in surprise when she realized what he had said. But unlike her, Han's expression was unchanged. He looked at her with the same expression as before. Only a moment later, the girl turned around and ran away. And in reality, telling this story to Ark, Han couldn't understand why she had done that to him. Ark was astonished at Han's tactlessness, but without mentioning it, he said that in such a situation, anyone would run away after saying such a thing. Han, confused, replied that he thought she wouldn't want to talk to a stranger for long, so he said so briefly. He couldn't even imagine that the inexperience in communication that Professor Bazin had told him about earlier would set him up in such a situation. He really wanted that girl to sing with them at this performance. So if it's all right with Ark, Han would like him to help him out a little. But Ark, pointing to himself, couldn't believe Han was asking him to do it. When Han confirmed that it was, they tapped into the crossing together. Once they were there, Ark asked Han to clarify Han's intention, if it meant that Han had asked him to talk to her instead of him, even though Han was a good conversationalist himself. Han then confirmed that he had indeed asked him to do so. Ark, already resigned to his fate, suggested that it wouldn't be easy for them to meet the girl, but Han replied that it would be all right because he had a good ear. And then he listened intently as he analyzed every piece of territory that was covered by his ability. Analyzing every rustle in the park, he saw a squirrel gnawing on a nut, a couple seeking privacy in the woods, also guys walking down the alley who were speculating about who would end up winning on SKT. And amidst all the voices and rustles, he finally found the girl. She was like a light in the midst of all the noise and talk that was going on around her. As soon as Han realized that it was her, he told Ark that he had found her and rushed in the right direction without giving his companion even a second to get his bearing. Making your way through the dense forest, overcoming every tree in your way. At some point, Han finally slowed down and used his foot to apply the brake. He pointed forward and said that the girl was there. He was trying to catch his breath and couldn't understand how Han could run so fast. And a moment later, he heard a melody coming from the thick of the forest. The incredibly beautiful girl Han was talking about was twirling and humming a mesmerizing song. Watching from the sidelines, Ark and Han seemed frozen, mesmerized by her movements and voice, which merged into something magical and timeless. That's when Ark realized why Han had been so serious about it earlier. For looking at the girls full of happiness singing, he literally felt his soul being healed. Still, her music was incredible, and then Han, as if reading Ark's mind, said that it was a song sung beautifully with his voice. Ark only wanted to answer him, but when he stepped his foot to move closer to Han, he accidentally hit a branch that made a loud crunch. And the girl heard him behind her back, not expecting any danger or extra eyes turned back. But there she saw Han, who had frightened her last time, in the company of a young man unknown to her. Han looked at her without any embarrassment, not even thinking the situation was strange, and told her that she was incredibly beautiful. For the first few seconds, she stood in a daze, silently staring forward. But as soon as her gaze met Han's, she blushed instantly and jerked upright, not expecting to see him again. Ark, who was watching this picture first, looked at the expression on the girl's face, and then at Han. Then a girl's voice was heard, full of anger and bewilderment, asking Han why he kept following her and torturing her. It was then that Ark realized that there had been a misunderstanding between them. He was sure she was misunderstanding them now, and probably now Ark, who had come as a link, had to make the first step. Gathering his thoughts, he turned to the girl with the words that there seemed to be some misunderstanding, and the thing was that, without letting him finish, the girl staggered and shrieked again. Then she asked if the guy standing in front of her was Ark from the Invincible Demon King's team. Ark himself immediately smiled and wondered if the girl knew him. She responded by saying that she follows SKT and knows him well. He became famous after his first series of eliminations in the competition, and he was also the first to be eliminated in the game and bit his tongue hard. Ark didn't like the last two facts and thought she might as well not mention them. And then the girl noticed that the second person standing next to her was a member of the Colorful Mermaids team. Then the girl even jumped up and said that she was a big fan of Carrie's player. And at this point, Ark, looking at Han, said that now the misunderstanding between them has dissipated, so now it's his turn to speak. And Han gathered his thoughts and apologized to the girl for scaring her last time. He pointed out that he was inexperienced in dealing with people he was seeing for the first time. The girl said with a smile that it was all right. Immediately, Han added that last time he had noticed her singing by accident. The girl blushed again. Without noticing, Han went on to say that he thought she had a beautiful timbre of voice that could lift people's spirits. And if she's okay with it, Han would like her to join as a vocalist in his band at the festival. Watching from the sidelines, even Ark was a little embarrassed by these words, for Han had just literally confessed his love for her. The girl asked a clarifying question about the fact that Han had just invited her to speak to the rest of the academy. He immediately confirmed what she had said. After she received the answer, her eyes instantly widened, as if she couldn't believe what she had heard. She was happy about this offer, because she was very pleased with the title of vocalist, and she is already very eager to try herself in this role. Han was very happy too, because everything worked out just the way he wanted it to. But then the girl said she had one condition. There is no way Han and Ark should be looking for her in real life. She wished very much that they would be sure to follow this one condition. Han was not at all embarrassed by her words and said he wouldn't care. The main thing was that she could perform with them. The girl smiled at them and suggested that they meet at the same place tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Walking away from them in the sunset sunlight, she suddenly stopped as if remembering something. The thought flashed through her mind that she had completely forgotten to introduce herself. She turned around and said with a slight wink that her name was Haruru. She also mentioned that she wanted the guys to address her informally next time. After saying goodbye to her, Han and Ark were relieved to be back in the real world. Ark told Han with admiration that the girl was much more colorful and talkative than they had realized, and Han immediately agreed with his word. But they were actually a bit confused by Haruru's request to not look for her in reality. And then Han wondered if the feelings he had experienced a little earlier with the synchronization Haruru had, unbeknownst to him, had also felt at the moment of their conversation. In ignorance of what Han Ark was thinking, he suddenly speculated aloud that maybe Naruru is an NPC or a ghost that doesn't exist in reality. Han looked at him skeptically and said that Ark was reading too much manhwa, because that was impossible. After a while, when the sun was already sinking below the horizon and the day was coming to an end, the current music team has been practicing the song they are to showcase to the entire academy. Haruru, who was standing at the microphone, looked amazing. Her voice sounded so light and harmonious that she seemed to have been a part of the group from the beginning. She didn't feel the least bit embarrassed or constrained, confidently feeling that she was handling this at the highest level. And Haruru said out loud that she still couldn't believe that she could rehearse here for a performance in nature. The intersection is an incredible place because everyone here treats her well, and she can also sing with a great mood. At the same moment, the guitarist from the team told Haruru that she had a beautiful voice and that the whole academy would be thrilled on the first day of the show. At the same time, another guy mussed Han's hair and asked him where he found such a talented vocalist. The guy behind him said that it was a great blessing that Haruru had agreed to help them. He then asked if she had ever tried to perform with a band before. She replied with a smile that he would probably be surprised because it was her first time performing with a band. When he heard her answer, the guy excitedly said he wanted to be friends with her even more. He offered to exchange contacts, but she admitted with a slight smile that it might be a little difficult, and the arrow piercing his heart. She threw him on the floor, while the other boy in the group said they were going for a little walk and invited Harura along. Han immediately noticed how her face betrayed a slight agitation, and he told his son Bai that he had previously mentioned that he had promised Haruru not to meet her in reality, and he immediately apologized. Han then said that he was sleepy as usual, so he'd skip that walk too. The boys, mesmerized by her beauty and talent, silently walked away, and Han, watching the scene, turned to Harur and suggested that he leave the place as well. As Han began to walk away, Haruru's voice came from behind him. Haruru, after a moment, offered Han to keep her company and take a little walk together. Surprisingly, he agreed, and they moved out, enjoying the soft light of the lanterns that created a cozy atmosphere around them. Haruru cheerfully said that they had been practicing the number diligently, and Han replied without enthusiasm that it was indeed so, and it was even time for sleep. Then, Haruru thanked him for offering her a place to enjoy singing. Then she expressed her desire to ask something. She asked if what Han had said yesterday was sincere, but Han didn't quite understand what she was talking about. And she practically quoted him, saying that her singing makes everyone around her feel better. Looking at her, Han said that in his case it was indeed true. These words embarrassed the girl so much that she even turned her head to the side so that Han wouldn't notice. Immediately, Haruru said that she had just sensed his directness. Han immediately apologized because it might have disturbed her. In return, she assured him that it wasn't that at all. Then she mentioned what the commentators had said about Han looking at the soul of the person he was talking to first. She wondered if he was capable of knowing what she was thinking. Han replied that he wanted to go to bed and suggested that Haruru come back. She laughed and replied that she hadn't really thought about it. Han then clarified that he was really only talking about his thoughts. After his answer, Haruru sank down, but Han said he wanted to ask her something too. Without waiting for her approval, Han asked why she had made that condition. Looking deep into the silence of the night, Han said that of course he wasn't going to look for Haru against her will, but he was still curious to find out. Concentrating, she bent a little, then said, "What? She's a ghost who disappeared in the crossing, so she has no real physical body." But to Haruru's surprise, her words made no impression on Han. However, he heard the sound of that strange heartbeat again, only when he and Haruru talk about reality, fear, and fun, positivity, and negativity. They become a rhythm with mixed opposite feeling. After a while, Haruru, still looking nervously at Han, turned to it. He, knowing how nervous she was, decided to lighten the mood by saying that it seemed like Haruru had been reading too much manhwa since she was talking about ghosts. She laughed back and agreed with Han's words, but he couldn't stop thinking about what was real for Haruru. At this time, Ark was a bit nervous and couldn't decide how he should act in this situation. Foss and Jenny, also watching, were slightly concerned. Right in front of them, the argument between Carrie and Needles flared up again. The argument was so fierce that it seemed as if a fire was already blazing in the background of these two. Foss, watching this, was already wondering about the well-being of their team, hoping everything would be all right. After a while, a new competition began, and the atmosphere around immediately became heated. This time, the undefeated Demon Kings and the Stone Shadow, with a Scythe team, were ready to fight. Starbro announced the start of a new contest. After that, he immediately asked analyst Big Fish about his prediction for this fight between NKD and KTSC, and he replied that he thought that this time the Stone Shadow with a Scythe team would give their best. All the third-year students who were key figures in the team had graduated, and only students with no game experience were left, so they had only defeats on this SKT. And the invincible Demon Kings, although they lost to the Metal Sharks, their performance in the first and second games was incredible, so if there are no significant changes, they can win. Starbro clarified with the analyst of Big Fish that in this game, the blue team was the invincible Demon King, and the red team was the Stone Shadow with a Scythe. In response, the analyst confirmed his words. Then pointing to the projection, Starbro noted, that wasn't it different from his prediction. Literally from the very beginning, Stone Shadow with a Scythe has been surpassing its opponents in terms of total gold by a large margin. This mark has been steadily rising for just a few seconds. They had 2,000 gold, and now they have 6,000 gold. Stone Shadow with a Scythe is leading the game against the invincible Demon King. Needles was very much stressed by the fact that his team was noticeably behind. He immediately relayed instructions to the Arch that he should move the center line and help the others, and he at once accepted the task with responsibility. What was happening as the battle caused Arc, as well as the others, to tense up, because their current position was far from favorable. On top of that, Ark was constantly jerked around, being told by Nidless that he was going into the forest and needed to be careful, or being told to move back and prepare for help. At some point, he had to report that the enemy had disappeared from the center line. His thoughts were confused because Nidless Sunbae was giving Ark more orders than usual. He couldn't keep up with them. At this point, Carrie was masterfully dodging the infantrymen's attacks and skillfully counter-damaging them. And Janie, who was nearby, noticed that they were too far ahead. Then she suggested that Carrie move back, as long-distance travelers are supposed to do. But Carrie wasn't going to do that, and assured Janie that everything would be all right. But in her mind, she wasn't so sure of the outcome that would happen. All her thoughts were preoccupied with the fact that she needed to make sure she'd just been in bad shape last time. Immediately, two opponents from the enemy team and two of their infantrymen rushed towards them. Janie immediately called out to Carrie, and noticed that the situation that was unfolding right in front of them was not going to be good for them and was unlikely to end favorably for their team. And then Starbro said that the invincible Demon Kings are much more unstable than usual. Now everyone can see the dissonance in their team. Could it be that the invincible Demon Kings had changed so much after playing with the Metal Sharks? Listening to this, Professor Lee tensed up but didn't show it. At the time of the battle, one of the KTSC players said that as it turned out, the NKD participants do not know how to play at all, and teamwork is out of the question. So now it was time for his team to get their first victory. As he shouted passionately, he didn't even notice the approaching hand that was reaching for him. It was Foss who effortlessly sealed his opponent's head into the floor. In this position, he continued to hold his opponent's face with his hand squeezing it more and more tightly. After letting him go, Foss asked the guy a rhetorical question about what they were doing. After that, Starbro announced that the player Foss from Invincible Demon Kings had just done a solo destruction of the enemy. But whether it would change the course of the whole game and bring victory to the team, it was to be found out in the next fight. Presently, however, Foss, Janie, and Ark watched with shock and excitement. Needles yelled at Carrie, accusing her of playing badly and demanding that she follow orders, and she responded by saying that his orders were too harsh, and therefore she wasn't going to follow them. Needless looked down at Carrie and told her that she didn't realize how her selfish game was ruining the whole competition, and Carrie wryly replied that it was actually Needless' orders that were ruining her game. Then all the shouting and endless thoughts filling the office were interrupted by a sharp clap of Foss's hands that created a loud sound and caught the attention of everyone present. Although Foss felt anxious, he still firmly told Carrie and Needles to stop their endless argument. They had won, and that was all that mattered. There's no need to find out now. Because of Needless's orders, Ark was eventually unable to fully participate in the game, and the teamwork that Needless was talking about does not depend on the actions of one person at all. Carrie didn't show teamwork, she was only focused on defeating her opponents by force. Foss noticed this and asked her if she thought she could win by relying on physical strength and intelligence alone. Without slowing down, Foss began to rebuke the two most troublesome members of the team for their quarrel. Janie, standing behind him, noticed that Foss was now acting like a team captain. Ark added that Foss Sunbae could talk like that too. Never mind their words. Foss added that, like Prof. Lee, said Needless and Carrie should try to evaluate their game objectively. After that, moving into the dorms at Fantastic Academy, Ark lay on his bunk, contemplating the recent events that had taken place. He began to doubt whether their team could cope if the conflicts within it continued like this. And a second later, he heard the sound of sighing coming from the second floor of the bed. Poking his head out a little from the edge of the bed, Ark noticed Han looming over him. Sitting on Ark's bed, they began to discuss his worries. After listening to Ark, Han expressed that with such a high percentage of victories, he thought that their team had a positive atmosphere. However, the split within the team affected all aspects. Ark agreed, adding that even this game could have been won much easier, but they barely won. But even if the relationship between the teammates had deteriorated, Ark couldn't influence it. Han, in turn, said that in his opinion. Han said it wouldn't get any better either way, and that surprised Ark. He went on to explain his point of view, saying that they were playing the five of them, and he and Ark would present them now as fingers on a hand. In order to take something or do something, you first need all five fingers to work well together. And if one of the fingers decides to act in its own way, then obviously everything will go wrong. But there was nothing wrong with the fingers. So, in Han's opinion, after a certain amount of time, they can be controlled as before. Listening to these words, Ark immediately remembered the traitor of their team, Loki. Han stopped him at once, for he was not allowed to say such things to a player from the enemy team. Then Ark remembered that even though Han was his friend, he was also his enemy. After a little thought, Ark told Han that they would try to recover before the game with his team and everything would be fine. In turn, Han said that he would try to do the same when he fought against them. Then Ark remembered the sigh he'd heard from the second floor of the bed, and he asked Han if something had happened between him and Haru. And from the silent look on Han's face, Ark realized that he must have been right. And Han said without changing his face that nothing really happened. Haru has adapted well now and is socializing a lot with Sunbae, so their band rehearsals are going great. Everything's going great, but the only thing that confuses Han is that he feels like he's the only problem in all this. After all, Han promised Haru that he wouldn't look for her in reality, but the more time passes, the more interested he becomes in what she really looks like. Listening attentively to Han and watching his every move, Ark thought that Han had really fallen in love with this girl. And while the boys chatted, in the sunny and dense forest, mobs resembling small drops of water scattered around fleeing from Carrie, who deftly took them down one by one. She was so passionate about it that she dispensed with them in literally seconds. She stopped suddenly, plunged into her memories, and remembered what. After coming to the academy, Carrie thought she couldn't lose to anyone by physical strength, but then during the fight, she gave the victory to some minor characters. While she was pondering this, she noticed that all the mobs that had just recently been jumping around her had been destroyed. Suddenly, she thought about the fact that if she was going to lose in physics, then why would she even stay in the Invincible Demon King? And that's when she had already disconnected from the crossing and found herself in the real world. Carrie was very upset because the day before she had also had a fight with her Sunbae. Thinking about it, she lowered her gaze to the floor and she noticed that there was something lying there. Taking it in her hand, Carrie assumed it was the thing of the girl ahead of her. She must have dropped her own thing, so Carrie immediately called out to her. When she heard her name called, she turned around, and Carrie told her that she thought she had dropped something. She held out her phone toward her, but at the mere sight of Carrie, she immediately grabbed her phone and started typing away at it. It upset Carrie because the girl didn't even thank her. The next second, the girl's smartphone screen was right in front of Carrie's face. Written on it was a question asking if the girl standing in front of the daze was really Carrie of the Invincible Demon King. Carrie replied that it was indeed her, although she mentally wondered why the girl had chosen to write it on her phone. In a flash, the girl blushed and her mouth opened with joy. She picked up her smartphone again and wrote on it that she is a fan and she is really asking for her autograph. Carrie was immediately embarrassed by the request because it was the first time she had ever been asked to do that. When they went outside together, the girl bought a soda and held it out to Carrie. Looking at the girl, she asked her what it was. She responded by writing again on her phone that it was a counter gift for a found student ID. The girl then admitted that she had always wanted to talk to Carrie as her loyal fan. Carrie felt awkward and a little embarrassed and admitted that she was not used to someone calling herself a fan. Looking at her, Carrie noticed how cheerful the girl was, but she couldn't stop thinking about why she was talking through the phone, if there was some reason for it. Carrie overcame the awkwardness and decided to ask the name of the girl sitting in front of her. It seemed to her that she was probably a freshman as well. When she heard the question, she immediately started typing something quickly on her phone. And when she finished, the girl smiled sincerely afterward. Turning her smartphone screen toward Carrie, she used the voice assistant, and a text appeared on the screen that later informed Carrie that the girl sitting in front of her was named Haruru. Then Carrie said Haruru's name with a smile. She felt the incredible warmth and kindness that radiated from the girl. After a second, however, Carrie turned her head away from her as if embarrassed. So Carrie asked Haruru if she had seen that game. She quickly typed the answer on her smartphone and said that of course she had. She was sorry that they had lost, but she was sure that their team would have a lot of games ahead of them and not to worry too. Hearing so much support from Haruru, Carrie looked up and asked her if she hadn't looked pathetic during that game. Because in her opinion, she was just awful. She's a long-range shooter, but her long-range percentage is very low. So she relied only on her physical strength, and she went for it and lost and led her team to defeat. Then she had a fight with Sunbae. She did nothing but badly influence the whole team. Without speaking, she saw Haruru's phone held out in front of her. It said that Haruru became a fan of Carrie precisely because she liked that trait in her. No matter how many enemies stood before her, she never retreated and only moved forward. She never backed down and moved forward. But she thought that at times like this, Carrie shone the brightest. And so, she had no choice but to support Carrie always and in everything. Hearing this, Carrie immediately smiled, her face lit up, and her eyes sparkled with happiness. And then Haruru realized she was curious about something. Is it possible that Heroes of Time doesn't have a rangefinder? She just thought Carrie would be better suited to close combat. It made her think, because there was no need to go down the line and have a melee stand. Haruru was embarrassed and apologized because she didn't know much about the game. But Carrie thanked her for her support and then asked why Haruru was talking on the phone. Maybe she had a sore throat. She immediately felt nervous and embarrassed, not knowing how to answer Carrie's question. She soon wrote that she was ready to reveal the reason and hoped Carrie would keep it a secret. At the same moment, Ark was looking thoughtfully in front of him as he sat at the table trying to comprehend what was happening. Along with Nidless Sunbae, who had called Ark to his room to talk to him beforehand for some reason. From the look on Nidless's face, Ark assumed he'd gotten himself in trouble again. And as Nidless' lips tightened, and it was evident from his face that he was visibly nervous, he suddenly apologized to Ark, sitting in front of him. The words, of course, shocked. Nidless went on to say that he wanted to apologize for confusing Ark with his strange clues during the battle and for ruining the atmosphere in the team. After all those mistakes were the result of his anxiety. With one defeat, Nidless showed everyone his indecision as a Sunbae. Leading an entire team was a pity for him, and at that moment, he bowed to Ark in apology. When he heard that, he even got hot, and Ark said without delay that everything was fine. And in fact, it was because of his own shortcoming. And as soon as he finished, he just stared at Nidless in silence. But after a moment, Ark turned to Nidless again and said he had something to tell him too, about the nightmare player who plays centerline. Ark had mentioned earlier that he went to the same high school. In fact, in middle school, Ark was the object of his bullying. This guy comes from a rich family, And Ark is the opposite of him because he is an orphan who grew up without parents, so they couldn't even be opposites. Ark was confident only in his gaming skills. He had defeated Nightmare in a cyber competition and thought he was capable of more. At that moment, he felt a psychological victory over his opponent. But this time, he had lost the only battle he could win. Even though Nidless was angry, Ark also found it terribly annoying. At this moment, Nidless felt a strong sense of guilt. And a second later, his eyes widened when he heard from Ark that in fact the outcome was not yet clear. After all, they're now tied for first place. And also considering that Nidless had won first place when he entered the academy, their score with Loki was also 1. So they only got a draw. Ark said that they would win all the remaining games and make it to the playoffs, so they would meet the Metal Sharks again and beat them. And then an epiphany came to Needly. He realized what the professor meant when he said to meet Ark if he was concerned about the situation between them. Then Professor Lee said that perhaps if they talked, all Nidless's worries would disappear. Needlys at that moment felt a strong reluctance to lose. Perhaps that's what they call striving for a goal, no matter what. And while he was absorbed in his thoughts, Ark looked at the time on his phone and realized that it was time for his training. Thinking for a moment, Ark looked away from the phone and turned to his sunbae with determination, suggesting he go to a workout together to not only stretch, but to take his mind off his heavy thought, and he agreed. After that, they had already connected to the crossing to Ark's training world together. Looking around, Needly said that he had noticed that Ark's line play had improved lately, but he didn't even know that he was doing this kind of training alone on a daily basis. Then Ark, excitedly looking at the projection in front of him, told Nidless that he could choose his own weapon of any opponent. Nidless's eyes widened as he thought of the weapon Loki had used to take him out of the game in their last fight. And after some thought, he chose a single dagger, and when Ark was sure that his sunbae had chosen a weapon, he suggested that he start the fight. And it was at that moment that the Nameless One first appeared right in front of Needless. He stood menacingly some distance in front of him, and he looked pretty intimidating at that. Tossing his weapon up, and still looking forward, Nidless noted in his mind what simplicity really was in regards to the target. He had come to the academy for the sake of becoming a professional gamer. Then his reluctance to lose to Loki was not competition at all. It was a sense of betrayal, because he left the team without even consulting Needles himself. And the reason he wanted to become a pro gamer was pretty simple. Needly's watching a huge number of issues with Faker wanted to be like him in the future. And now while he was thinking about the past, and partly about the present, the Nameless One rushed toward him. Looking at this Ark in an effort to be supportive, shouted to his sunbae that he right now should focus, and then Nidless resolutely thrust his dagger towards the unknown's blade. But immediately his expression changed to horror, and his eyes widened. Directly above Needly's hovered the sinister face of the Unknown One, which instilled fear in him. Then he made a sudden leap and delivered a single blow that was fatal to Needlys. After that, their score became 0-1 in favor of Nameless. Sometimes Needless realized how strong his opponent was. He had fought the Unknown many times before, and knew firsthand what he could do. Then a dejected Nidless asked Ark about what he had mentioned earlier, that the Nameless player's data had originally been in Professor Lee's possession, and when he confirmed what he'd said, Nidless thought to himself about the movements he had seen in Nameless earlier. He couldn't say for sure, for he'd only seen it once, but something about it had caught him. After a few more games, Nidless kept asking Ark for at least one more match against this opponent. Although in fact it had long been Ark's turn to fight, he grudgingly agreed time after time. And so, playing literally all the way through the evening at the end of Needly's training. Coming to the office door, he knocked on it asking permission to enter. When he heard the positive answer and walked in front of him, Professor Lee was sitting at the table. He looked questioningly at Nidless and asked him what he had at this late hour. And he just silently looked at Professor Lee with a confused look. Gathering his thoughts, he mentioned the game data that was now in Ark's possession. Then he asked a question about his guess that they were actually fakers. These words seemed to take Professor Lee by surprise. Then Nidless, with anger on his face, asked where Professor Lee had gotten the data of the best player who had masterfully covered all his track. He couldn't understand how the professor was connected to Faker. Afterward, Nidless silently continued to stand with an indignant look and wait for his sunbae's response. And then Professor Lee asked why Needlys thought it was Faker's data, to which he replied that from his earliest childhood, he had analyzed his game and strived to replicate every one of his moves. So Needless was sure that he had watched videos of Faker's games more than any other person. And the more he practiced with Nameless data today, the more convinced he became that he was the faker. Earlier, when his data was on sale, Needles intended to buy it by winning an auction for any amount of money, but the seller never came forward. It was incredibly valuable data that can't even be purchased now. Jumping up, Needles said that the fact that they were now in Professor Lee's office said that. And before he could finish the sentence, he suddenly noticed that Professor Lee, sitting directly in front of him, raised a finger to his lips, as if asking Needles to be silent. Then he said that if Needles was so interested in this information, he would be willing to share it with him. But what they were about to talk about, without letting the professor speak, the anxious Needles put his hand on his heart and swore to keep it a secret. A short while later, gathering all of the invincible demon kings in the study, Professor Lee, I watched the guys with kindness and warmth in my heart, but they are here for a reason. And to discuss that in the 5th round, their team will be facing the Unicorns of Victory. And if it's business as usual, the undefeated Demon Kings are sure to beat them. According to Professor Lee, during the last game, his team members should have learned the importance of communication and teamwork. So this time, he hopes they will show a different side of themselves. The guys were a little hesitant, but accepted and listened to Prof. Lee's recommendations and wishes. He, in turn, looking at Needles and Carrie, thought that the most important thing was for these two to behave properly, and then everything would be all right. Carrie wasn't going to hide her tension, and it was obvious from the look on her face that something was wrong here too. She held her hand up in an attempt to get Professor Lee's attention, and asked if she could play for the militia position this time, a player who fights in close quarters. All the team members looking at her were amazed at the words they had just heard. She had never mentioned it before. Carrie continued that she still formally continued to play long range, but that she didn't really feel that it was a role that suited her. She is also still not confident in her long range attacks, so she usually relies only on her physical strength. She was well aware that it was harder to play from below for a militia player on the bottom line than for a ranged player, and the short distances in the second half of the game made it difficult. But even so, she wanted to show her abilities in close combat. Bowing, Carrie added that she was not taking this step for a personal victory, but for the victory of the whole team. After all, she doesn't want to drag her friends to the bottom anymore. Professor Lee looked at her carefully and realized that Carrie had found all the answers with her strategy. While he was thinking about it, Carrie silently continued to bow in respect, but her face was already creased at this point because she thought she was going to be rejected. And a second later, her eyes widened as she heard Professor Lee say that she had actually come up with a good idea. And putting his hand on Carrie's head, Professor Lee stroked her hair and said that they would test her tactics in the competition because with Carrie's physical strength, she could definitely do it. She immediately blushed. Then she thanked Professor Lee for the opportunity, and at that moment, Ark was amazed at what he saw, for the proud Carrie he knew had just bowed her head. But what surprised him even more was that the Nidley Sunbae standing nearby said nothing at all against her idea. But it wasn't really that important. Carrie was happy, and Professor Lee was smiling too. Watching this, Nidless also stretched his lips in a smile and even blushed a little, which was not characteristic of him at all. Noticing this, Arkfoss and Janie simply froze in shock. Sometime later, when the long-awaited competitive battle was about to begin, Carrie performed in it in a new-for-herself position of close range, skillfully dodged the attacks of opponents, and just as professionally attacked them back without giving them a chance to dodge. Carrie's opponent, who had now suffered considerable damage, cried out in pain, then collapsed to the floor without a sign of life. Starbro announced that this was the 5th second-hand player Carrie from Invincible Demon King. She got back on her feet despite the difficulties of last night's game, so she was really good today, because the tactic of putting a militiaman on the line works perfectly. And Starbro assumed that Carrie would be the MVP of today's game. Hearing these words, Haruru, who was standing in front of the audience, froze with excitement, her eyes widening and her lips smiling. But unfortunately, Ark couldn't experience such because he was incredibly tense. And then he yelled out that Carrie was really unstoppable today. He couldn't get over the fact that she looked her best on this day. Congealing the fireball in his hand, Ark was so engrossed that he didn't notice he was left on the center line with only the company of his and the enemy team's foot soldier. The enemy that was literally just in the center has disappeared. When he found it, Ark hurriedly looked for it on the map projection. He hadn't noticed which way he had gone, and in a panic, Ark realized that if he didn't find him now, Nidless Sunbae would scold him again. And then he heard words behind his back about Ark not panicking and getting ready. After all, Nidless, who was behind, had already found him himself and attacked Ark's opponent. Immediately after, Nidalus, nonchalantly looking at Ark, told him that he should leave the guy from the enemy team on him, and in turn, Ark should push the center and take the win for their team. These words impressed Ark, and he told Nidless Sunbae out loud how cool he was. After all, He was also resting his foot on the body of the defeated opponent while saying those words. But at this moment, Needless's thoughts were not occupied with the battle at all. And the fact that he still couldn't realize if it was a dream or reality. What was real? Professor Lee was watching their fight closely at this second. This is the legendary hidden gambler Faker. At this moment, Starbro was delighted to note that the invincible Demon Kings were overpowering the Victory Unicorn. This means that their will hasn't wavered after the battle with the Metal Sharks, so they show the revival of their performance and win the battle. Already in real life at the end of the competition on the evening of the same day, Pak Noah was trying to catch his breath after his booty run, thinking about the fact that the MVP of this game was Carrie. Of course he was glad that she and Nidless Sunbae were as good as they were, but this game, unlike them, Ark wasn't pumped up at all. Still, no matter what, Ark wanted to be the protagonist. If he didn't have to watch others' reactions, or if Ark had good physical strength with which he could lead the game. If Ark could only use his level of synchronization, things would be completely different. All this Ark said out loud while moving around the park of the Fantastic Academy. But as soon as he finished, he heard someone calling him a kid and saying that he had just said some very good words. Ark's face immediately twisted in horror, for it was the first time he had ever seen him, and he immediately asked him who he was. He said that he didn't think Ark didn't know him, because he got along well with Han from his team. And then Ark realized that the smiling man sitting on the bench in front of him was Professor Bison, who was the coach of the Colorful Mermaids team, which included Han. But Ark couldn't understand what Professor Bison was doing here. He told him that he had come here to see Ark. He was astonished, to say the least. After all, Ark had absolutely no way of knowing what purpose their conversation would serve. And then Professor Bison, saying he couldn't take it anymore, grabbed Ark by the shoulder, thus putting him in a very awkward position. Then he said with a smile that Professor Lee had stopped him, so he tolerated it as long as he could, but he couldn't take it anymore. After all, it was what Ark had wanted a little earlier, but Ark had no idea what he was talking about. Then Professor Bison clarified that it was about the level of synchronization, and Ark's face became even more distorted, as if he was pierced by lightning. Ignoring this, Professor Bison, looking at Ark, said that didn't he want to know how to use it safely. He then sincerely invited him to join his research, and if Ark tried hard enough, Professor Bison would definitely help him use it again, and those words gave Ark hope. A little later, being in his office, Professor Lee looked carefully at Professor Bison sitting in front of him. He was talking about how he'd finally gotten a meeting with Ark, who was sitting next to him at that moment with a nervous smile. Professor Bison went on to say that he had been waiting to meet Ark for half a year because Professor Lee had told him not to disturb him during his recovery. This was indeed true, but Professor Lee still wanted to observe how Ark would grow in battles without using the synchronization level. Then, turning to Ark himself, he said that he had been pretty good lately, and then he wondered why he was so eager to use the synchronization level. The reason was obvious to him, though, since he knew Ark well. Gathering his courage, Ark said something important despite his shame and fear. He wants to be better than Carrie, because he didn't like her taking the lead from him at all. Hearing this, Professor Lee immediately became thoughtful. His gaze immediately became even more serious than before. That's when Ark's hair puller, Professor Bison, said it's almost unrealistic for a kid like Ark. Then looking at Professor Lee, he said that he would be happy to help Ark so that he could trust him. In response to Professor Bison, Professor Lee said that if Ark wanted to do it, there was nothing he could do about it, thus endorsing their idea. Professor Lee said he trusts Professors Bison and Ark, and he's counting on him from now on. But until they are finished, he forbids Ark from using the synchronization level in competition. Even with these conditions, Ark was incredibly happy and accepted his professor's instructions. He then got into the capsule and put on his helmet and connected to the crossing. Once there, Ark was a little confused and looked around at everything around him. The room in which he stood was filled with various devices, and Professor Bison, standing in front of Ark, was watching something on the projection in front of him. Turning to Ark, said that they were in a world created by Professor Bison for the purpose of researching the level of synchronization. He also added a great many attributes necessary for the research. In addition to all that, there is even a video of Ark's entrance exam, but that didn't exactly make him happy, so he was skeptical. And after a moment, Professor Bison decided to get to the point. The reason for the instability of Ark's synchronization level was that compared to the synchronization of ordinary users changing slowly, the changes in Ark's level were too abrupt. Ark had said before that breathing triggers changes in his synchronization level. Then, Professor Bison asked Ark what he thought was the condition for raising it. After a moment's thought, Ark, I remembered how when he fought King, The reason for the increase in synchronicity was that in King's place at that moment, his mind put forward an image that could arouse the strongest emotions in him. Ark introduced his worst enemy classmate, Hyunjun, who had always disliked him and wanted to prove his superiority. When he realized this, he was even thrown into a cold sweat, and Ark was a little confused, but he decided to confess to Professor Bazin that it was because at that moment he remembered the face of the guy he disliked, and Professor Bazin said that in this case, the level of synchronization can change depending on the opponent. And Ark should try disabling the option to fix the synchronization level 100%. He also suggested that Ark should do an experiment using the fake. He was very interested in that. Literally seconds later, a clone of Han appeared right in front of Puck Noah. And then Ark's synchronization level became equal to 208%. Judging by these results, Professor Bazin realized that this man had no effect on Ark's synchronization. He then projected King's figure. At that time, Ark's synchronization increased very slightly and became 240%. For some reason, there was no significant change. And when Carrie appeared in front of Ark, the first more or less noticeable fluctuations were visible. The synchronization level became 340%. But why this process started on Carrie Ark could not understand. And when the image of Nidless appeared in front of him, the level on the contrary dropped to 204%. Royd also didn't cause Ark to have a surge of emotion so that the level of synchronization could increase, and he became normal. But then Professor Bazin's gaze snapped to his own. He saw in front of him on the projection what could possibly help them. And when he chose this player, even Ark's look changed, not to mention the feelings inside. It was Hyunjun who made Ark's anger boil over. And his synchronization level jumped to 450%. Professor Bazin noted that it was the best indicator of all that had gone before. And then, while Ark approached the clone and stared at him, Professor Bazin decided to ask him what he had in common with Nightmare of the Metal Shark. And he looked up at him and said that this guy bullied him in middle school. Every day he saw Ark in his path, he'd humiliate him and call him a loser. And that's who he didn't want to lose to in the future. In his head, Professor Bazin had long understood that the level of synchronization varied with emotion, but what is this emotion that Ark is capable of feeling towards both his teammate and his opponent, if that emotion determines his level of synchronization? The feeling that maximizes his synchronization is the awareness of his opponent, perhaps a thirst for victory, or even fighting spirit. So far, Professor Biden couldn't make up his mind exactly, so he decided to find out a little more about everything they were about to embark on their next study. A great deal of time passed in trying to understand the whole point, and on the evening of another day in the dormitory of the Fantastic Academy, on his bed lay an exhausted Ark with huge black eyes. Looking at him, Han said he looked pretty tired, and he had heard from Professor Bison that he had begun to conduct various experiments related to the level of synchronization. Ark barely had the strength to confirm Han's words. He added that with Prof. Bison did everything possible, even held Ark for 5 days earlier. Ark thought Bazin was a simple uncle, but he is a monstrous con, confirmed that their professor is obsessed with research. Ark was nervous and asked Han if he didn't mind Professor Bison helping him with his training. Han replied that it was all right, and he was even willing to fight Ark in his best condition. Besides, he doesn't have anyone on his team who's looking for fun. Afterward, Ark remembered and asked Han how the concert preparations were going. Han said it's going great. The guys were getting along well, and he didn't even think they needed to rehearse. When Ark heard that, he immediately decided to ask how things were going with Haruru. Han said she was a great singer, but that's not what Ark wanted to hear. What he was really interested in was whether Han had found the reason he was so eager to meet her in real life. Turning away, Han said that he still hadn't managed to find that reason, and he had no idea why he even wanted it. In fact, it was all obvious to Ark, and he couldn't understand why Han wouldn't want to admit that he liked Haruru. If he wasted his time, Han and Haruru might not be able to meet at the end of the concert. Ark couldn't bear to see Han's fate slip away from him because of his stupidity. And then Ark wondered if he should just take matters into his own hands and bring these two together. At this time, in another place, 2 pairs of feet and shoes were striding around a particular room. It was Loki and Professor Lily dressed in strict formal suits. As they approached the table, they turned to the man sitting behind it. Professor Lilia noted that they hadn't seen him for a long time and asked how he was doing. A mysterious man. He greeted the two while continuing to play the chess game in front of him. Then I asked how the current cases were going, and Professor Lily said that in her opinion, they were done with Halper's assurance, and also, no one from the Academy's security service could guess about his existence. Loki in turn finished with bringing in all the members of the Metal Sharks as recruitment of new people. Upon hearing this, The mysterious man assumed that the preparations had been completed to some extent, and before they could begin, he had called Professor Lilia and Loki here to relay some information. They can't find out the exact reason, but he has received information that Faker, who has concealed his identity, is currently at the academy. Those words stirred Loki. Could it be that his and Nidlus's idol was at the academy right now? And then Loki's thoughts were interrupted by a mysterious man. He told Loki Professor Lily and their boys to be careful with him from now on. After all, Faker could possibly be an obstacle in their big, so all his team from now on need to never forget his existence. Confidently taking his hand the queen chess piece, the mysterious man said that their major move would be executed in 3 days at the Academy Festival. Then, with his figure representing his team, he attracted the attention of those standing before him. And with a sly look, he knocked down the king standing on the field representing the opposing team. He also said that on the festive day of the Fantastic Academy Festival, he and his boys would destroy it. After a while, when the long-awaited day of the festival finally arrived, Ark and Han went to the festival together. Unlike the unemotional Han, Ark was simply delighted. Everything was incredibly beautifully decorated. There were huge projections being carried along the alley by the performing guys. There were also airships flying in the air to notify others about the beginning of the Fantastic Academy Festival. Walking through the streets, Ark noted that he had noticed people from real life here. Then he realized what they meant when they talked about merging reality and the intersection. Then his face changed, and he looked at Han and said that he didn't have to perform today. Han replied that there wasn't much time left before the training camp, so it was okay. Ark wondered what he wanted to do with him. Without giving a specific answer, Han simply jabbed his finger in the direction. A smiling Foss standing in the apron who had already greeted Ark. Ark was very surprised to see him here, especially in that outfit, and Foss Sunbae, noticing this, immediately said that his friend had some business to attend to, so he would stay here for a while in his place. When Ark heard that, he assumed that maybe Foss's friend had actually thrown it at him and run away. But he said, not a little nervously, that it had only been 3 hours and everything was all right. Aois then suggested that Ark take the battle ball, and once he found out that Ark didn't even know what it was, he explained to him that it was a Fantastic Academy Festival item that allowed for one-on-one play. If you throw this ball and hit a selected opponent, a shield will appear around the person who threw the ball and the one who was hit by it. After that, you have to choose how the participants will compete, and if they want to, everyone can bid in the form of an item. Basically, Ark can think of it as the academic version of Tomatina, which just started out away from them. This game required a lot of space, so Ark thought it was a bit rude to do it in the middle of a busy street, but Foss objected, because how could it be rude if she needed a festival for this kind of fun? And looking at Foss, Ark asked him with a degree of skepticism if this was where he had brought him. Without hearing back, Ark received a proposal from Khan, who wanted to challenge him to a contest. Accepting his offer, they started their battle right at the same spot. The barrier that formed around them sealed Foss standing next to him, which didn't help him understand why they had chosen this particular spot. While inside the protective dome, Han said he wasn't happy that he'd already lost to Ark once, so right now, he wants them to fight. In his mind, Ark was thinking about the fact that it was a shame they were in such a crowded place. Then he asked Han aloud how they were going to choose the game in the end. He, in turn, pointed Ark to a cube that was on top. The man who rolled it would choose the game to be played. Then Han grinned and suggested to Ark that they fight for the first time in a long time. And he silently smiled and let it be known that he agreed to it. Right after that, they threw a die that kept bouncing back and forth until he stopped and Han's face appeared on his rib, signifying that it was he who would choose their contest. Parallel to these events, carrying many bags of various food in their hand, Carrie, who was still eating another kebab she'd bought, was happy. The festival had a lot of goodies in addition to the ones he and Haruru had already bought. They were talking about how the prices were cheap, and they probably wouldn't gain weight if they bought a lot of stuff, so this was the best place to eat. Haruru even thanked Carrie for going to the festival with her today, but Carrie said she didn't need to because they were friends. In response, Haruru laughed and said she was honored to have such a friend. Then Carrie asked Haruru what she was going to do tonight after the show, and if she would tell the guys the whole truth. And she took her hand to her throat and said that she thought it would be very scary. She can meet someone she knows in life in the intersection, but Haruru is afraid that in reality, she will disappoint people she only knows here. And in that moment, Carrie remembered with a shudder the moment when Haruru had confessed to her that she couldn't speak because she had aphasia. With aphasia, a person can't speak. If Haruru tries to make a sound, she can, but she can't speak fully. According to her doctor, it's impossible to know the cause, but he says it's most likely due to the sudden stress she received as a child. Haruru thought that the guys in her group only dated her because of her voice, so it's likely that when they see the real her in real life, they'll be disappointed in her. In her opinion, it would be best to continue to be friends with them exclusively in the crossing, without seeing them in normal life. When Carrie heard that, she shrieked with indignation because it was just outrageous. She meets Haruru in all worlds and doesn't see much different. She's the same in reality as she is in Crossroads. So if the guys were disappointed in her, Carrie asked Haru to tell her about it. If they did, she was going to punish them so they wouldn't say such nonsense again. After saying that, looking at Carrie, Haruru's eyes sparkled with happiness, and she realized she should still meet all the band members after the show. Just then, with a smile, Carrie poked Haruru in the shoulder and said why only she had put the condition about not meeting in reality, to which Haruru awkwardly said she was embarrassed. Not paying attention to her words, Carrie noticed that they were selling egg cakes in the front, and turning to Harer, she said that it wouldn't be her fault if she was late for the show, because she really wanted to try them. Then both girls ran away into the shop from the dome that was behind them, and almost as soon as they stepped back, he seemed to dissolve. Inside it stood Han, and leaning on his arms, Ark trying to use them to get up off the floor. It was obvious from his evil grin that he was clearly unhappy with the results of their game. The goblin-looking guy standing behind the satisfied Han said that he had finished the rhythm game on the hardest level with SSS plus ranking. And Ark didn't hide his indignation and said that it was very mean to pick a game in which Khan was better. Then Ark offered to play him again, but Khan refused, saying it was the only fight and now he and Ark are tied. They each had 1 loss and 1 win. He then extended his hand towards Ark and said that they would decide the winner at the next SKT. After shaking Han's hand, Ark said there was no way he was going to lose. In return, he said the same thing. Foss, who was watching them at the time, marveled at what he saw in front of him. After the game, it was quite late, so Han said he had to go. After saying goodbye to him, Ark said he'd come to see him perform, so he should try his best. And looking at the departing Han, Ark thought that even though he didn't seem like it, he would do anything to win. Then listening carefully and using his nunchi tracking, Ark immediately noticed familiar footsteps approaching him, which immediately gave him a feeling of unease. It was his enemy Nightmare, who was strolling through the festival as if nothing had happened. And as if he didn't notice Ark, he just walked past without even glancing in his direction. But then, Nightmare heard Ark say to him that he would not lose next time. And despite Nightmare not turning around, Ark also added that he could definitely beat. Having said that, Ark already silently continued to stare at his opponent's back, as Nightmare turned to him and said there would be no next time. Then, as if to confirm it, he repeated his words again with a look of disgust on his face. During this, in a completely different part of the festival, Haruru was running, realizing that she should have gone much earlier like Carrie told her to. But there were so many different activities going on that she just didn't keep track of time. And anyway, there wasn't much time left before the gathering, so Haruru decided to take the shortest route she knew. At the same time, in one of the street alleys, there was a small company standing in one of the street alleys, constantly shuffling from foot to foot. One of them turned to his sunbae and said that perhaps they should stop before it was too late. And a certain man with a plush rabbit head on his head said indignantly that they shouldn't forget that they were all in the same boat and there was nowhere to retreat. So they should not forget that if they fail this mission, each of them will be in danger. They must all have one thing on their minds, that their goal is the headmaster of the academy, and Jimmy Fullhouse to gain power over all of them, and Jimmy Fullhouse to gain power over the entire academy. At that moment, Haruru, who was running past, heard everything their boss had said. She was shocked to hear such words, but she hadn't expected to meet anyone here, and especially not with such talk. And at that moment, all the people standing in that alley turned in her direction. Then one abruptly approached Haruru. One of them confronted her. He did it with such force that he even pushed her off her feet, and in doing so, he took off his teddy bear head. As Haruru landed and gathered her thoughts, she decided to turn back around. There, the man who had fallen her to the ground put the plush head back on his, asking her if she heard what they were talking about. Haruru looked at him with the most confused look full of fear and stammered, saying that it wasn't. She didn't hear anything at all. She continued to lie on the tiles, while the other unknown men looked in her direction. At the same time, Professor Seiler, sitting at his desk and watching all the footage of what was happening on the projections, couldn't believe that he had been entrusted to oversee the festival. Then he heard from the man sitting next to him that they were here together so Professor Seiler could afford a little rest. He turned to Professor Lilia and noted that she had volunteered today. He envied her youth. She replied that Professor Seiler was young too. Looking at her, He even blushed. All of Professor Seiler's thoughts were preoccupied with the fact that what was happening now looked like some kind of date, so he didn't notice. A red alert in front of it that said a player hit had been detected in Area A7. And finally noticing this, Professor Seiler finally looked at the projection, which showed that a crowd of people with animal heads surrounded the fragile girl. Looking at this, Professor Lilia was just as surprised and widened her eyes. Professor Bazin couldn't believe that these weirdos dared to do such a thing in the academy and said that right now, he was going to find out all their personal data. First among them was Loki, a member of the Metal Sharks. When Professor Seiler realized that it was a member of Professor Lilia's team, he felt the touch of her hands on his head. Some kind of thick black-red energy was emitting from her ring, making Professor Seiler even more nervous. Then Professor Lily, without saying a word, put the ring directly on Professor Seiler's neck, and all that energy spread through the room and over his body. He felt so much pain that he even screamed. He was even smoking as he fell to the floor, and when Professor Seiler touched the floor, a sign appeared above his body saying that as a result of the effects of the World Administrator's rights, the player Seiler was in a fainting state. And Professor Lily said out loud, without paying attention to him, that Loki really was terribly careless. She couldn't imagine what he would have done if she hadn't disarmed Professor Seiler. With a sly look, she said she realized it had started a little faster than they had planned. While the people on the streets were feeling comfortable and not expecting anything bad, Professor Lilia realized that it seemed now was the right time for the main event of this festival to start. After saying that, the Battle Bowl balls lying aside from Foss, suddenly the color turned from what was once black to bright red. Meanwhile, Han and the guys in the band are standing with the equipment right outside. They couldn't get through to Haruru. One of them was even worried that they wouldn't be able to rehearse in time. Her tardiness also seemed strange to them, since she had never done that before. Han was still trying hard to call her, and looking at the projection, he thought that the signal was coming through, and that meant she was still in the crossing world. But he couldn't understand why she wasn't picking up the phone. After some more thought, he thought that something might have happened to Haruru, or she might have changed her mind about performing with them. Han, unable to bear the influx of his thoughts, shouted to the other members that he would go look for her and ran away. The anxiety inside was growing with each passing second, as if a heavy weight were squeezing my chest, preventing me from breathing properly. At the same time, Ark, being elsewhere, experienced absolutely nothing. He was incredibly bored as he walked the streets of the festival completely alone. Before coming here, he wanted to invite T1 along, but he's hated entering the crossing since ages, so he declined. He was distracted from his thoughts by strange noises in the vicinity. He couldn't understand what was going on because the crowd of people blocked his view. Coming closer, Ark assumed that this was where the participants were having some sort of event. But then his gaze went to the blonde girl, who was sitting on the floor, supporting a girl in a strange state with her hand. The blonde girl was crying and kept asking for help, saying that she and her friend were just playing a game using Battle Bowl, but as soon as the game ended, her friend had a seizure. But the people around her weren't helping her. A guy in a helmet next to Ark suggested that it might be an unknown bug. Then the girl next to him said that it was unlikely and that it was probably just a street performance. And then one of the girls in the crowd shouted with fear in her voice that she had tried to leave the game, but it wouldn't let her out. Her projection was giving her an error. Dozens of questions were heard from all sides. No one could understand what was going on, and everyone wanted to ask the academy administrator about it. Ark also couldn't understand what the situation was, and he was sort of talking to himself, asking what was going on here, while behind him stood one of those men with animal head. That man was clutching one of those red Battle Bowl balls in his hand. Literally seconds later, he raised his hand with the ball, pulling it forward. The unknown man with the head of a chicken brought it close to the back of Ark's neck, and at that moment, a turtle flew over the entire Fantastic Academy from above, holding a huge palace with many green plants surrounding it on its back-together shell. There on the edge of the balcony on his chair sat Principal Jimmy Fullhouse. As he gazed at what he saw below him, he noticed that in the city, indeed, as he had been told, the academy was in disarray. He'd said it while he was bound by the black-red energy that had recently disarmed Professor Seiler. The principal immediately assumed that whatever the girl was doing now was obviously not a joke. He didn't think she would do something like this. Then Professor Lily, standing behind his back, said that she too had not imagined she would be able to checkmate the principal so easily. The academy's guards were much weaker than she had imagined. In response, the headmaster said that the academy didn't need more advanced guards because there were no more guys like her. Then he asked her if she still hadn't gotten the rights to run the world, and Professor Lily said that she had only banned logging out and fixed the system quite a bit. Like in the case of battle balls, she changed all the modes to battle modes and added a loser. She also speculated aloud that the director might think that such a change didn't make sense. But what would happen if she increased the painful sensations of what was going on inside the world to its fullest? Those words even made Jimmy Fullhouse jump up. He just couldn't believe it. He asked Professor Lilia if she didn't know what would happen if she did that. She replied that the article that's saying goodbye to life in the world of the crossing with maximum sensitivity can turn off the brain in reality is very popular. Professor Lilia is eager to put this theory to the test because she is so eager for the chaos to come. And now all of her like-minded friends are using battle balls on all of the festival guests. As soon as she said that, she immediately assured Jimmy Fullhouse that it was pointless to expect her guys to lose. After all, they'd already set up and installed the loser. Grabbing the chair where the headmaster was sitting, Professor Lilia pulled it forward, stating that the sacrifice of so many people would cause discussions all over the world, and wouldn't the hacking of the Academy's great security system be a shock to everyone? With those words, she tilted the principal's chair further and added the question of what Jimmy Fullhouse would get by committing such a thing. Breaking one of the partitions of the balcony, she points out that of course in all this the main course will be something else. And tilting the chair in which the chained principal sat, Professor Lilia said, addressing him, that it would be the death of Crossing System Administrator and Herm Master Jimmy Fullhouse. This will be the first step for them. At these words, the director's favorite crown flew off his head and down to the bottom. And that's when Jimmy Fullhouse noticed her words. They definitely meant that she wasn't acting alone, and there are other inadequates like her. Then, as his blue crystal ring began to emit certain particles of the same color, the headmaster turned to Professor Lily and asked if she thought she could take his life so easily. After these words, an incredibly bright blue glow appeared between them, as if an explosion had engulfed them both. Professor Lilia squeezed her eyes shut as hard as she could. She even coughed in surprise, barely able to cope with the excitement. And as the glow dissipated, Jimmy Fullhouse was no longer in front of her. He was gone. And a second later, accompanied by the energy from his ring, appeared behind her back in a completely different outfit. He lifted his glasses and looked at Professor Lilia and said that the weak were judging themselves. Did she think about the fact that the headmaster had given the professors control of the world without any insurance? In the next instant, guiding her hand with a ring of energized Jimmy Fullhouse told her he would tie her up right now. And she'll immediately hear about the guys who are in the business besides her. A second later, the energy force rushed towards her, raising the wind in its path. Even when she was incredibly close, Professor Lilia was not nervous at all, but even smiled. After all, she was able to defend herself against it with her red, thick energy. And Jimmy Fullhouse was clearly not ready for this, and he immediately became visibly agitated. Because at that moment, the notification sign that appeared there said that an administrator's order had been triggered. Until the administrator's powers are stabilized, all his orders will be canceled. Once this happened, Professor Lilia said that since they are the same administrators along with Jimmy Fullhouse, they can mutually offset all orders. In all 3 years at the Academy, Professor Lilia spent that time creating a duplicate passport key. Holding the modified battle ball in her hands, Professor Lily moved closer to the principal and said that he had always liked the games, after all. Jimmy Fullhouse understood that this was a challenge, and addressing Professor Lilia, he said that despite the change in the rules of Battle Bowl, she too must realize that she is not an exception to these rules. She immediately realized that the director was talking about the numerical value of pain sensation. Of course, she realized that she was also subject to their effect. And removing the blindfold from her eye, Professor Lily proposes to start this duel in which the stake will be life. In the past, there was a man who was called the God of the Battle of Moves. Before the advent of virtual reality, this man had never lost a game of strategy such as Baduk and Changi chess. For this reason, many called him a game master. And after that, he was referred to as the principal of the Great Fantastic Academy, Jimmy Fullhouse. At the moment of the duel with Professor Lilia, the headmaster quickly assessed the situation. Based on her self-confidence, it was clear that she had an ace up her sleeve, for the reason that in a battle bowl it is impossible to predict who will choose the game, and it was not clear what she had changed, so the chance of winning was minimal. It was an extremely dangerous situation in which the director could be checkmated. Pensive, he slowly put his hand to his chin, as if trying to find a solution or ponder his next move. Then Professor Lilia quickly approached him with a sly expression on her face that clearly showed her interest. She wondered what could have made the headmaster think so much, because no matter how much he reasoned, the game was going to start anyway, and that's when she put the ball on Jimmy Fullhouse's body. Then a shield began to appear around them, which meant only one thing. The duel would begin in a matter of seconds. Approaching the shield, Jimmy Fullhouse leaned against it with his back and arms. For then, when he thought about it, his choice was to tell the people outside about what was happening here. And when a bug that looked like a small bug flew out of the principal's ring, at this time, somewhere at the festival, watching intently, someone was looking for Ark with full confidence that he was here now. After the battle with him, all of this man's plans have failed. He simply could no longer wait until the next fight, because with the help of this battle bowl, he will wash away all the shame. Without retreating or paying attention to the huge crowds of people, this man continued to scan his gaze all around him in search of Ark. After a while making his way through the crowd, he spotted Ark standing among the people. Immediately afterward, he found a man with the head of a chicken approaching him. The man watching was determined to show Ark that everything here belonged to him. At that moment, he noticed the chicken-headed man bringing the battle ball closer to Ark. And when he was about to almost touch his back, King stopped his movement, addressing the man with the chicken head. With a menacing look, he made it clear that Ark was his prey and no one else. Without answering, the chicken-headed man moved his ball hand closer to King, and when it touched his hand, a shield appeared around the two of them, signifying the start of the game pushed Ark out of his seat. He even fell from surprise because literally just now his thoughts were occupied by a girl who was incredibly bad after the game. And then people in the crowd were outraged that in such a dangerous situation, someone would still use battle balls. As Ark tried to come to his senses and realize what had just happened, he noticed a projection in front of him that had a voice call from the Invincible Demon King's team. Ark realized that Kim's assistant had invited everyone into this call. Thinking about why he's doing this so suddenly, Ark picks up the phone. It was a video call, and it was obvious from the faces of the other guys on the team that they were also unaware of the upcoming call. When everyone was connected, Kim's assistant announced an emergency and ordered everyone to listen to him very carefully. From now on, they need to avoid any battle, and especially the use of battle bolas. Foss, who was in a shop filled with battle balls, became much more nervous than before. Assistant Kim continued at the same pace to say that he had been contacted by the professor. He informed him that the Academy's mirror world had been attacked by a saboteur group that had increased the level of physical sensation while playing inside the battle balls to the limit. Panic gripped everyone, and they didn't understand how this could have happened. And Nidless said aloud that it seemed that it was because of these saboteurs that no one could get out of the game. Kim's assistant confirmed what he said. The professor said that the saboteur is Professor Lily of the Metal Sharks, and soon her accomplices will start using battle balls to forcibly attack players. After these words, the image of Loki appeared in Nidless's mind, and he realized that he would most likely be involved in this case as well. At the same second, Needless frantically began to pry from Assistant Kim where Professor Lee was now. And Kim's assistant said he told him that he went to handle the whole situation. But in fact, when he tried to enter the crossing, he was not allowed in because the gate was closed. And a turtle flying over him at that moment gave him an idea, and then he was left with only one way to connect. Then the realization came to Needles that Professor Lee was now with the saboteurs. Kim's assistant said that in any case, until Professor Lee had sorted everything out, they should evacuate the guests to the square and hide. You could see from Carrie's face that she was nervous too. It seemed like right now she was facing one of the saboteurs. Two of his victims were lying right in front of her, and he was hovering over them. Hearing that, Kim's assistant immediately ordered Carrie to run away and not even think about fighting with him. And at the same moment, Carrie tried to call Harur, but she still wasn't picking up the phone. And as Carrie stared at the projection, the guy standing in front of her, holding the battle bowl in his hand, he turned menacingly in her direction. Then Carrie kneaded her hands and told the mouse-headed man that it was rumored that people like him attacked people with battle balls, and if they hurt her friend, she wouldn't let it go. At this time elsewhere, Ark began to notify people to evacuate. After all, there was a problem in Academy World. Everyone here was advised not to use battle balls under any circumstances, and they should follow Ark to the square right now. Then Ark thought to himself that the girl who had just fainted was probably hurt because of it. As Kim's assistant had said, it would be better not to tell others about the percentage of sensitivity and keep it a secret. The saboteur group kept Ark worried because there was too little information about it. He was also very worried about Carrie, hoping she would be all right. Then Ark walked over to the shield next to it and addressed those inside. Ark told them that they should never hurt each other and also not to start fighting until the administrator came. Ark didn't even realize who was inside. He also added that he would soon bring someone to help, but this only annoyed King, who was standing inside the shield. Then he made sure that the situation was confusing. And the guy with the chicken head was thinking that he was going to hunt Ark, but in the end, he couldn't even think about meeting King here. He remembered the humiliation of being defeated by King during the entrance exam. He would never forget those calm but challenging eyes staring back at him. And now that he had a handler, King was nothing more than a sitting duck. So he offered him a gamble. After all, King couldn't afford to get scared over such a small thing. And looking at his face, the guy with the plush chicken head laughed in his face because despite that, he still can't fight. At the same moment, Han quickly covered the distance and ran to some place, stopping to look around and figure out what to do next. In the middle of the street, he tried to catch his breath from such a long and intense run. Han noticed that it had been quite noisy around for some time now, so he couldn't hear Haruru's voice. Although the exact state of affairs remained unclear, he was well aware that the situation was extremely tense. Han really hoped that Haruru hadn't gotten caught up in this chaos and was in a safe place. Then he realized he needed to focus harder and search for sound in even slightly deeper places. He was already concentrating as hard as possible, so when Han tried to do it again in real life, blood spurted from his nose. Then he tried to find Haruru again, and after a few seconds, a picture of the girl lying on the floor barely breathing appeared before his eyes. Han immediately gagged, sensing exactly which way she was in. Where she was, someone was having unsteady breathing, a powerless heartbeat, and had literally just passed out. Han hoped incredibly hard that it wasn't Haruru. As he rounded another bend, the Han in front of him noticed. Lying in the middle of the alleyway, Harura lay unconscious on the floor with a completely helpless look. Looking at her, Han felt anxious and growing fear, and his heart clenched with worry. At this time, T1 was in a room all alone, enjoying this time. While T1 was charging, he was staring at the tablet saying that nothing recharges like watching a dorama. He was in Kim's assistant's office and talking to himself. He noted that since coming to the academy, he wasn't worried about the electricity bill at all. And yet, he was very good for following Pak Noah here. Then he looked out at the window, thinking about what his friend Pak Noah could sit still, and what was so good about these festivals anyway. The fact that reality and intersection were combined today did not impress the robot at all. It was obvious to him that reality was better, and he didn't understand why people were so dependent on virtual reality. At that moment, he noticed that some of the people on the street began to light up, and then they disappeared from sight as if they had teleported somewhere in an instant. T1 was visibly nervous. After all, the people just reflected in the holograms had disappeared, and he assumed that there was some kind of connection failure. Either there was a power failure, but when he turned around, he noticed that his dorama was still running, which meant that the electricity was fine. He was upset, but thought that it shouldn't bother him anyway, and he should just keep watching the dorama. Meanwhile, in the area where the administrators of the Academy Mirror World are located, near the projections that showed what all the players were doing, a man with a plush animal head said out loud that he didn't think Professor Lily would personally go after the headmaster. He also added that she was very hot. This place was in their hands and the director was about to be captured, so things are going pretty well. Before he can get excited, he notices a sign to his left informing him that there has been a malfunction. He didn't even have time to finish his sentence before uninvited guests showed up. The man with the bag over his head was telling the girl that judging by the chaos outside, it seemed Professor Lee had told them the truth. Professor Sora replied that she couldn't believe that Professor Lily was the mastermind behind the situation. She also hoped that Professor Seiler, who had been on shift with her, was safe now. In response, the person in charge of the crossing and coding system, Professor Donkan, said that if the pain sensations were now raised to the maximum, he and Professor Sora should also be extremely careful. Just then, a voice picked out of their conversation, saying that he couldn't believe that such popular professors of the academy had shown up here. The guy with the plush rabbit head said that he thought he should greet the professors properly. As he said this, he squeezed the battle ball harder in his hand. Then Professor Dongkong said that it seemed to be Professor Lily's accomplice that Professor Lee was talking about. When Professor Sora heard that, he said that he would take care of him and let Professor Dongkong normalize the control center. Then the rabbit-headed guy said there's no way to invade Battle Bowl territory from the outside, so as long as he has Battle Bowl, they can't get through that corridor. At that very second, Professor Dongkong assumed that the accomplice standing in front of them was going to use him to block the path, but Professor Sora told him not to worry. After all, she's going to win. Professor Sora was formerly an academy graduate in the top 1% of her class. At this point, raising the battle ball even higher, the rabbit-headed accomplice wondered aloud how it might end. Parallel to these events at a festival somewhere near the fountain, on one of the benches sat Han, and on his lap lay Haruru's head. Still unconscious, she looked rather haggard. So looking at her condition, Han assumed she wouldn't wake up for a while. To make it happen sooner, he tremblingly began stroking Harura's head, and at that moment, a man came running toward him from the side. Genis, from the colorful mermaids, who shouted for Han. Genis said, running as close as he could, that he couldn't imagine Han being on a date in such a simple situation. Han replied that it wasn't a date at all, and wondered why he kept talking like an aristocrat. Then Genis said that the great he had just met him, with a psychopath insanely addicted to the game and losing his mind. And Genis began to tell that it happened almost immediately after the chaos began, when he heard about the appearance of a strange man throwing battle bolus at others. He asked the Academy's Sunbei to catch him, but when they met him, he told them he wasn't going to be deterred by numbers. That guy was forcibly using battle bowls until the very end and fighting the guys one-on-one. And after that, Genis saw a terrifying sight. The snake-headed man had taken out every single Sunbei. Genis noticed that all the Sunbei who lost to that madman had lost consciousness and couldn't wake up. Han thought that the same thing might have happened to Haruru. Genis turned away and said that he was sure that the madman was connected to the disturbance here and appearing behind his back. Needless asked if he was telling the truth, that the man who attacked people with the battle bowl was wearing a mask. Genis turned to Nidless and said he was quite sure of it. When Han noticed him, he assumed that the man standing in front of them was a Sunbei from Ark's team, but Needles answered nothing, for he had just realized that it was Professor Lily's ally that Kim's assistant was talking about. The place was a mess. Passers-by were discussing that the masked men were challenging other players to battle using battle balls. One of them even said that he had just seen a man in a chicken mask use it. But he couldn't understand the purpose of them attacking others. These lunatics use battle bowls with maximum sensation, which means they have the card necessary to win, and Needles hoped that at least Professor Lee was okay now. Hiding behind a tree, Nidless noticed the suspicious company. At that moment, he was thinking about what if Loki was really involved in everything that was going on. Even though he didn't want to, he has no choice but to verify this information himself. And then he activated the projection in front of him. He called Loki, who asked with surprise in his voice why Nidless had decided to call him all of a sudden. Immediately, he asked Loki a counter question about where he was now. He jokingly began to say that why Nidless so suddenly asks where he is. Does he really want to enjoy today's festival together? But he again, without answering Loki's question, asked with anger in his voice, all this noise around him was related to. And just a second later, Loki's lips spread into a sly smile. Answering Nidless, he told him how smart he was. Then Loki added that Ha-Dokchijin had more than enough powers of observation. As it happens, Loki can't go back in time now. After these words, he wished his old friend Needles a happy stay. But not before dropping a second later, Loki's face changed, because Nidless called him An Hyun-soo. With a furious rage, he demanded to know where he was. In the meantime, something equally important was going on at Air Mobility Headquarters. The professor hiding in the bushes sat on the dragon and harnessed it for flight. He thought that if the portal was broken, he'd have to fly himself, and holding the dragon's leash on his finger, the same ring as the headmaster's glittered on his finger. Almost in the same second, they soared through the air heading towards a turtle floating in the sky, surrounded by a battle bowl shield. Just as Professor Lee thought, they closed the heavenly castle so that it was impossible to approach it. But with the powers that Professor Lee now had, he had the power to counteract it. So by releasing a mass of charged energy from his ring, he breaks the barrier and flies with his dragon into heavenly castle territory. And when he can already see every detail on the makeshift turtle, Professor Lee notices a broken railing and shield right on the balcony. Leaving him on that very ruined balcony, the dragon flies away. As the shield in front of Professor Lee begins to open up and the outline inside it begins to appear, Professor Lilia, who was clearly surprised by the appearance of such an unexpected guest as Professor Lee. When the shield completely dissipated, Professor Lee noticed that Professor Lilia was holding the kneeling and unconscious headmaster by the scruff of the neck. To make sure he was really fainted, Professor Lee called out the principal by name, but he didn't respond. Then he noticed that his ring had disappeared from the principal's finger, and then Professor Lydia said that at the very end, the principal made an interesting move. But she couldn't believe that the last way for Jimmy Full House to save anything was Professor Lee. With those words, she threw the principal's body in his direction, then continued that in any case, Professor Lee wouldn't be able to stop her either. He was amazed at her confidence. And then he looked at her and said that Professor Lily was using a helper. Her eyes immediately widened. So she decided to ask how Professor Lee knew help here. to which he said he actually knew more than just him. I'm also talking about the fact that they're called the Prism. Their sabotage team has been slowly building their influence. At that moment, Professor Lilia asked the professor if he knew about everything and still turned a blind eye to it. He took out his mask at that moment and said that he had become suspicious of them not so long ago. It started from the moment they stole victory from his students with unfair techniques. Then Professor Lee turned to Professor Lilia and said that it seemed like he had a lot to take away from her. At the same time as this, Loki sat in the chair cheering the arrival. Nidless, who did not fear or heed Loki's words, came to the area of the administrator's location in the Academy's mirror world. Then Nidless asked Loki why he had told his whereabouts so easily. He replied that he thought that goodbyes should be said in the face, and he had a suggestion for Nidless. After a second, Loki asked if Nidless wanted to join them in trying to change the world. He replied that Loki was talking nonsense right now. Interrupting him, Loki said that he had to properly experience in Z-Town how much this world was overflowing with illogic. A filthy and disgusting environment, children left without whatever crime happened in Z-Town. The officials remained spectators, and compared to City A, their hometown was hell and nothing else. Therefore, Loki and his team were going to destroy their system and reboot it. The first step in that plan would be the collapse of the Academy, and Needles interrupted him by screaming that Loki was just trying to justify sabotage. Has he betrayed the team and himself for a future like this? Loki said that Nidlees can't change his straightforwardness. As Loki stood up from his chair, Nidless asked him to finally come to his senses. But a second later, he rushed towards An Hyun-soo with fists in anger. While waiting, he just continued to stand in the same pose as before. But when Nidless was quite close, Loki snapped him up sharply, and he said that there are rumors that the world is changing, especially since Hadok Jin saw Loki use the new technique at the last competition. It was only thanks to the game helper that he was able to defeat him. When he heard that, Nidless wondered how low he wanted to go, but Loki wasn't going to answer his question. He just continued that as long as he had a helper, Nidless wouldn't be able to beat him. Loki also suggested that Nidless probably already knew that the pain level had been changed, and if they continued to fight, he would feel the pain of suffering. So if he accepted his offer, then he would stay alive. To him, Nidless questioned why he was so obsessed with. Twisting a bit so he could get a look at his face, Nidless asked Loki if he still considered him his friend. Immediately, his Loki face changed. When Nidless noticed this, he continued to say that in that case, they're going to have a battle ball. While Nidless was talking to Loki, he cleverly managed to get the ball in his one free hand. Loki could not believe that he was doing such a thing, even though he knew what would happen after using the battle bolt. Then Nidless said that they would have to fight a battle that would end in death anyway. Looking Loki straight in the eye, Nidless said that he could no longer watch him continue his evil deed. At this time, somewhere in the Academy Mirror World, the Shield continued to be in the Mirror World together, which had recently been very crowded, but at the moment, there was no one there anymore, except King and the man with the plush chicken head. It was obvious that King was getting the most out of the two of them. He couldn't believe that he was feeling the pain inside crossing at this moment, because it had never happened before. The chicken-headed guy couldn't believe King had fallen from just one punch to the stomach. After increasing the sensation index to the maximum, the reactions became significantly different. He also added that King is visibly afraid of pain, but he shouldn't give up so easily because it could end too easily. After all, this is a two-touch game in which you have to touch your opponent twice in the same place. After a little explanation of the rules of the game, he said that when a player is wounded, a mark appears in his place. If this area is attacked again, an electronic current appears and the player wins. But if you hit a different spot, the mark moves. So you have to attack twice in the same place. Looking down at King, the chicken-headed guy said that the decision whether to end this game or not is in the hands of the stronger player. That is him. Hearing this, King said he was not at all afraid of pain, however. Calling a guy with a head like a chicken a rat, King said that the fact that he thought he was stronger than him was the only thing he didn't like not liking. These words also angered the guy with the chicken head, and he told King that it was just his thoughts. At the same moment, he swung his leg toward King. He in turn immediately realized that his opponent wanted to make a low kick. No matter how hard King tried to dodge his attack in the end, he failed and the attack came right on his cheek. At the time the mark was made, the chicken-headed guy was so pleased with his success that he laughed and said it was a pure, perfect Brazilian kick to King's face. He would then lash out menacingly at King in an attempt to land the next blow. The one was of course afraid, but still continued to block all attacks from his opponent. Gathering himself, King couldn't understand why he should be beaten by a rodent like the guy standing across from him. Then he remembered the words of his father talking to his assistant about King not actually being able to recognize faces. His father's assistant at the time said it was true. According to the doctor, his son had a hard time distinguishing faces. The reason why the test showed these symptoms is because, interrupting him, King said he just didn't need to know them. There was no need to know the faces of those below him. In any case, King can sense the atmosphere around his opponents and mistake them for animal. Then his father assumed that because of his outstanding reaction ability, King had lost interest in the others. But despite that, King went on to say that it's no problem at all. After all, it would give him the mindset of the strongest to never lose to anyone. His father said that it would be a shame to hide his talent in his one world. Then King didn't quite understand his father's words. He said that he would not interfere in his affairs until he lost. But if King is defeated, he will have to reboot himself and start learning all the skills from the beginning. He will need to recognize that this world is big, then show respect for it all and take an interest in it. With a smile on his face, King's father said a genius like his son could do it, a seemingly impossible mind system. Then, getting to Fantastic King Academy was the first time he experienced what they call losing. This defeat made his self-confidence false, for then, it became self-distrust and created a lot of doubts. And from that moment on, King began to see only Ark's face clearly. Despair came almost immediately because this guy won and King lost. Just like his father had told him, King's ego was destroyed by the experience. Then King remembered his father telling him to reboot himself. He's literally telling him to give up the life he's lived so far and throw it away. If that happens, will King be able to overcome the crisis weighing on him? Can he get revenge on Ark? In that case, he was ready to reboot himself as many times as necessary. His father had told him to recognize that the world was a big place and to show interest and respect for everything by taking an interest in it. So does King have to admit that these ineptitude are on par with him? Body instincts, absolutely everything felt repulsive, but King had to do it. After all, if all this was necessary to defeat Ark, he was willing to do it. And in that moment, he finally saw his opponent's face properly for the first time. When he punched King in the face again, he realized that he'd been fighting the chicken-headed guy the whole time. From such a blow and shock, Kinga could barely stay on his feet. He staggered backwards and leaned on the railing that was inside the shield. King said aloud that as soon as he recognized it, he began to see things he hadn't seen before. He was referring to his opponent's fighting technique, which was on par with the best fighters in the world. King also noted that his opponent used a unified style. In addition to that, depending on the position, he also added other elements perfectly. Listening to this, the chicken-headed guy didn't understand why King was praising him. Then he responded by saying that, by the way, it was the first time he'd ever been so interested in his opponent, and that it wasn't as bad as King had imagined. He then immediately assumed that his opponent had done this before. At the same time, King kicked him in the head with his foot, and the chicken-headed guy immediately tensed up because King had just repeated the Brazilian, clearly copying his technique. Immediately, King was a little disappointed and said he was a little wrong. After all, the attack was a chopping attack and came in a bit higher, so he should tweak it a bit. As the chicken-headed man's fist flew toward King, he noticed how much the man in front of him had changed, which made him very uneasy. But he decided not to give in to his emotions and thought about how he could end the game as soon as possible. Gathering his thoughts and taking aim, he dealt the long-awaited damage to King. Except it hit the other cheek. It wasn't what the chicken-headed guy had planned. And looking at the expression on King's face, he realized that he was not afraid of pain at all. King turned to him and asked him if he was going to finish. If he has anything else of interest, King would want him to show it to him. As it is, King will take literally everything he's got. And then he realized what his father meant about living in a spacious world. All these losers were nothing to King's experience. Leaning toward the chicken-headed guy, King recognized that so far he was stronger than him. And with a crazed look, King mentioned the words of some wise man who said that what destroys us makes us stronger. Not long ago, the chicken-head guy was saying that the game would be over if you hit the same spot twice in a row. He suggested that he should fight quickly and find out what would be faster to pump King or beat the chicken-head guy. Parallel to these events, Carrie continued to run away from her opponent while he himself took aim, trying to hit her body with a battle bowl. Once again, throwing the ball and missing, the mouse-headed girl asked Carrie how long she would keep running away like this. She replied with a smile that he didn't think anyone would seriously agree to fight him, and she certainly knows that the feeling in the game is conveyed to the max. As she continued to run away from him, Carrie thought about how Kim's assistant had told all the guys on the team to evacuate the square. She didn't know how many saboteurs there were, but she and her team needed to get them as far away from the square as possible. And as she was running away, she heard an indignant voice behind her. The mouse-headed girl said she didn't think she needed to waste her precious time on one animal. She was nothing at the competition, and now she was running away pretty well. So Carrie could count herself lucky. Carrie couldn't leave these words unanswered, so she grabbed a tin can that was lying nearby and threw it at the mouse-headed girl's head. At the same time, Carrie stated in a cold tone that she wouldn't even dream of leaving here for nothing. Afterward, she mockingly offered to entertain her in a little game. So Carrie managed to provoke her and the girl with the mouse head with the words that she would destroy. Carrie rushed towards her. After many twists and turns and obstacles, the two girls found themselves on metal structures at a great height above the concert stage. As soon as they stopped, the girl with the mouse head turned to Carrie and told her that she had finally stopped running. And in her opinion, she doesn't even have to use the battle ball in this situation. To which Carrie said that she was originally supposed to enjoy her friend's concert tonight, if only their gang hadn't made such a fuss. And the girl taking off her mouse head said that it no longer made absolutely no difference what was or would be there with Carrie's friend. At the moment, she had better worry about her future. The moment she was already holding the mouse's head in her hand, Carrie noticed that the girl behind her was already familiar to. Pain of the Metal Sharks also noted that at the competition, Carrie was simply destroyed by her attacks without being able to resist. And now Carrie must regret taking off the mask, because it's tantamount to saying that Pain is ready to bring her brain to a complete shutdown. But her words didn't scare Carrie at all. She was only glad that now she recognized the true face of one of the saboteurs. Pain was one of their members, and Carrie wanted to pay her back for that loss. With those words, she jumped up and aimed to kick her opponent in the temple. But Pain managed to block that blow. She thought that despite her defeat to Carrie, still wasn't afraid, even though the level of sensation was now being transmitted to the max. Calling Carrie a hopeless wench, Pain tried to strike at her, but with a few deft backflips, Carrie moved away from her. Then she decided to make another attempt, noticing that Carrie's movements were very troublesome, and Pain thought it would be a good idea to scare her. Afterward, she turned to Carrie and said that whatever she does now, she can't beat her anyway. After all, she's now using an assistant program called a helper. It responds accordingly based on data from the most capable players from around the world. Before Carrie could realize the full magnitude of what was happening, Pain said she just couldn't win against that kind of power. Then Carrie speculated out loud that fighting Pain would mean fighting thousands of the best fighters in the world, and she confirmed her words by adding that she's not the kind of fighter Carrie can beat. Afterwards, Carrie's face was full of admiration, and she was literally glowing with happiness. And she said that now she understood why she had lost. In a fair fight, she couldn't have lost to someone at the academy in terms of physical strength. Before telling her that, Pain thought she might scare Carrie, but she was even calmer when she said it. At that moment, a cheer came out of Carrie's mouth, and kneading her hands, she said she would now tell Pain a story of her own. The town F where Carrie was born was the most disgusting place of all. There were no adults there to patronize children. Everyone was worried and concerned about their own well-being. And to survive, children like Carrie herself had to fight the adults. Constantly being in that disgusting environment, Carrie gradually hardened herself. She had gained an anger and strength that continued to help her to this day. Saying that, Carrie sprinted toward Pain. Continuing to speak, but in a moving manner, Carrie told Pain that if she had a complete lack of talent for learning now, she would have to forfeit her life. And confused, Pain couldn't read her opponent's next move at all. She would make an overhead or underhand punch, maybe in flight again. But it didn't matter, because in any case, the helper would respond in any situation. With each passing second, Carrie drew closer and closer, and her footsteps became more and more distinct. And Pain's helper kept failing, and while she couldn't figure out why this was happening, Carrie was close enough to grab her and put her body weight on Pain. And losing their balance, they tumbled down the metal structure together. Meanwhile, the snake-headed guy continued to stand in place, menacingly straightened up, ready to act at any moment. Around Han and Genus, who kept pointing out their threat while the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. He also added that this guy is a crazy, sick-in-the-head, gambling-dependent psychopath who's attacked people around him here before. Then he pulled out a battle ball and told the guys nearby that he had found a hunting ground full of monsters. When he was about to throw the game ball in front of him, suddenly, a guy much taller and tougher than him appeared. Golden Mountain turned to the guy with the snake head and asked if he was the one who was attacking everyone. He warned that he wasn't going to forgive him if he continued to make a mess of the place. He also thought in his mind that if he could defeat this scoundrel now, it would probably be huge news. So now he had a good chance to become a superstar of the academy in an instant. Wasting no time, he grabbed the guy with the snake head by the arm and told him to leave so as not to inconvenience those around him. The guy was silent, but when an electric current ran through Golden Mountain's entire body, he said that the stupid mobs had better leave. And according to him, Everyone should now realize the current situation, so they should desperately start running away right now. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd of people who had formed a pandemonium began to flee from the place in a panic, and underneath the snake mask was Stade from the Metal Sharks lineup, who was just thrilled that people were freaking out at the sight of him, and immediately Herd's thoughts that Halper was the best just took hold, and that's when he got his attention. Han, who without any excitement approached him and asked about Haruru, who was lying behind him. He asked if she had lost consciousness because of Stade. Puzzled, he looked at Harura and said that he had seen this girl not too long ago. Stade then said that perhaps it was done by his hands and added that Khan would then take action. Asking what Khan could even do, Stade gradually brought the battle bolo closer to his chest. And when he finally touched the Khan, a shield appeared around them, signifying the beginning of the battle bowl. Stade reacted quickly and told the system to roll the die immediately. When the cube stopped on its top edge was the image of Han. Noticing this, Stade said that the right to choose had gone to the loser. But in any case, the helper had information about the best rankers in the world, and that should have helped him. But Khan didn't care, and interrupted him, and chose game number 485. Rhythmic Pandemic. Then Stade assumed that Khan had chosen it, thinking that the game would not affect his sensitivity level, but that the electrical waves would destroy his brain anyway. Han, however, ignoring the provocation, chose the music. His behavior was very annoying to the herd, because Han kept confusing him. While his mind was on it, Han said that he had chosen music, called Rhapsody of Sunset and Ashes. After hearing that, the herd was immediately hot. It was an incredibly difficult tune that no one had ever been able to get through before. But even so, Han was sure he would get through it. For here in the intersection, anything is possible, and by placing your fingers over the key projection. Khan and his opponent Stade prepared themselves and froze, waiting for the contest to begin. Seconds later, notes began to appear in front of them, and they moved out from time to time. However, soon their number began to increase rapidly, and it was already quite difficult to keep track of them. Stade especially felt difficulty in performing this game. He missed notes many times, and yet he was able to hit the keys in time. But in any case, the notes were coming down at an incredible rate. The parts with the out-of-place sequences made his fingers curl. Stade couldn't believe that the data from the best players couldn't perform better. Regardless, he'll be fine as long as he can last longer than Han. And when the herd's gaze drifted in his direction, the herd's eyes widened in amazement. Khan was a pro at this game because his streak was over 1,100 in a row. He looked impressive because he was very focused on his task. At one point in the game, his thoughts suddenly returned to Harur. Han thought that if he could only express himself a little better, if only he understood his own feelings a little better, he could have asked her to go to the festival together, and maybe that would have made a difference. Han also thought about what if they had a chance to meet again. If only that would be possible. At the same time, in real life, Han's nose was bleeding with such force that it was even dripping onto the seat of the crossing capsule. In the same second, a notification appeared in the intersection that the SSS rank was clear. When Han and Herd were scattered around, Genus ran up to Han and burst into tears. He grabbed Han's body and shook it violently, trying to bring him out of unconsciousness. As soon as Han came to his senses, he realized that he would definitely make sure that he wouldn't regret anything. At the same time as these events, Nidless was inside the shield with Loki, listening to him complain. After all, he had just activated the battle bowl. Loki turned to Hadokjin and asked angrily if he wanted to say goodbye to his life now. But Nidless wasn't going to answer his question. But he started talking about how he reacted strongly to every mention of An Hyunsu. But Nidless wasn't going to answer his question, so he started talking about how he was overreacting to every mention of An Hyunsu. Even if it was so, it was irrelevant, and turning to An Hyun's, Nidless asked why he had gotten so bad. Far in the past, about 7 years ago in the city of Z when small, Hadokjin was digging through mountains of stinking waste at the local dump. He was completely dirty in his little gloves, trying to find something valuable in the mountains of waste. Back then, miners from the city of Z were not even given a chance to study. All they learned on their own was the daily necessity of picking up garbage thrown away from other cities and getting pennies for living. So Hadokjin was no exception in this system. He also cycled every day to labor to this extent. He even fainted from exhaustion. His friend An Hyunsu always came to his rescue. He was very worried about him, so he asked him not to overwork himself and always didn't deny him rest. But that very day, the guys who controlled the dump turned to little Loki and Nidless and said that if they pretended to be sick, they wouldn't give them the money they could earn. An Hyunsu, overcome with emotion, shouted loudly in their direction, not believing his ears as to how they could say such a thing just because they were a little rested. Do they really think that Ha Deokjin is pretending? He also added that they really wouldn't get anything here today because it was so dirty. When one of the guards started to get indignant, the other one calmed him down and told him to bear with it, because last time he had almost knocked them out of the wall with a stone. When he heard this, he said that some crazy people were attached to them and he wanted to see their parents. He added with a laugh that it would be impossible because they had abandoned them to their fate. When Ha Deokjin finally came to his senses, he apologized to An Hyun-soo because he's the reason he's in trouble now, but it was to cheer him up. Said I found a cool thing in the other direction and suggested he head there together. And when An Hyun-soo showed Ha Deokjin with delight on his face, he said with interest that it was a very old model, and he was incredibly curious if they would be able to launch it. And being in an infinitely good mood after An Hyun-soo's discovery, Ha Deokjin suggested that he check it out. When they got home and connected the set-top box to the TV set, the guys found out that it worked. An Hyun-soo was losing to Ha Deokjin time after time, which made him very angry. And Hyun-soo wondered how his friend was playing so well. He replied that the games can't provide for him and feed him, so what difference does it make? And Hyun-soo said that it might be true now, but when they become adults, everything around them will change. Afterward, he asked Ha Deokjin with a smile if he knew Faker. He replied that of course he knew him, because he was a pretty famous pro gamer. An Hyun-soo was pleased because Faker was so popular that even his friend Ha Deokjin, who had no strong interest in gaming, knew him. Due to his many merits in the gaming field alone, Faker was not only getting paid for it, but he also had a very strong influence on people. So according to An Hyun-soo, a person like Ha Deokjin could have come out of Z City. An Hyun-soo then asked Ha Deokjin to join him in pro-gaming. That way he could help his friend become a second Faker. Such statements made Ha Deokjin feel warm inside and even blushed. After all, thanks to his friend, Needless found his dream of becoming a pro gamer. After meeting Professor Lee, he was able to come to the academy. Then why did An Hyun-soo betray their team after coming such a long way? Loki answered the question immediately and said that he had done so because he had learned that the academy was a place filled with more than just dreams. Then he assumed that Nidless also knew very well where the academy got its money from. It continued to function solely due to the contributions of the elite families who attended Fantastic Academy, and the first rule they established in this place. It was said that the students coming from F and Z cities were only ruining the academy. Those from elite families called for them to be expelled, so that they wouldn't ruin the academy's public image. Loki went on to say that from the beginning, their dreams could not be realized here. That's why he grasped the hand of the Prism Alliance to burn out the Academy's rotten system. Then he once again proposed to Ha Deokjin to change the world with them, to make the world they want to see. Listening to all these words, Nidless seemed to understand a little why he and Loki had become so emotional when reminiscing about each other. It was pathetic, but in Needless's opinion, using this fact was the only way to stop Loki. With these thoughts, he ordered the system to roll the die. He then immediately suggested to Loki that they continue their game they had started. In turn, Loki did not wait for an answer to his last question, and even grinned angrily, and started yelling at Needles about how he'd already said one of them would get hurt. Why even that doesn't stop him. He looked at the cube with his face on it and told Loki not to worry. After all, this was not at all the game he had imagined. Since it was Needless' turn to choose a game, he gave his preference to game number 32, called Pac-Man, and they were immediately in the right arena. Pac-Man is a game where you have to escape from the inconsistently wandering maze Pac-Man. Victory will be taken by the participant who collects the most jewels. Immediately, Needles announced that from this moment on, they were starting a fight at the stake, of which his life and end would be at stake. An analysis of the losers inside the intersection with the maximum sensation factor put 8 out of 10 people into comas, and the survival rate was only 20%. At that moment, an oversized Pac-Man crawled out from around the corner. His fang-like teeth glinted in the sunlight. Looking directly at him, Nidless said that he would bet his life on winning this game without a second thought. And then he felt the Pac-Man getting closer and closer to him, and Loki with every millisecond. Then Nidless turned his back to the Pac-Man and said that if he fell into a coma, there was an 80% chance that Loki would win. Then Nidless turned his back to the Pac-Man and said that if he fell into a coma, with an 80% chance that Loki would win. Then he remained standing motionless in the same spot, anticipating that in just a second he would be swallowed up by the Pac-Man. Needless said that if he could win, then Loki would apologize to everyone and get punished, but he just couldn't look at it. There was fear on his face. Loki asked Nidless to stop, but not paying attention to his words, already being in the mouth of the Pac-Man. Nidless said that after that, they will definitely play together again. As he did so, Loki rushed forward and shouted for him to stop immediately. But when he heard the distinctive sound, Loki realized there was no turning back, and at the same moment, the shield surrounding them all this time began to dissipate. The nerves and adrenaline that had consumed Loki's head threw him into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, the turtle with the sky castle still continued to float through the sky in the same way. There was still a shield on the balcony Professor Lilia had damaged, hiding Professor Lilia and Professor Lee behind its walls. During the fight, Professor Lee looked calm and confident, while Professor Lily had long since been exhausted. She looked at her opponent and couldn't understand what was going on. Snapping her out of her musings, Professor Lee suddenly reminded her that she herself had said that the Halper contained the data of all the top players who should react for her. That meant the way to destroy it was simple. You just have to become stronger than the people who came first in the game. At that moment, Professor Lily realized what had happened. Professor Lee was the faker. Then she picked up why that mysterious man had told her to be careful. It wasn't that she couldn't stand up to Professor Lee with a helper. It's just that now she would be forced to change her strategy as well. Immediately, without a second's hesitation, Professor Lee gripped his sword tighter. Parallel to these events, Ark looked around in surprise when he came up on. There wasn't a soul in the square, and there was an ominous emptiness that alerted him. But a moment later, his gaze drifted forward, and he spotted a familiar figure. In the distance stood Genus, who was desperately screaming, trying to reach him. Ark couldn't quite make out what he was trying to say, but he could sense the anxiety in his voice. His attention immediately turned to an even more frightening sight. Right behind Genus, Haruru and Han were lying motionless on the benches. When he got close enough to see the whole situation, Ark asked what had happened here. Genus said that Stad had come here to battle ball all the people. But Han didn't let that happen, for he had defeated him single-handedly and then lost consciousness. When Ark heard this, he approached Han's motionless body. At that moment, a guy with a teddy bear head appeared behind Ark and spoke mockingly, speculating about whether anyone here had passed out. But as he looked more closely, his tone changed dramatically. For even from the back, he instantly recognized the Ark standing before him. And when Ark slowly turned around, his gaze was so fierce that the guy in the bear's head felt the tension around him become almost unbearable. Ark and Genus continued to stand in silence with the guy with the bear head looking at each other. The expression on Ark's face did not change. It remained as cold and impenetrable as before. His appearance made it clear that he was still angry and determined. Then the bare-headed boy realized that he hadn't expected to run into Ark here, and it made him feel uncomfortable. The thought flashed through his mind that it was he who had managed to defeat the herd, who now lay unconscious behind him. He couldn't even imagine how Ark managed, because Stad was not a weak opponent. His musings were abruptly interrupted by Ark's voice, who spoke, saying that there were rumors that saboteurs were using battle balls to attack everyone. At that moment, Ark looked straight into the bare-headed guy's eyes, and in a firm, commanding tone, told him to immediately pull out the battle bowl. He suggested that they fight a fair fight right now to find out once and for all who was stronger. The guy with the head of a bear watching what was happening did not change his posture, remaining standing as before as if assessing the situation. Then, scratching his head, he grinned and scornfully called Ark a loser, claiming that he would never understand his place in the world until the end. But as it happened, he decided he would give him a chance to prove his strength in battle. Throwing a battle bolt in Ark's direction, he said they would fight right here and now with no excuses. Then the guy with his bear's head gestured for Ark not to hesitate and to attack him immediately, showing that he was ready for a fight. Then Ark cast his gaze again towards the bare-headed guy, carefully studying his appearance and demeanor. Then he confidently told the system to roll a die to determine the terms of their upcoming battle. Before the die landed, Ark noticed something strange in his opponent's manner of speech that seemed vaguely familiar. Ark noted to himself that the communication style of the man standing in front of him, also his costume, which he had seen a little earlier. And it was at that moment that a logical chain formed in his head that led him to an unexpected conclusion. He realized that the bare-headed guy standing in front of him was actually none other than his old enemy Hyunjun. Then his current image appeared on the cube. This meant that Hyunjun would now be the one to choose the upcoming game. Without wasting any time, he confidently informed the system that their battle would take place in the arena of the World of Time hero. After a second, the surrounding space changed, and they both found themselves in the place Hyunjun had chosen, as soon as the protective shield around them began to disappear. The system announced that players' avatar data from the world of Heroes of Time was being uploaded, and they also had to choose a profession and a suitable weapon for battle. While he was pondering his choice, he He suddenly asked Hyunjun a question about how he became like this. As he thought about his choice, he suddenly asked Hyunjun how he had become like this in the first place. But even with such a sarcastic answer, Ark agreed, selecting his weapon as he went. It was obvious that Hyunjun had been like this from the beginning, and that his nature had long since been formed. As soon as they both decided on their professions and weapons, Hyunjun didn't waste a second and rushed to attack Ark. Ark looked at Hyunjun completely calmly, without showing the slightest bit of excitement or fear of a fight. Then he concentrated, took a deep breath, then smoothly exhaled, emitting a characteristic sound of full concentration. Hyunjun, carefully watching his actions, immediately realized what was about to happen. And without wasting any time, he aimed his blade straight towards Ark, expecting a quick and unexpected attack. But the next moment, he realized with horror that his blow had been completely blocked without the slightest difficulty. In addition, Ark calmly stated that this time, it would not be like before, and the outcome of the battle would be different. After all, this time, he would fight with all his might. A little while ago, when Ark and Professor Bazin were in his lab at the intersection, they were about to conduct an experiment involving synchronization control. Professor Bazin assured Ark that he should not worry about the possible chance of burnout when the synchronization level increases. After all, they would now try to find a trigger together so that Ark could reduce it if necessary. Also, Professor Bazin added that he summarized this experience as if Ark's catalyst was Nightmare. It was likely that the inhibitor might also be nearby. At that moment, many projections of familiar players appeared in front of Ark. Then Professor Bazin suggested that Ark check them all out. Maybe there's someone like that in here. And after this experiment, Ark and Professor Bazin continued to conduct experiments together. As a result, after some hard work, they finally found the inhibitor. But as happy as they were to finally find him, they were shocked. For in front of him and Professor Bazin was a clone of Carrie. Looking at her, Professor Bazin noted that she had just recently increased the level of synchronization of the Ark, unlike what it was now. And who would have thought that Carrie's stored evil appearance in Ark's data would be his reverse trigger? It wasn't ideal, but Professor Bazin had decided that she could be a temporary remedy to lower the level of synchronization. Ark hoped to himself that she hadn't become an inhibitor because of the trauma of her beating him. And already during the fight with Hyunjun, Ark finally used his synchronization level for the first time in months. When the situation began to heat up, Hyunjun realized that the fight was clearly not going in his favor, and that he needed to make a change. So in a second, he activated his helper program right in the middle of the fight to gain an advantage. Hyunjun began to box in a manner that was completely out of character. Even so, Ark deftly dodged each of his punches and seemed to be in perfect control of the situation. A little while later, Hyunjun began using the art of Taekwondo, which Ark also knew how to effectively defend against. Hyunjun then used the Krav Maga system of Musat Savat and many other martial arts and techniques, but none of them helped to damage Ark. After all, he still continued to dodge despite the intensity of the moves or their features that Hyunjun was trying to use. A short while later, Ark felt his synchronization level increasing very rapidly until it reached 621%. It was very dangerous, because at that moment, Ark felt the glass that Professor Lee had told him about was about to spill. Even though he was very nervous and cold sweat was running down his face, Ark immediately tried to focus. He directed all his attention to the trigger, indignant and angry face of Carrie. At that moment, his synchronization level began to drop rapidly, and Ark continued to dodge Hyunjun's attacks with confidence. He couldn't believe that Park Noah was reacting at the same speed as his helper data. In his opinion, it was a reaction speed beyond human capability. The sensation that Hyunjun felt was similar to what he had experienced during that fight. Now Hyunjun is using the helper and has even joined the prism, giving his life to them. He's changed, more determined, and can no longer be kind to interfering vermin like Ark. He didn't even realize that Ark's blade was already at his throat. Simultaneously, Professor Lee delivered a long-awaited fatal blow with his sword to Professor Lilia. Then he looked her straight in the eye and said that he saw flaws and mistakes in her every action. So it seems that the helper they created wasn't finished yet. And already looking at him, Professor Lily said that Professor Lee is incredible, that previously no one noticed such flaws. After hearing her sentence to the end, Professor Lee recoiled and watched as her body collapsed to its knees with no previous strength. The moment his blade was above his head, Professor Lee said that Professor Lilia's game would be over, and in his opinion, that was how this whole situation would be resolved. Then she said that just as Professor Lee had guessed, the helper wasn't finished yet. After all, they didn't have the most important data of the best gamer in the history of the world, but now they didn't. because the data obtained during the battle, that is, Professor Lee's data, will be stored on the helper's server. When Professor Lee heard that, he assumed that's why she fought him. And without answering his question with a gloating look, Professor Lilia said that very soon, the development of the helper would be completed. Literally a moment later, her eye with the indicator activated the invincible helper. The sparks from Professor Lily's eye also transferred to Hyunjun's eye indicator. And then as soon as he felt Ark's cold weapon approaching him, with the help of an updated headlock, Hyunjunu has managed to dodge. Despite the so-called new burst of strength still, he took minor damage. Watching this, Ark realized that Hyunjun had just intentionally minimized the damage that could come at him. And without missing a moment, Hyunjun took advantage of the situation with a leg hook that knocked Ark aside. However, the one managed to close quickly, and although he was shot down, he did not take significant damage. Taking advantage of the situation when Ark was some distance away from him, Hyunjun used a change of weapon. It was at that moment that he realized that the data of the helper had just been updated. At this time, Ark was carefully analyzing his opponent's action. He noticed that he had suddenly changed his weapon, and it caught his attention. Then, on top of everything else, Hyunjun adopted an unusual pose that was clearly not his own. Ark watched him closely, and after a moment realized that this stance reminded him of the nameless one he had fought for so long. At the same time, other things were happening on that very same concert stage. Pain lay without signs of life after the fall, and her condition was extremely serious. And on top of her was Carrie, who was hanging from the wire. She had noticed the wire on the metal structure before she fell, and decided that she should use it. So, by jumping, Carrie stayed in the air and survived, unlike her opponent, Pain. In parallel, the shield in the middle of the street began to dissipate. When he was completely gone, it became apparent that King had defeated the chicken-headed guy. And it was obvious by the look on his face that he was thrilled about it. At the same time as what happened in the previous location, Haruru and Han continued to lie motionless. And in the area where the administration of the Academy's mirror world was located, Loki nervously held the head of Nidless lying on the floor. He didn't feel triumphant about his eventual victory in the battle bowl. On the contrary, looking at Needley's face, he felt anxious and hoped he would be all right. At the same time, Professor Lee, who was watching Professor Lilia, saw her fall. And as soon as he did, he found that the administrator rights had been returned to him. He needed to quickly override the exit restriction and adjust the pain level. After a moment, he managed to resolve the exit, but as soon as he tried to change the pain level, Professor Lee discovered that this function could not be changed. Immediately, a sign appeared informing him that there was a game that continued inside the world with the settings set. It was not possible to change the setting, and this function will be available after the completion of the started game. From this, Professor Lee concluded that there was still an active battle bowl somewhere in the crossing. And he was right, for Nightmare and Ark were still fighting. It was much harder for Pak Noah to counter Hyunjun after the helper upgrade. Ark felt the wound he had received during the battle stinging terribly. Now he understood what the warning that everyone in the intersection would now be feeling maximum sensitivity meant. Then he noticed that Hyunjin was about to launch another attack. Orienting himself, Ark turned his attention to the fact that she would be on top and him. Protecting his face, he crossed his blades, but when it looked like Hyunjun's katana was about to hit them, it didn't. After all, he was using an ascension attack, which gives him the ability to make a cut by lifting his opponent into the air, and then Hyunjun swung his katana to successfully damage Ark. The sudden attack on his lower body brought incredible pain to Ark, and his face immediately contorted from the unexpected sensation. When tears were already streaming down Ark's face, he realized that Hyunjun had changed the trajectory of the attack to take away his advantage in reaction speed. In addition, during the fight, his opponent became much stronger than he was before. The feeling was the same as if Ark had been fighting Nameless. In one of his next strikes, Hyunjun used the weapon destruction ability. After using it, Ark's weapon shattered for a while. Then a feeling flashed through his mind that he was about to lose and disappear. At the same second, Hyunjun points his hand towards Ark and uses the Pierce the Defeated skill, which allows him to deal heavy damage to his opponent with his sword. And then Ark thought that his brain would be the first to shut down after such a blow, and then he himself. Parallel to these events, the dragon that had just landed soared into the sky. He was near the shield that appears when you activate the battle bolt. As he got closer, he noted aloud that this was the place where the battle bolt signal had last been recorded. And then he noticed that the battle right now involved his apprentice Ark and Nightmare of the Metal Shark. It may have seemed so at first glance, but in fact Professor Lee knew that Ark's true adversary was the helper. Extending his arm forward, Arc suddenly changed Nightmare's trajectory, knocking him off course and causing him to lose his balance. Professor Lee watched in amazement at what had just happened. Arc landed a powerful punch with his hand right on Nightmare's chin, even leaving a mark on it. After the collision, Arc was thrown back from the violent recoil. But a moment later, despite that, he was back on the attack. His eyes glowed brightly, and his outstretched arm trembled with tension as he lunged toward Nightmare with incredible speed. As he came close, Arc grabbed his face, clenching his fingers so that the bear's head was deformed. With all his strength, he slammed Nightmare's head into the ground with such force that the debris of the arena's pavement shattered around him. This sight seemed unreal, because at this moment, the level of synchronization of the Arc reached the absolute limit of 999%. Almost instantly after their collision, there was a massive explosion in the arena. Professor Lee, who had been watching the events unfold, realized that Arc had raised his synchronization level to its max. Even though this was the optimal choice for victory in the current situation, Professor Lee knew very well that it was still an extremely risky move. Despite the strongest attack when it seemed that Nightmare should have lost by now, he still raised his blade. His bear head was deformed, but he continued to swing his blade, pointing it towards Arc. Afterward, he stopped and noted how much he was in pain at that moment. Looking at Park Noah, Hyunjun thought he had some kind of 8th grade syndrome, and shaking off the remnants of his bear mask, he said aloud that he would finish off Park Noah right now. Hyunjun's appearance from the intersection and from reality felt incredibly angry. In the past, the first thing he experienced after entering the academy was a sense of defeat. There were guys here who were actually people much stronger than himself. Hyunjun was no different from the other poor people in D-City. That's when he realized that he'd just been mistaken about being among the elite of D-Town. And despite this, he didn't want to give up, so he always continued to fight to the last. Like in this fight, he would in any case continue to flail his arms and legs in an attempt to defend himself. At the time of the fight, something happened to the helper, and the reaction didn't work. When searching for the next information to fight with, an error came up, and that's why. At that moment, Arc managed to land a blow to Hyunjun's neck. It was the fight where he was going to prove himself, but because of the breakdown in the helper, things didn't go according to plan. Realizing this, Hyunjun remembered Loki's words that it was time to admit that he would never be able to cope using only his own strength. And in a moment of endless hatred from the memories, Nightmare felt another blow that came to his cheek. Error after error appeared in front of Hyunjun. These warnings kept on and on. At that same second in real life, the helper chip around Hyunjun's neck began to spark. Then his symbol stopped glowing around Nightmare's neck as if it had just broken. At this moment during the fight, Hyunjun clearly sensed what helper had just passed out. The fear that came over him made him break out in a cold sweat, for he could not even guess what would happen next. What a difference he and Arc really had. It seems that until the very end, Hyunjun will feel that disgusting feeling of defeat even in a fight with a loser like Park Noah. At that second, everything began to blur in Arc's eyes. He thought he'd won, and it was over. Earlier, Professor Bazin had said that if the synchronization level was out of sync, instead of burning out, Arc would get a shock, and if he did, he might not be able to live normally anymore. But Arc thought it was better than ending his existence altogether. But still, he was very sorry, because he wanted to continue to improve in the field of gamification. Just a few seconds later, Carrie's screaming face appeared in front of Arc, asking if he was going to come to his senses. It was as if he had sobered up and was even frightened by this sudden guidance. But nevertheless, he found that he was still in his body, and it seems the synchronization level just suddenly normalized. Nightmare noticed the change in Park Noah's demeanor and decided to seize the moment and immediately rushed towards him. Park Noah realized that his synchronization level was no longer rising and assumed that instead of shock, the very process of burnout had occurred, which meant he'd have to fight without his signature ability. Even so, Park Noah was not going to give up and resolutely rushed forward to attack Hyunjun, continuing to fight despite the changes. At the moment of the battle, it seemed as if he was pierced by an electric current that shook his body. Park Noah, noticing this strange change, turned his attention to Hyunjun, who was lying on the floor, and assumed he was just suddenly weak, but either way it was very strange. After that, the fight ended, and the shield around the two disappeared, and Professor hidden in the bushes watched this moment with pride. He thought about the fact that it wasn't really the opponent who had weakened, but Arc who had come to the academy and didn't hope for synchronization, but only trained hard every day. Though he did not rest, his efforts were not in vain, and at some point he became much stronger than he was before. He considered him a strong hero, and was sure that a man like Arc couldn't lose to a guy who relied only on the help of a helper. At that moment, Ark was relieved and shouted loudly across the street that he had survived and that this was his victory. He then turned his head back to Professor Lee and immediately asked him when he had come here. He also asked if the professor had seen Ark use synchronization, because it was an important moment in their battle. But even if the professor didn't see it, Ark assured him that he had really used synchronization at the most crucial moment. Immediately afterwards, he offered the professor to forgive him for such an act, hoping he would understand, but the professor only laughed. Running up to Professor Lee and leaving his opponent behind, Ark asked him if he'd seen Nightmare attacking him, and at that moment, the incident involving the saboteurs at the Fantastic Academy was over. After a good night's sleep, Ark's morning was peaceful. With the first rays of the sun, he woke up, and glancing at Han's bed, he noticed his absence from the room. Only the sunlight reflected off the bed, and his headphones remained near the pillow. 3 days have passed since the saboteurs' attack, and the competition has been suspended. The academy has been closed to people from the outside with a ban on entry. The Metal Shark saboteur team was arrested, and all the Sunbays, except Loki, were found in a coma at the academy. It turned out that they had been using a cheat program called Halper during the competition. The community was shocked that a professor from the academy defended the attack, and as a result of this attack, 30 people were in a coma, and the city's hospitals had been overcrowded for days. Walking into one of the rooms, Ark looked at whoever was lying on the couch. You could see from Pak Noah's face that he was very nervous after all. His friend Han was lying in front of him, looking incredibly pale and haggard. After standing beside him for a moment, Ark called Han's name and told him to wake up. Han opened his eyes a little, surprised at Ark's arrival. He told him that he brought the guitar and headset he had asked for earlier, for which Han thanked him. Then Ark wondered why Han needed a guitar in the hospital, since he was only here to rest. However, Khan did not think so, and he said that in his opinion, he was ready to be discharged. Earlier, Khan was diagnosed with mental fatigue and remained in the hospital for a certain period of time. Analyzing this, Ark realized that since the cause of the overexertion was the use of the synchronization level, the situation was similar to what Ark had experienced earlier. And now there were other victims of that incident in his entourage. Nidless Sunbay and Haruru were still unable to come out of their comas. Ark asked Han if he'd been to Haruru's room. He was visibly nervous and said he hadn't been able to get there yet. Then Ark said that it was right above his room, so he should go there. And then Han said that something inside him seemed to be making up excuses and using them as an excuse not to go. Ark laughed and asked Han if that meant he was going to go after all. To which he said with a smile that of course he did, because now he didn't want any more regrets. Ark realized that he didn't have to worry so much about Han now that he knew what he had to do. At the same moment, Ark found a call from Carrie on his smartphone. Picking up the phone, she shouted, asking Ark where he was now. He answered with a confused expression that he was in the hospital. She was glad she said that and told him to run to her because he was awake. Ark didn't know what she was talking about. Then Carrie added that their needless Sunbay had just regained consciousness, and upon hearing these words, Ark ran at breakneck speed through the corridors of the hospital straight to his room. Only upon opening the door did Ark shout Nidless' name loudly while simultaneously surveying the room with his gaze. And when he saw that Nidless Sunbay was sitting on his bunk with Foos Janie and Carrie Ark standing around him, he felt boundless happiness. But unlike the rest of the boys, Nidless himself had no time for fun, for he hadn't even recovered yet. So looking at the faces of the boys, he said that now they looked as if they had seen a dead man alive. And they started to resent him because they were worried about him, and Nidless in turn gave such a dry reaction. But even so, in just a second, they were all hugging him with joy. At that moment, a worried Han was heading towards Haruru's chamber. Standing right in front of the door, he felt an unbearably intense excitement. His nerves even made him break out in a cold sweat. But even so, after gathering his thoughts, Han, feeling very shaky, apologized for the intrusion and stepped into Haruru's chamber. Analyzing everything in the room, Han's eyes slowly moved around the room. His gaze stopped on Haruru, illuminated by the soft rays of the setting sun. She had already recovered and looked very attractive, despite what she had been through. Kan was so dazzled by her beauty that for a moment he was speechless. As he gathered himself, he said hello, and told her it was their first time meeting in real life. Parallel to these events in the station, the investigator said that behind the back of the head of Lilia stood saboteurs, and they were called Prisma. He then turned to the person sitting opposite him and asked him to confirm what he had just said. When he heard the question, he confirmed the information. The investigator wasted no time in asking again where the group was. In response, the handcuffed man said that he did not know, as he had met them only in the crossing. Then looking straight into Loki's face, the investigator asked why he had joined this group. He replied that he was enchanted by an offer that promised to topple the elite society from their position. And though the final goal was quite different, their ideas converged, and they just used each other. As soon as the last events happened, they immediately threw both him and Professor Lilia like a lizard shedding its tail. So whatever Loki's investigator asked Loki now, he was determined to answer absolutely any question. Then the investigator asked why the one who had been so stubbornly silent before had now become so talkative. Loki replied by saying that he was going to fulfill the promise he had made to his only friend. And at that moment, Nidless was looking at his phone with a smile. A little while later, Professor hidden in the bushes stared bewildered. He had told Professor Lee to come because he had important business to attend to, but what was going on here seemed silly to him. But Ark assured him that it was really important because now Professor Lee would see his student surpass the strongest data, and at that moment, Nameless appeared in front of him. He held his weapon tightly in his usual manner and posture. It was the same posture he had used during the battle with Hyunjung. Then his thoughts were interrupted by Professor Lee, who said that there would be an event at the school very soon. And Ark, saying that he already knew about it, added that he would finish the fight before it started. Since Ark now had his level of synchronization, it was different from what it had been when he had played with Nameless in previous time. As Ark thought about it, the Nameless one rushed towards him at breakneck speed. Ark was sure that this time he would be able to defeat him. And just a few moments later, Ark was on the floor again. He wondered why. Why did he lose again? Because Ark was sure that when he fought the Helper, he had defeated the Nameless one's data. Then Professor Lee remembered the flaw of the Helper that he had felt during the battle with Professor Lilia. If the recorded data failed to achieve the desired result at least once, it would be replaced by other data almost immediately. That meant that from the moment Ark took his attack during the battle with Hyunjung, he began to fight with a completely different data. It was still impossible for him to defeat Professor Lee's data. Then he looked at Ark and said that if he continued to sit on the floor, they would be late for the event. After all, one of his main characters can't be delayed. Professor Lee's words made Ark's heart race. After that, they headed towards the venue of the grand event. The host announced the names of the Academy students who had helped expose the sabotage organization and caused great damage. The entire Academy staff and students expressed their gratitude to these students. At this moment, King Needley's Ark, Carrie, and Han stood in front of the entire Academy. Almost all the guys were feeling uncomfortable. Only Han was dozing off as usual. And Ark and Carrie were feeling the pressure because it was the first time in their lives they had ever received an award, and in public. Sitting in the audience, T1 told Assistant Kim that even though he chastised Ark for being in danger, he was still glad he was honored. When the guys were already coming down from the podium, the host of the event announced that the Academy had one very important announcement that they wanted to announce right now. Jimmy Fullhouse, in preparation for the unknown, ordered to see the video he left behind. He asked that it be seen where all the people involved with the Academy would be gathered. And then a smiling principal appeared on the screen and greeted everyone watching the video, saying that if they were watching him, he wasn't there right now. At this point, Professor Seiler even cried. And as they continued to familiarize themselves with the video, they heard that since they needed someone to lead the entire Academy, it was here and at this time that he would announce the person who would take the place of the vice principal. Keeping some intrigue, the director said it would be none other than Faker. And then almost everyone in the audience was shocked. After all, no one had heard anything about this famous man for a long time. It was clearer to everyone else who the headmaster was referring to. He said that Faker's other name was Professor Lee. His facial expression changed immediately at that statement. And then he heard the headmaster ask him to take good care of everything. When Professor Lee's gaze turned to the students sitting in the hall, they were all whispering and looking at him. Then Carrie and Han's faces also changed. They were just amazed. Janie and Foss could not believe their Professor Lee was a faker either. On Needless's face in turn, only a satisfied and peaceful smile appeared. But Ark's reaction was the most vivid, for he even opened his mouth in surprise at how delighted he was. But Professor Lee did not share the emotions of the others at all. The situation made him feel very uncomfortable.